Chapter 1-1 Identity Role-Playing begins with Uchiha Madara 1. Identity Role-Playing begins with Uchiha Madara 1. Identity Role-Playing begins with Uchiha Madara. Have you heard? Marine Headquarters is recruiting new soldiers. Of course I've heard. And it seems there aren't many restrictions this time. Exactly. As long as you're strong enough and swear absolute loyalty, you can be accepted through special consideration. Do you know why they set rules like that? Why? It's simple. After Kuzan left, the Marines are short 2 admirals. Why 2? Idiot. Sakazuki isn't an admiral anymore, he's the fleet admiral now. Got it. Oh, I see. Wow, you really know a lot. That's nothing. Stick with me and you'll learn even more. Is that all? I know even more than you. Did you know Kuzan and Sakazuki fought for 10 days and 10 nights? No way, really? Tell us. Rin Kurogane stared at the world conscription poster on the wall, deep in thought. He was a transmigrator, and this was the world of One Piece. The problem was, he had already been here for 3 days. No system had appeared, and he himself possessed no special abilities. He had no parents, no allies, and no backing whatsoever. If he were to disappear right now, no one would even notice. He had once thought he might conquer this world, but reality had dealt him a harsh blow. There was disappointment, of course, but it wasn't enough to crush his confidence. So what if he had no system, no cheat ability? As long as he had the will to grow stronger and refused to give up, he would one day make his mark in the world of One Piece. He had a certain understanding of this world. Being a pirate might seem flashy, with a dazzling protagonist like Luffy and reliable companions. But Rin Kurogane knew that was only the story he remembered. Reality was brutally cruel. Not all pirates were like Luffy. Most of them were ruthless killers who wouldn't hesitate to take lives. They committed every kind of evil imaginable, and even among pirates, betrayal and murder were constant threats. More importantly, the Marines were always hunting pirates. And the Marines in the real world were nothing like the incompetent force sometimes portrayed in anime. At the very least, even an ordinary Marine soldier could easily kill him. So, for Rin Kurogane, who currently had no abilities at all, becoming a pirate held no meaning. If he wanted to grow stronger, there was only one path: join the Marines. After 3 days of gathering information, Rin Kurogane learned that it had been 1 year since the Paramount War. Sakazuki, formerly known as Akainu, had only recently become Fleet Admiral. There was less than a year left before Luffy and the others would re-emerge. Marine headquarters had already moved to the New World, and Rin Kurogane lived in a town not far from it. The greatest benefit of joining the Marines was the chance to learn the Rokushiki through military merit. He firmly believed that with enough effort, even without a cheat, he could defy fate. As for devil fruits, he wasn't even considering them for now. This body he occupied was about 23 years old, roughly the same as his previous life. Starting conscription at this age was already somewhat late. His physique was fairly strong. His physical condition was comparable to that of an athlete from his previous world. But he had noticed that people in the One Piece world generally possessed far superior physical abilities compared to his old world. The conscription would begin tomorrow. It was said that only those who passed a series of tests would qualify to become Marines. He didn't know what the tests would be, but even if he had to start as the lowest grunt, he would persist. Just as he was about to leave, a series of synthetic electronic sounds suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Big Boss role-playing system. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a beginner's gift pack. Would you like to open it now? Rin Kurogane's heart skipped a beat. He had already prepared himself to live without any cheat ability. Yet now, it had finally arrived. He couldn't help but let out a breath of relief. Having a system and not having one were entirely different concepts. But regardless of whether he had it or not, his determination to grow stronger would never change. Suppressing his excitement, he did not immediately open the beginner's gift pack. He didn't know what might come out of it. If something suddenly appeared in public, it would definitely attract attention. Before gaining sufficient strength, it was better to stay low-key. His home wasn't far away. It was at the end of a secluded street. Surrounded by tall buildings, his house was perpetually shrouded in shadow. It barely received any sunlight. Even so, it was the only asset left to him by his parents in this world. Rin Kurogane didn't mind. In fact, he found it quite suitable. Once he returned home, he could no longer hold back and opened the beginner's gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 1 character card draw opportunity. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the 3 basic techniques. A character card? Rin Kurogane nodded slightly. Since it was a big boss role-playing system, it made sense that it revolved around playing different characters. Character cards were perfectly fitting. And since it involved role-playing, possessing the 3 basic techniques would make his performance more convincing. This system seemed quite promising. At this moment, he felt a surge of anticipation. Who would be the first boss he would role-play? Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 2-2 Gaining Power 2, Gaining Power 2, Gaining Power Draw the card. Ding. Drawing card, ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained your first role-playing character, Uchiha Madara. A surge of excitement rose in Rin Kurogane's heart. He hadn't expected that the very first character he would role-play would be the legendary Uchiha Madara. That was a peerless monster who could crush the 5 cage with ease. With Uchiha Madara's strength, he could undoubtedly overwhelm anyone in the world of One Piece. As soon as the system's voice faded, a purple card appeared in his hand. Depicted on the card was none other than Uchiha Madara himself. His arms were crossed over his chest, clad in a black tight-fitting combat suit layered with red segmented armor. Beneath his wild, flowing hair was a cold, fearless face. Just by looking at the card, an overwhelming and unmatched aura seemed to surge forward. As expected of Uchiha Madara, Rin Kurogane thought to himself. In truth, he understood Madara quite well. Although his love was somewhat extreme and obsessive, Rin Kurogane believed that his ideal was even higher than that of Hashirama Senju. Humans all carried selfish desires. Where there were people, there would always be conflict. Hashirama had hoped to achieve peace through understanding and by letting everyone abandon hatred. That was simply too naive. Especially when he possessed such immense power, yet chose to distribute the tailed beasts. It was an incredibly foolish decision. If one truly sought lasting peace, then overwhelming force was an absolute necessity. And if one wanted people to truly let go of hatred, then Uchiha Madara's infinite Tsukuyomi plan was, without a doubt, the most perfect solution. Ding! Would you like to fuse? Rin Kurogane didn't hesitate. Fuse! The moment his voice fell, the card transformed into a streak of light and entered his body. As it merged into him, the system's voice rang out again. Ding! Current role-playing progress with Uchiha Madara is 0%. Abilities cannot be obtained at this time. Rin Kurogane nodded. It was exactly as he had expected. By role-playing the character, he could gain their abilities. However, system, how do I increase my role-playing progress? Ding! Host can increase role-playing progress through 3 aspects: appearance, actions, and recognition from others. When the host's role-playing progress reaches 80%, a character card draw opportunity will be granted. Appearance was easy to understand. His outward look needed to resemble Uchiha Madara. Although he didn't have that wild, flowing hair, he had the 3 basic techniques, which could perfectly solve that problem. Thoughts governed actions. In other words, if he acted according to Uchiha Madara's mindset, what kind of changes would he bring to this world? With that realization, Rin Kurogane immediately understood. When he had watched Naruto, he had already been able to comprehend Madara's ideology. Now, stepping into that role came naturally to him. In an instant, he immersed himself fully into Uchiha Madara's mentality. Combining that with his knowledge of the One Piece world, his view of this world changed entirely. If it had been before, he only wanted to grow stronger and survive. But now, having taken on Madara's mindset, strength alone was no longer enough. This world, too, was filled with darkness and hatred. As for pirates, there was no need to elaborate. Most of them were criminals who committed countless atrocities. They burned, killed, looted, and acted purely out of selfish desire. And then there were the Marines. Though they claimed to represent justice, behind the scenes they carried out countless shady dealings. Worst of all, they willingly acted as dogs for the arrogant and tyrannical celestial dragons. Those same celestial dragons could do whatever they pleased to ordinary civilians. Common people even had to kneel and bow before them. What right did such Marines have to call themselves justice? What a laughable world! Therefore, if he wanted to create a truly peaceful and just world, there was only one path. Infinite Tsukuyomi. There was no Naruto here, no Sasuke, no Sage of 6 Paths, and certainly no Kaguya Otsutsuki. No one in this world could stop him. A trace of loneliness suddenly surfaced in his heart. Sometimes, having no opponents was a kind of solitude. As for the final factor, recognition from others, it could be understood as reputation. He needed more people to know the name Uchiha Madara. He would make the name of the Uchiha resound throughout the entire world of One Piece. Now that he had a goal, it was time to work toward it. First, he needed to resemble Uchiha Madara as much as possible in appearance. This was easy. He had received the transformation technique from the system. The transformation technique was an E-rank ninjutsu. Even with his limited chakra, it was more than enough to use it. The hand seal for the transformation technique was Wei. He crossed his fingers before his chest, forming the seal. In his mind, he pictured Uchiha Madara's appearance. Bang! A puff of white smoke erupted. When the smoke cleared, Rin Kurogane was no longer his former self. Standing there was Uchiha Madara, clad in red armor. Ding! Congratulations, host! Role-playing progress with Uchiha Madara has reached 10%. You have obtained the 3 Tomo Sharinon. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained a certain amount of chakra, all of Uchiha Madara's taijutsu experience, and part of his fire release ninjutsu. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 3-3 The assessment begins 3, the assessment begins 3, the assessment begins after a series of dings, Rin Kurogane immediately felt a clear change in his body. First, a stream of pure chakra gathered within his lower abdomen. Then, a mysterious power rose within his eyes. It made him eager to test it, as if everything in the world could be seen through and understood. As for the taijutsu experience and fire release ninjutsu, they transformed into memories imprinted directly into his mind. Although he had never used taijutsu or ninjutsu before, his body felt as though it had performed them countless times. The system was truly terrifying. All the abilities it granted became Rin Kurogane's own, without the need for training. Even though Rin Kurogane possessed Uchiha Madara's taijutsu experience, it didn't mean he could fully utilize it. After all, this body of his had never undergone any training. Its physical strength couldn't compare to Uchiha Madara's at all. Rin Kurogane estimated that, with his current physique, he could only exert about 20% of Madara's taijutsu strength. Although his chakra was pure, its overall quantity didn't seem very large. If measured by the standards of the One Piece world, his strength was probably above that of a marine captain, approaching that of a commodore. In truth, Uchiha Madara's taijutsu alone had already reached the pinnacle of this world. However, experience was one thing, overall power was another. With his current understanding, Rin Kurogane could even guide someone at the vice-admiral level in taijutsu. But his physical strength simply couldn't match theirs. If his opponent used armament haki, he might not even be able to break through their defenses. That was the gap in overall strength. Even so, Rin Kurogane was already very satisfied. After all, just a short while ago, he had been an ordinary person. Gaining such power for the first time made his blood surge with excitement. At this moment, he decided to head out and purchase a real set of red armor. The armor created through the transformation technique could easily be broken. The equipment shop wasn't far from his home, just 2 streets away. When he stepped onto the crowded main street, almost everyone's gaze turned toward him. Is that a samurai from Wano country? Looks like it. Not necessarily. Maybe he just likes dressing like that. But putting that aside, his presence is incredible. I don't even dare look him in the eye. He looks really strong. I've never seen him before. Could he be here for the world conscription too? Possible. If someone like him becomes a marine, I'd feel much safer. Yeah, me too. People whispered among themselves as they looked at Rin Kurogane. It was no wonder. Such attire was usually only worn by samurai. And combined with his overwhelming presence, it naturally made him the center of attention. At that moment, another ding sounded. Ding! Reputation increased. Current reputation, 20/1000. Note, completing the first stage of reputation will unlock an additional 10% role-playing progress. Reputation increases in stages. The next stage requires 10,000 reputation. Rin Kurogane wasn't surprised. It aligned closely with what he had expected. The only slight surprise was that his reputation increased without him even speaking. But he didn't pay it much mind. After all, he now saw himself as Uchiha Madara. Why would he care about such easily obtained reputation? He soon arrived at the equipment shop. There were quite a few people inside, likely because many had come for the conscription. The moment Rin Kurogane entered, everyone currently purchasing weapons or equipment froze. Seeing his tall and imposing figure, an instinctive sense of fear arose within them. Who was this? How could someone possess such overwhelming presence? As Uchiha Madara stepped forward, those nearby unconsciously moved aside, creating a path for him. He paid them no attention and simply said calmly to the shop owner, "How long will it take to forge armor like the one I'm wearing?" The shop owner was a short old man in his 60s. Seeing Rin Kurogane, he immediately put on a flattering smile. "Welcome, honored guest. This kind of armor isn't difficult to make. If you need it urgently, it can be ready before 8 tonight." Rin Kurogane nodded. Good. I'll come back to collect it then. How much? The shop owner quoted a price respectfully. Rin Kurogane nodded. Although he didn't have much money, it was still enough. He took out some cash from his robe and paid a deposit. After returning home, seeing that there was still time, he began training his body. He didn't want to waste a single moment. Whenever he had free time, he would seize it to train. That night, he retrieved the red armor, and after returning home, he trained until 2 in the morning before finally going to sleep. The next day, at exactly 7, Rin Kurogane opened his eyes. After making some simple preparations, he set off at 8 for Marine headquarters to participate in the assessment. Rin Kurogane arrived early at the entrance. Looking at the grand and imposing gates before him, his heart stirred slightly. Once he stepped through those doors he would truly enter the world of One Piece. And for this world, he was filled with anticipation. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 4-4 Notable figures appear 4, Notable figures appear 4, Notable figures appear at this moment, the entrance of Marine headquarters was already crowded with applicants. Most of these candidates were individuals with unique skills and considerable strength. Pure rookies were relatively rare. 2 young men sat at the entrance, responsible for registration. Both looked rather youthful. One had short pink hair and wore goggles. The other had blonde slicked back hair, with his glasses tied by a black strap, his face full of confidence. "Hey, Kobe, this batch of applicants feels really strong," the slick-haired man whispered. "Kobe, if they weren't strong, would they assign a captain like me to handle registration?" the pink-haired young man replied with a smile. "Tch. You brat, just because your rank is higher than mine doesn't mean you have to show off," the blonde man scoffed. "Work a little harder. Maybe in 20 years, you'll catch up to where I'll be in 10, Kobe teased. Seeing the two of them, Rin Kurogane's heart stirred. He recognized them. They were early friends of Luffy Kobe and Helmeppo. Both had once been typical cowards. But after experiencing the Paramount War, they had undergone a complete transformation. Especially Kobe, he had awakened observation haki and had great potential for the future. When the two of them noticed Rin Kurogane, they both fell silent. Kobe, who possessed observation haki, immediately sensed the danger Rin Kurogane represented. It wasn't that he felt killing intent, but he instinctively felt that this man was powerful. At the very least, he knew he wasn't a match for him. Since registration had begun, nearly 100 people had passed through. Yet only the man before him exuded such overwhelming presence. Facing a strong individual, Kobe immediately dropped his playful demeanor and said seriously, "Sir, please fill out your form and proceed to the training grounds." Rin Kurogane nodded slightly. "Thank you." After speaking, he paid no further attention to Kobe. Lowering his head, he filled out the form and walked inside. Watching his departing figure, Kobe couldn't help but swallow. "Hey, who was that guy? A samurai? His presence is insane." Helmeppo asked in a low voice. Kobe didn't respond immediately. Instead, he looked at the form Rin Kurogane had filled out, a hint of confusion appearing on his face. "His name is Uchiha Madara. I initially thought he was a samurai, but judging by his abilities, he seems more like a devil fruit user? Specializing in fire, a fire-type ability. Not sure, but no matter what, this recruitment is going to be interesting," Helmeppo said with a grin. When Rin Kurogane arrived at the training grounds, hundreds of people were already gathered. Among them, he could clearly sense a few individuals with considerable strength. Almost everyone there carried an air of arrogance. At that moment, a commotion suddenly broke out in the crowd. "What the hell? A blind man came to join the conscription? Are you kidding me? And you're not even young anymore. Why don't you go home and take care of your grandkids? Hey old man, did you come to Marine headquarters to retire?" Following the source of the noise, a middle-aged man slowly made his way through the crowd. He had short black hair and a ring of beard around his mouth. His eyes were tightly shut, and on the left side of his forehead was an X-shaped scar that extended across both eyes. He was tall, slightly overweight. He wore a light purple kimono tied with a dark sash. Despite the hot weather, a purple scarf was wrapped around his neck. His hands were covered with white guards, his arms wrapped in bandages, and he wore wooden sandals. In his hand, he held a cane, using it to feel his way forward. Rin Kurogane's eyes flickered. This man was the future Admiral, Fujitora, Isho. Rin Kurogane remembered clearly that Isho had risen to the position of Admiral during the World Conscription. Which meant that even now, he already possessed the strength of an Admiral. Faced with the ridicule, Isho showed no anger. Instead, he spoke gently, "Excuse me, may I ask if this is the training ground?" If Rin Kurogane hadn't known beforehand, he would have thought this was just an ordinary blind man. Yet his strength was terrifying. At that moment, a loud burst of laughter suddenly rang out from the platform. Gah ha 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 ha! You brats think you can become marines? Tell me, what is justice to you? That single question immediately stirred anger among the crowd. But when they saw who had spoken, everyone instantly fell silent. Because standing there was none other than the marine hero Garp. Though aged, with a head full of silver hair, his voice was as bold and booming as ever. Beside him stood another elderly man with white hair styled in a bushy afro and a braided beard. He was the former fleet admiral, known as the Buddha Sengoku. He looked at Garp with a helpless expression, thinking that even at his age, Garp was still as reckless as ever. But there was nothing he could do about it and could only let him be. The two of them were the chief examiners of this assessment. Below the platform, the crowd responded excitedly, justice means defeating pirates, protecting the people and eliminating darkness, letting marine ships sail to every corner of the world. Garp grinned as he listened to their answers, offering no particular judgment. Then suddenly, his gaze fell upon Rin Kurogane within the crowd. His eyes lit up. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 5-5 Taijutsu Assessment 5, Taijutsu Assessment 5, Taijutsu Assessment. Most of the candidates stood in neat rows. Only Rin Kurogane stood with his arms crossed, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. More importantly, the proud and domineering aura he exuded made Garp take notice. He thought to himself, what an interesting brat. Looks like this conscription will be quite entertaining. Garp pointed at Rin Kurogane and said with a grin, "Hey, you over there, tell me, what is justice in your eyes?" As soon as he spoke, the entire field fell silent, all eyes turning toward Rin Kurogane. Rin Kurogane was slightly taken aback, not expecting Garp to single him out. Faced with the attention of hundreds, he showed no trace of nervousness and calmly replied, "Reality is nothing but helplessness, pain, and emptiness. Where there is light, there will always be shadows. If one seeks peace for selfish reasons, it will inevitably lead to war. To protect love, hatred is born. This chain of cause and effect cannot be severed. Such is reality. The real world is hell. If you ask me what justice is, then only the victor, only a peaceful world, only a world of love, that is the justice I seek, and the world I wish to create." The entire field fell into silence. What had seemed like a simple question now left everyone stunned. They began to ponder the meaning behind Rin Kurogane's words. It sounded pessimistic, yet strangely convincing. A vague, indescribable thought lingered in their minds. Even Isho was shaken by these words. Especially the line, "The real world is hell, only a peaceful world, only a world of love, that is the justice I seek." It made his entire body tremble. Yes. Where there was light, there was darkness. To maintain peace, war was inevitable. There was too much filth in this world. It was precisely because he had seen too much of it that he chose to close his eyes. But at this moment it felt as though he had glimpsed a ray of light. A world of peace. A world of love. Was that not the very world he had long pursued? Those words carved themselves deeply into his mind. And toward the one who had spoken them, he felt a strong sense of goodwill. He wanted to know who was it that spoke such words? Garp stared at Rin Kurogane with a firm gaze and asked, "You, what's your name?" "Uchiha Madara." "Good. Ha 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 ha. You're not bad at all." Garp burst into hearty laughter, his eyes filled with admiration. Even Sengoku looked at Rin Kurogane with a faint smile, clearly interested in his upcoming performance. "Uchiha Madara, how interesting," Isho murmured, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Hey, old man Garp, do we pass or not?" Seeing that Garp had only praised Rin Kurogane, someone in the crowd grew dissatisfied. "Yeah, we also have justice in our hearts. Does that mean we passed the first round?" Everyone looked at Garp expectantly. Garp casually picked his nose and said lazily, "This wasn't even the real test." "What pass? I was just asking." Everyone collapsed in disbelief. At that moment, with a whoosh, another figure suddenly appeared on the platform. He was tall, with a cold expression, and spoke indifferently, "I am your examiner, Erdal. I will be responsible for your assessments from here on." Erdal's sudden appearance made Rin Kurogane's eyes light up. That must be Soru, one of the Rokushiki techniques. It seemed much slower than the body flicker technique. Unfortunately, Rin Kurogane couldn't use the body flicker technique yet. It was a high-level technique that required both sufficient chakra and physical strength. His current body simply didn't meet the requirements. However, Soru, that was something he could learn. With the Sharingan, he could completely replicate it. "The entire assessment consists of two parts," Erdal said calmly. "The first part is the Taijutsu assessment. Passing it will qualify you as an official Marine. The second part is the ability assessment. You will be paired to fight, and each victory will earn you 1 point. The higher your score, the higher your rank. Of course, you may also challenge the examiners. If you can defeat the chief examiner, you will be directly promoted to admiral. If you pass the Taijutsu test but choose not to participate in the ability assessment, you will start as a recruit. You may withdraw at any time during the assessment. Once you withdraw, it will be considered a forfeit. As soon as his words fell, the entire crowd grew restless with excitement. Don't joke with me. I came here to become an admiral who wants to be a grunt. Only the weak would give up. I'll definitely pass the test. Haha, fight a marine hero? That's just suicide. With my strength, I'll at least make Commodore. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 6-6 One misstep means death. 6. One misstep means death. 6. One misstep means death. Connecting the two sides were thick ropes, each as wide as an arm. Between them stood massive wooden pillars, spaced about 4 to 5 meters apart. Below was the sea. But beneath the seemingly calm surface lurked more than a dozen enormous sharks. They swam leisurely, as if waiting for a delicious feast to fall from above. Erdal said, "This is the location of the Taijutsu assessment. From here, you must reach the island on the other side, find diamonds, and return. Only then will you earn points. Remember there are only 100 diamonds." As soon as he finished speaking, a ripple of unease spread through the crowd. What? We have to go to the other island? How are we supposed to get there? My god, if we fall, we're dead. What kind of test is this? It's already this hard at the start. Of course, only a small portion of people were complaining. They were mostly rookies who had never been soldiers before. Faced with such a situation, fear naturally crept into their hearts. But the majority were filled with confidence. These were either former Marines or powerful individuals from society. For them, this stage was nothing more than a trivial challenge. Their attention was fixed solely on the diamonds. Obtaining diamonds meant earning points. And the higher their points, the higher their rank. They wouldn't have to start as mere recruits and slowly accumulate military merit. This was precisely why some former Marines were willing to return and participate in the conscription. Earning merit through service took too long and came with risks. Even with strength, who knew how long they would have to endure? So for them, this was an opportunity. Of course, with so many people in the world, a global conscription wouldn't be limited to just these 400 or 500 individuals. The recruitment period lasted 3 months, so those who missed it could participate in the next round. Erdal naturally heard the complaints. He said calmly, "If you think you can't do it, you may withdraw now." The moment those words were spoken, the dissatisfied voices immediately fell silent. In truth, this test looked difficult. But given the physical abilities of humans in the One Piece world, it was entirely possible to pass. Traversing the wooden pillars might be challenging. But by climbing along the ropes, one could still make their way step by step to the island. Thus, this stage didn't only test Taijutsu, it also tested courage and perception. Although the island wasn't large, the diamonds weren't easy to find. And there were only 100 of them. Only the first 100 to obtain diamonds would earn points. Rin Kurogane quickly grasped the deeper meaning. Clearly, beyond courage and perception, there were other aspects being tested. This stage wouldn't be as simple as it appeared. On the observation platform, Sengoku watched the scene with some concern. Isn't this assessment a bit too harsh? Garp casually placed the hand he had just used to pick his nose on Sengoku's shoulder and said, "Since stepping down as Fleet Admiral, have you gone soft? This is the new world. Without real ability, becoming a Marine here is just asking to die." Sengoku slapped Garp's hand away with a smack, immediately pulling out a handkerchief and furiously wiping his shoulder, glaring at him in anger. Garp paid no attention, leisurely picking up a donut and eating it with the same hand. "Besides, we're not looking for small fry. We're training people who can take on great responsibility, future officers." Seeing this, Sengoku lost all interest in being angry and instead turned aside, retching in disgust. Erdal said, "If there are no objections, you have 5 minutes to prepare. After that, the assessment will begin." As soon as his words fell, a slight stir passed through the crowd. Soon, a group of about 30 or 40 people stepped out. Without saying a word, they simply left. Those who remained had clearly chosen to continue. 5 minutes passed quickly. Erdal shouted, "The assessment begins now." In an instant, everyone moved. The rookies struggled to climb onto the ropes, slowly making their way toward the island. Most, however, rushed toward the wooden pillars. The 4 to 5 meter gaps might be difficult for ordinary people, but for these skilled individuals, it was nothing. Some leapt across the distance in a single bound. Some inflated themselves like balloons and drifted over. Others sprouted wings and flew. Clearly, those were devil fruit users. There were even some who stepped through the air itself, as if walking on invisible ground, sprinting toward the island. But no matter what, the one in the lead was Rin Kurogane, clad in red armor. Because he ran directly across the ropes. The ropes were thin and flexible. Even someone with excellent balance would struggle to walk on them steadily. Yet Rin Kurogane showed no caution at all. He ran across them as if walking on solid ground. Could he also be a devil fruit user? Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 7-7 Isho's Terrifying Strength 7, Isho's Terrifying Strength 7, Isho's Terrifying Strength. Chapter 7, Isho's Terrifying Strength. This was naturally not the power of a devil fruit user. It came from the power of the Naruto world. In that world, walking on water was nothing unusual. Let alone running across ropes. Of course, no one paid much attention to this detail. After all, devil fruit users were not rare these days. What they truly cared about was whether they could obtain diamonds. Garp and Sengoku only gave Rin Kurogane a brief glance. Sengoku said, if he can walk on ropes like that, could it be some kind of adhesion fruit? Or a paramecia type ability that enhances balance? There were indeed a number of devil fruit users among the applicants. But because Rin Kurogane had drawn some attention earlier, they had been watching him more closely. Just as Garp was about to stretch out his hand, Sengoku glared at him fiercely. If you dare put that filthy hand on me again, I'll make you experience the power of Sengoku the Buddha. Hearing that, Garp withdrew his hand awkwardly, feeling rather aggrieved. This is how I show affection. I don't do this to just anyone. He thought. Garp said casually, whatever ability that brat has, we'll find out soon enough. Sengoku didn't reply further, but a trace of concern lingered in his eyes as he looked at the applicants. Perhaps it was age, or stepping down from his position, but he felt that this assessment designed by Garp was somewhat excessive. Although Rin Kurogane was fast, no matter how fast he was, he still couldn't match the true devil fruit user who had manifested wings. He had initially taken the lead through explosive speed. But as that person accelerated, he was clearly beginning to surpass Rin Kurogane. In truth, anyone who possessed a devil fruit ability was extraordinary. After all, a single devil fruit was worth at least 100 million berries. How could ordinary people obtain one? At present, there were more than a dozen devil fruit users among the candidates. But among those in the lead, aside from that Zoan-type user, there were actually fewer devil fruit users. Most of them relied on exceptional taijutsu. For example, the Rokushiki. These individuals used Jeppo, stepping through the air as if walking on invisible ground. Aside from the winged man, they were only slightly slower than Rin Kurogane. That winged man was a vulture fruit user named Waka. With a bird-like face, he shouted excitedly, Waka Waka. This test is practically made for me. All the diamonds on that island belong to me. With that, Waka soared ahead, leaving everyone else far behind after only half the distance. Only Rin Kurogane, running along the ropes, managed to keep up with him. But even then, the gap was gradually widening. There was also another person not particularly fast, but undoubtedly the most relaxed. While everyone else was charging forward with all their might, Isho casually cut down a wooden pillar with the blade hidden in his cane. Then he simply sat on it, drifting forward leisurely. It didn't look like he was competing at all, more like he was sightseeing. Though not fast, he still remained within the top 100. As he moved, he muttered, "Ah, no good, no good. I'm getting old. I can't compete with these young people. Let me rest a bit." The candidates beside him, who were struggling with all their strength, nearly coughed up blood upon hearing that. On the observation platform, both Sengoku and Garp had taken notice of Isho. While munching on a donut, Garp commented, "That guy is no simple character. He's probably the strongest among all the applicants." Sengoku nodded in agreement. Among the Rokushiki, aside from Soru, Tekai, Kamii, Jeppo, Rankyaku, and Shigen, there was also a special technique known as a Rokushiki-based Doriki measurement method. It was used to gauge a person's Doriki. Doriki represented a person's combat strength. For example, when they measured Isho's Doriki, it was around 15,000. Yet they both felt that his true strength went beyond even that. As the hero of the Marines and the former fleet admiral, they naturally possessed this technique. And when they realized just how terrifying Isho's strength was, they immediately began to take him very seriously. Such a high Doriki was already infinitely close to admiral level. Aside from Isho, not a single person exceeded 10,000. The highest among the others was only around 6 to 7,000. As for Rin Kurogane, his measured Doriki was slightly lower, around 3,000. However, neither of them believed that Doriki represented the entirety of a person's strength. It was merely a reference. As individuals who stood near the pinnacle of this world, they had their own standards of judgment. At the very least, they believed Rin Kurogane's courage far surpassed that of others. And someone with such courage, how could his potential be limited by a mere Doriki of 3,000? Doriki might determine a person's lower limit, but it could never define their upper limit. Just as Waka believed he was about to reach the island and claim all the diamonds, a violent tremor suddenly shook the island. Then boom, massive pillars of water erupted violently from both the island and the surrounding sea. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 8-8. The assessment has only just begun. 8. The assessment has only just begun. 8. The assessment has only just begun. Waka was startled, but his reaction was not slow. He immediately flapped his wings and soared upward. However, no matter how fast he flew, the water pillars still struck his wings. In an instant, he felt his entire body go weak. He immediately realized it was seawater. Damn it! He cursed inwardly. But it was already too late. The moment his strength drained away, he could no longer stay airborne, and his body began to plummet straight down. Meanwhile, the water pillars continued to surge, relentlessly spraying onto his body. Despair filled Waka's heart. Waka Waka! Damn it all, this is a trap. What lay below needed no explanation. Was he really going to die here? That was his final thought. Everyone knew seawater was the natural enemy of devil fruit users. But no one had expected that a taijutsu test would actually use seawater to suppress devil fruit abilities. Who would have imagined such a thing? Waka wasn't the only one affected. The seawater covered the entire area. Even rookies who had barely moved a meter from the starting point were drenched. Fortunately, they were lucky. Since they hadn't eaten devil fruits, even being soaked didn't make them weak. The water struck their faces painfully, but as long as they clung tightly to the ropes, they wouldn't fall. At this moment, 7 or 8 devil fruit users had already been hit. One after another, they fell from above. Below them were sharks with gaping jaws. Everyone knew exactly what falling meant. Those at the front who weren't affected by the seawater were mostly former Marines. Few of them possessed devil fruit abilities, relying instead on their own strength to take the lead. They weren't afraid of seawater, though their speed was slightly hindered. Then there was Rin Kurogane. At the very instant the water pillars erupted, he had already reacted. His Sharingan activated. Under its gaze, the trajectory of every water pillar was completely captured. Though the water seemed to spray without blind spots, not a single drop touched him. It wasn't that he feared seawater. He was simply cautious. What if the water contained poison? So he avoided it perfectly. On the observation platform, Sengoku and Garp both nodded slightly upon seeing this. Sengoku said, "Observation Haki? This Uchiha Madara is not to be underestimated. I'm looking forward to his performance." Although Garp appeared carefree and rough, and was certainly no match for Sengoku in strategy when it came to battle instinct, even Sengoku couldn't compare. Though Rin Kurogane moved quickly, Garp still saw through his state clearly. For the first time, he became serious, narrowing his eyes. "Sengoku, perhaps we've both underestimated Uchiha Madara. That might not be observation Haki." Sengoku was slightly stunned. He knew Garp well. In strategy, he surpassed Garp by far. But in actual combat insight even he had to admit inferiority. If Garp said so, there had to be a reason. Looking more closely, Sengoku suddenly felt a jolt. When did his eyes turn red? He clearly remembered that Uchiha Madara's eyes had been normal at first. But now they were blood red, with something faintly spinning within them. Garp suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! This is going to be an amazing assessment. Sengoku, you'll definitely be glad I arranged this." On the observation platform, aside from Garp and Sengoku, there were many other Marines present. Kobe and Helmeppo were among them. Helmeppo might not have sensed it clearly, but Kobe was utterly shocked. He too possessed observation Haki. Yet he knew that if he were in Rin Kurogane's position, he could never achieve such precision, completely avoiding every drop of seawater. Devil fruit users continued to be struck by the seawater. Once touched, their bodies would go limp. Some were lucky enough to cling tightly to the wooden pillars, avoiding a fall. Others were not so fortunate. Struck down by the water, they fell. Of course, there were also some powerful individuals who managed to avoid the water entirely. For example, Isho. Though there was nothing around him to block the water, every time the pillars of seawater approached him, they were repelled by an invisible force. It was clearly visible. Countless streams of water curved around him, unable to touch him at all. He was perhaps the only one on the field who remained completely at ease. Rin Kurogana's speed had been hindered slightly, but he was still swift, darting and weaving, maintaining a favorable position. With only 1/3 of the distance remaining suddenly snap. One end of a rope broke. The rope connected to the island suddenly dropped downward. Rin Kurogane was slightly startled, his body following the falling rope. With his current physical strength, he couldn't leap all the way to the island. And so he had no choice but to fall with it. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 9-9. The assessment difficulty increases 9. The assessment difficulty increases 9. The assessment difficulty increases in mid-air. Rin Kurogane had no foothold to rely on. When the seawater sprayed toward him, he couldn't completely avoid it. His hands and legs were splashed slightly. But in the end, he still landed steadily on a wooden pillar. However, when he leapt forward again and continued advancing, Sengoku, Garp, and everyone paying attention to Rin Kurogane were all shocked. Sengoku exclaimed, "What's going on? Uchiha Madara was clearly hit by seawater. How does he still have the strength to move forward?" Even Garp, who was usually carefree, now wore a serious expression. "Sengoku, have you ever seen a devil fruit user touched by seawater and remain unaffected?" Sengoku shook his head. "No. Unless it's someone like Kuzan, who can freeze the seawater the moment it touches him. Otherwise, any devil fruit user who comes into contact with seawater will become completely powerless and unable to use their abilities." Garp nodded. "Exactly. So unless Uchiha Madara's ability can repel seawater from his body, he shouldn't be able to escape the fate of all devil fruit users." Hearing this, Sengoku looked more closely. He could clearly see traces of water on Rin Kurogane's body. Those droplets clung to him, which meant his ability couldn't repel seawater. Before Sengoku could speak, Garp said slowly, "You've noticed the seawater on him too. If he's covered in seawater and still unaffected, then there's only one explanation." Sengoku's eyes widened. "You mean, he's not a devil fruit user?" A sharp gleam flashed in Garp's eyes. "That's the only explanation. And it proves that this Uchiha Madara is far from simple. At the very least, I can't freely run across ropes like that without using any abilities." Sengoku's heart trembled. Not just Garp, even he couldn't do it. If Rin Kurogane knew Rokushiki, he might be able to move through the air. But clearly, that wasn't the case. He wasn't using Rokushiki. He was relying purely on his physical ability to run across ropes. It was simply unheard of. At that moment, Sengoku began to seriously reconsider just who exactly was Rin Kurogane. Rin Kurogane, however, was unaware of their thoughts. After landing on the wooden pillar, his speed had dropped significantly. Although he could use bursts of chakra to leap from one pillar to another, the problem was that his chakra was limited. Each burst consumed a considerable amount. Fortunately, the remaining distance wasn't far. With his current reserves, he could still make it to the island. But what about after that? Once they reached the island, would these competitors peacefully search for diamonds? Of course not. They were rivals. No one could predict what kind of conflict would erupt. If his chakra ran out, he would be placed in a very disadvantageous position. So to prepare for the battles ahead, he had to conserve his chakra. With that in mind, he slowed down. And because he slowed down, he narrowly avoided disaster. The island's attacks didn't end there. After the seawater assault, countless iron nets suddenly shot toward them. Looking closely, these nets were made of sea stone. This test clearly showed deep hostility toward devil fruit users. But even for those without devil fruit abilities, it was no easier. Even the former marines and powerful fighters who could dodge the attacks were still faced with endless assaults. Especially as they neared the island, artillery fire began raining down. Bullets and cannon shells flew toward the candidates like an endless storm. Even the strongest were suppressed by the barrage. Some were knocked into the sea. Others were forced to retreat step by step. What the hell? Is this an exam or a massacre? Damn it! I quit. If I ever try to join the Marines again, I'm a dog. They're killing us. Garp's gone crazy. The candidates shouted in frustration. But those confident in their strength said nothing. To them, this was an opportunity. The weak would be eliminated. Still, even they had to avoid the overwhelming firepower. Facing it head-on would benefit no one. Except for one person. Isho. The useless old man in everyone's eyes. Facing the barrage, he remained calm, advancing steadily without slowing down. Of course, Garp had no intention of letting the candidates die. Those devil fruit users who fell into the sea weren't actually devoured by sharks. Instead, they were caught by a massive net. Though they looked miserable, their lives were spared. And at that moment everyone froze. Because they saw something unbelievable, Rin Kurogane had jumped into the sea of his own accord. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 10-10 Successfully landing on the island. 10. Successfully landing on the island. 10. Successfully landing on the island. What is he trying to do? Is he courting death? Ha! Acting all arrogant earlier, turns out he's just trash. Seeing Rin Kurogane's actions, many of the candidates were overjoyed. In their eyes, Rin Kurogane was as good as dead. Although Isho couldn't see, he could clearly sense Rin Kurogane's position. When he felt Rin Kurogane jump into the sea, he was slightly surprised. This gentleman always acts unexpectedly, what does he intend to do now? He prepared himself to rescue Rin Kurogane at any moment. On the observation platform, Sengoku and Garp were also stunned. Sengoku frowned. What is this brat doing? Even if he's not a devil fruit user, jumping down is suicide. There are over a dozen sharks down there. Compared to Sengoku's concern, Garp seemed far more relaxed. Gahahaha. Sengoku, don't you think a brat who puts himself in a desperate situation like this is even more interesting? Stop worrying so much, he must have his reasons. Garp was clearly looking forward to it. He admired youngsters who didn't follow conventional thinking. And he was curious to see what Rin Kurogane would do. Very soon, everyone found out. When Rin Kurogane descended, he didn't fall into the sea. Instead he stood firmly on the water's surface. Then, before everyone's eyes, he began running across the sea. As if it were solid ground. Seeing this, all the marines on the observation platform were shocked. What kind of monster is this? He can walk on water. Does he have some kind of special ability? Are you blind? Didn't you see the seawater on his hair? Seawater completely suppresses devil fruit users. If he's not a devil fruit user, then how can he run on water? Even Rokushiki can't achieve something like this, right? Sengoku widened his eyes in disbelief as he watched Rin Kurogane sprint across the sea. Some sharks attempted to attack him but were casually kicked away. How is this man called Uchiha Madara doing this? It's unbelievable. Garp burst into laughter, casually eating a donut. Sengoku, you're getting old. I told you already, this brat isn't simple. Just keep watching, he'll definitely surprise us again. Rin Kurogane paid no attention to their reactions. The reason he had jumped down was simple: running on water consumed less chakra. And at the same time, it allowed him to avoid the bombardment from the island. It was killing two birds with one stone. Although sharks harassed him below, they posed no real threat. He quickly reached the base of the cliff. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, he ran vertically along the cliff face, heading upward. Just as he was about to reach the island, a sharp attack suddenly shot toward him from behind. With the Sharingan activated, Rin Kurogane sensed it instantly. He pushed off with his foot, his body twisted backward, barely avoiding the strike. Boom! The solid rock face was sliced open, leaving a crack as thick as a finger. Looking closely, what had cut through the rock was a long tongue. Gahaha! Arrogant brat! You think you can get ahead of me? Keep dreaming! Suspended in midair, Rin Kurogane glanced behind him. The attacker was a short, ugly man. He had only a few strands of hair on his head, and his body resembled that of a toad, hopping agilely across the wooden pillars. His tongue could extend to an incredible length. Not only that, wherever the tongue touched, the rock began to sizzle, emitting white smoke. It was clearly being corroded by a powerful acid. Rin Kurogane understood immediately. This was a devil fruit user. He didn't pay him any further attention. Just an ant. With no foothold in midair, falling back to the sea would delay his landing. Several people ahead were already close to reaching the island. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. The Sharingan began to spin rapidly as he locked onto a retired marine. That marine was using Jeppo, stepping through the air toward the island. In an instant, the method of exerting force for Jeppo formed clearly in Rin Kurogane's mind. It required pushing the body beyond its limits. With his current physique, he couldn't achieve that. But he could substitute with chakra. In midair, he kicked off an invisible point. Instead of retreating, he surged forward, stepping through the air. Step. 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 After a series of rapid midair steps, he successfully landed on the island. Sengoku was shocked. When did he learn Jeppo? He clearly didn't know it before. His reasoning was sound. If Rin Kurogane had already known Jeppo, he would have used it the moment the rope snapped. The fact that he only used it now meant he had just learned it. Garp stroked his chin with interest. That probably has something to do with his eyes. Those eyes of his likely have some kind of copying ability. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 11-11 Do you want to dance? 11. Do you want to dance? 11. Do you want to dance? Sengoku said, copying physical techniques? Garp, you've seen a lot. Have you ever encountered a similar ability? Garp shook his head. No. Even among devil fruit users, I've never seen anything like it. This Uchiha Madara's ability, it's the first time I've come across something like this. It's just my guess. Sengoku fell into deep thought. Could it be some kind of unknown potential being awakened? Meanwhile, Rin Kurogane, having landed on the island, immediately rushed toward the center. He wasn't the first to arrive. More than a dozen people had already made it before him. He had to find the diamonds as quickly as possible. The island wasn't large. At a glance, most of it could be seen. But dense vegetation blocked the path. Behind him, more and more powerful candidates continued to land. In just a short time, there were already over 200 people. The competition was growing increasingly fierce. At that moment another sudden change occurred on the island. The seemingly harmless plants began to grow wildly. They transformed into terrifying carnivorous flowers. Their stems twisted into thorn-covered tendrils, lashing toward the crowd. I just came here to join the Marines. Does it really have to be this insane? Plants transforming on the spot? Fine, I'll just stand here. Kill me already. Damn it. Even fighting a Yonko wouldn't be this exhausting. The crowd erupted in furious complaints. What they thought would be a simple taijutsu test might have some difficulty, sure, but this was practically risking their lives. Very quickly, 7 or 8 careless candidates were caught. They were instantly bound by the thorny tendrils. Some, possessing great strength, broke free immediately. But soon after, they collapsed weakly. They realized the thorns were coated with poison. It wasn't lethal, just a powerful anesthetic. They could only lie helplessly on the ground watching as the tendrils bound them again and dragged them toward the gaping mouths of the carnivorous flowers. Of course, while some were caught, others managed to escape. Those skilled in taijutsu drew their blades and severed the vines. But they soon discovered the vines seemed endless. Cut down 1 and 3 or 4 more would instantly replace it. As time passed, despair began to spread. Of course, some dealt with it more easily. For example, the toad-like man. With a flick of his tongue, he cut through multiple vines at once. And then there was Isho. With a single slash, entire clusters of carnivorous plants fell. Seeing Isho's strength, the toad man didn't dare provoke him. Instead, he targeted others whenever he had the chance. The crowd had already become highly wary of him. I found a diamond. Just as the battle reached a critical point, someone suddenly shouted in excitement. It turned out the diamonds were hidden inside the carnivorous plants. The one who discovered it was someone who had been swallowed earlier. The moment this was revealed, everyone grew excited. From fearing the plants, they now rushed toward them like mad. But the carnivorous plants were not easy targets. Endless vines lashed out, forcing even Isho to remain cautious. And as more diamonds were discovered, the plants suddenly became even more frenzied. They pushed the crowd back step by step. Some were even forced all the way to the edge of the cliffs. Even someone as strong as the Toad Man began to show signs of injury. Though his own abilities involved poison, he wasn't completely immune to the anesthetic. As for Isho, he could cut down the plants with absolute power. But not every plant contained a diamond. He had to rely on luck, searching one by one. And the longer it went on, the more violent the plants became. 7 or 8 people were already completely trapped, unable to move. On the observation platform, Sengoku frowned slightly. Garp, isn't this test too difficult? At this rate, how many will even pass? Garp burst into laughter. Sengoku, we're not training recruits. If they can't even pass this stage, what right do they have to become marine officers? Sengoku was about to argue when suddenly, a cold voice echoed across the battlefield. Do you want to dance? Fire release, majestic destroyer flame. The moment those words fell, a massive blaze erupted from the center of the island. The flames instantly engulfed 3 or 4 of the giant carnivorous plants. The intensity of the fire lit up the sky in a blazing red. In an instant, both the candidates and the marines were shocked. What is this? He's not a devil fruit user, right? How can he unleash such a powerful fire attack? Does he have some kind of advanced technology? Impossible. No technology could produce flames like that. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 12-12. The assessment ends 12. The assessment ends 12. The assessment ends. Sengoku said with a shocked expression. Garp, what's going on? If I'm not mistaken, that should be a fire-type ability. But Uchiha Madara shouldn't be a devil fruit user. Garp replied solemnly, judging from his performance, he's definitely not a devil fruit user. He resembles a samurai from Wano country, or perhaps another profession from there, something like ninjutsu. Maybe it's a completely different power system from ours. But no matter what, he cannot be underestimated. His Doriki alone is far from enough to measure his true strength. Based on what he has shown so far, he's at least at the Rear Admiral level, though it's unclear whether he's still hiding more. In truth, Rin Kurogana's current strength had only just surpassed that of a Commodore. But because his abilities appeared so mysterious, Garp unconsciously raised his evaluation. Sengoku nodded in agreement. He trusted Garp's judgment. For centuries, humanity had pushed its power systems to their limits. Yet in unknown corners of the world, there were always exceptional individuals who stood outside those systems. And such individuals were never to be underestimated. Sengoku knew many secrets, even those of the will of D. But he was still human. There were things even he could not fully comprehend. Just like Rin Kurogana, he felt as though he couldn't see through him at all. It was as if the Rin Kurogana before him was only a fraction of his true self. Behind them, Kobe stared at Rin Kurogana's figure, filled with excitement. At first, he had only felt respect. Now it had turned into admiration. The person he admired most was Monkey D. Luffy. Which meant he naturally admired strength. And Rin Kurogana's performance had shattered his understanding again and again. How could he remain calm? Moreover, Rin Kurogana's ideals had deeply shaken his still-developing worldview. The more outstanding Rin Kurogana appeared, the deeper Kobe's admiration grew. Clenching his fists, Kobe thought, "Senior Uchiha Madara, you will definitely succeed in becoming a marine. It would be my honor to serve alongside you." At the same time, a series of dings rang out in Rin Kurogana's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have gained the recognition of Marine Hero Garp, who believes you possess Rear Admiral level strength. Reputation plus 300. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have gained the recognition of Sengoku the Buddha, who believes you possess Rear Admiral level strength. Reputation plus 300. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have gained Isho's recognition, who believes you possess Rear Admiral level strength. Reputation plus 150. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have gained Captain Kobe's recognition. Reputation plus 20. Ding! Ding! Congratulations, host! Reputation has exceeded 1000. Current reputation, 2208. Role-playing progress increased by 10%. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your role-playing progress with Uchiha Madara has reached 20%. You have obtained a physique enhancement. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your chakra reserves have increased. You have obtained all of Uchiha Madara's fire release ninjutsu. As the dings ended, Rin Kurogana felt a surging power rise within his body. In an instant, his body felt lighter, as if endless strength flowed through him. At the same time, his mind was filled with the vast knowledge of Uchiha Madara's fire release techniques. Some of these techniques required the Mangekyo Sharinan to perform. Others required immense chakra reserves. Even so, Rin Kurogana was already very satisfied. What he had once considered his weakest point, his physical condition, had now improved dramatically. He could feel that his body had reached the threshold of breaking its limits. Even without using chakra, he might barely be able to perform Jeppo. After assessing his strength, those at the Commodore level were no longer his opponents. Even most Rear Admirals would fall short before him. He might even be able to contend with a Vice Admiral. However, defeating a Vice Admiral would still be difficult. If he possessed the same physical strength as one, he could easily crush opponents at that level. Unfortunately, this was the limitation of his body. Even with chakra, it couldn't be completely overcome. At the same time, he gained a clearer understanding of reputation. The greater the fame of the person who recognized him, the more reputation he would gain. After gaining a deeper understanding of himself, he continued the assessment. Before him, the 4 carnivorous plants had already been reduced to ashes. To destroy them, Rin Kurogana had used nearly 70% of his chakra. His reserves had almost been depleted. If not for the system's timely replenishment, the battles ahead would have been extremely difficult. But now he felt completely at ease. And he was also fortunate. From those 4 plants, he had obtained 1 diamond. With that, he had easily completed the objective. He didn't linger any longer and immediately began his return. When he arrived back, more than a dozen candidates were already standing there. Isho was among them. After about another hour, all the candidates gradually returned. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 13-13. The second assessment begins. 13. The second assessment begins. 13. the second assessment begins. Rin Kurogane took a quick look around. There were roughly 200 people remaining. Aside from those who had fallen into the sea at the beginning and those trapped by the carnivorous plants, the rest were all elites. At this moment, Erdal said calmly, "All applicants, hand over the diamonds in your possession." One by one, the candidates stepped forward and turned in their diamonds. There had been a total of 100 diamonds. Yet only 84 people handed them in. The total collected 97. After confirming the count, Erdal announced, "Those who obtained diamonds will receive 1 point. Regardless of how many diamonds you have, the score is fixed at 1. As soon as he said this, dissatisfaction erupted across the crowd. "What? Shouldn't more diamonds mean more points? You should have said that earlier. If I knew, why would I bother grabbing so many? This assessment is ridiculous. All that effort for nothing." Those complaining were naturally the ones who had taken multiple diamonds. Some had 2, some even more, only to end up with the same score. Erdal ignored the complaints. His gaze suddenly sharpened, his voice turning cold. "Anyone who has not handed in all their diamonds, step forward now. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Swept by his hawk-like gaze, several individuals lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. Clearly, they harbored ulterior motives. Yet despite the warning, none of them stepped forward. Erdal's eyes locked onto a man in the third row, right side. "You! Step forward!" The man was slightly overweight, with small eyes. When called out, he panicked briefly but quickly forced himself to remain calm. "Examiner, what do you mean? Didn't I already hand in my diamond?" Erdal stared at him expressionlessly. "You are responsible for your words." The man grew visibly uneasy. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm just here to enlist. Why are you interrogating me like a criminal?" The moment he finished speaking, he let out a cry of pain. Frantically, he reached into his pocket. With a clink, a red-hot diamond fell to the ground. How is this possible?" The man stared in disbelief. He had always been someone who liked to take small advantages. Diamonds were valuable naturally, greed had taken hold of him. He thought that among so many people, taking 1 or 2 wouldn't be noticed. At worst, he could claim he hadn't found any. No one would suspect him. But who could have imagined that the diamond would suddenly become scorching hot? Erdal said indifferently, "Anyone who fails to hand in their diamonds will be considered to have failed." At those words, 2 more people stepped forward. They left with dejected expressions. On the observation platform, anger appeared on Sengoku's face. "I didn't expect such scum to exist. Driven by greed, what are they even thinking?" Garp picked his nose lazily. "Now you understand why I set things up this way. In any era, there will be talented individuals. But if they can't even control basic greed, then no matter how strong they are, the Marines have no need for them." Sengoku nodded. Once a person gives in to greed, there is no justice left in their heart. And without justice, how can they uphold the Marines' ideals? Garp didn't respond. Since he had taken on the role of training recruits, he would ensure the Marines' standards were upheld. Those with ill intentions had no place among them. Erdal announced, "Within the time limit, 247 candidates have passed. Among them, 81 have obtained points. These individuals may proceed to the second assessment. Of the remaining 199, 154 meet the basic standards for recruits and may join the Marines as new soldiers." Those who failed to complete the test in time reacted with mixed emotions. Some were relieved. Others were unwilling to accept it. "Damn, that scared me. I thought I'd be eliminated outright. With my strength, not joining the second assessment doesn't matter. Becoming a Marine is what matters most. Damn it! If not for that sudden seawater attack, I wouldn't have stopped here. Now I have to start as a grunt. I was so close to getting a diamond, damn those carnivorous plants." Erdal continued, "Those participating in the second assessment will have 2 hours to prepare. At 1 o'clock this afternoon, the second assessment will begin. All qualified candidates will be paired for combat. Each victory earns 1 point, with a 30-minute rest between matches. The more victories you achieve, the more points you earn. The more points you have, the higher your rank. Winners may choose to withdraw at any time." The remaining 247 candidates were all confident in their strength. They were already eager for the next phase to begin. Just as the crowd was about to disperse, Garp suddenly shouted loudly, "Listen up, brats! Treat this assessment as if you intend to kill your opponent. Remember, battle is no game. It's either you die or they do." Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 14-14. A conversation with Isho 14. A conversation with Isho 14, a conversation with Isho Garp's voice thundered across the field. Those who remained were mostly people who had seen blood before. They were not the type to hold back. So his words did not truly change their nature. However, a fire ignited within each of them. Garp swept his gaze across the crowd, taking in every expression. If before they had intended to give it their all, now, they would push beyond their limits. That was exactly the effect Garp wanted. One by one, the crowd began to disperse. Rin Kurogane, in the role of Uchiha Madara, was about to leave as well. At that moment, a tall, imposing figure approached him slowly. It was Isho. "May I trouble you for a few minutes, sir? I am Isho." Rin Kurogane was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Isho to approach him on his own. Isho already possessed admiral-level strength. What could he want? Uchiha Madara. Rin Kurogane looked at him indifferently. Isho nodded politely. "Mr. Uchiha, I apologize for the intrusion. There is something that has been troubling me, and I hope you might enlighten me." Rin Kurogane replied calmly, "Oh." Isho said, "You are young, yet your understanding of this world surpasses even ours. I heard you wish to create a world of love and peace, to change the world. But that is no simple task. Do you truly have the confidence to do so?" If such words were directed at someone else, they might have taken it as a provocation. But Rin Kurogane, familiar with Isho's nature, understood this was a man of true righteousness. A man willing to oppose the government to protect civilians. A man who had chosen to blind himself rather than witness the ugliness of the world. Compared to Sengoku's absolute justice, Isho's justice was far more humane. Sengoku's justice existed within the framework of absolute loyalty to the world government. Isho's justice was rooted in the people. Between the two the difference was clear. Yet whether it was Isho's justice or Sengoku's, neither aligned with Uchiha Madara's. If there was one person in this world most similar to Madara, it would be the current fleet admiral, Akainu. Both pursued extreme forms of justice. One would wage war against the entire world for the sake of peace. The other would destroy an entire village to eradicate evil. In their eyes there was no room for darkness. Rin Kurogane said calmly, "Changing a world is always harder than creating one. But no matter which it is, someone must stand up to do it. No one can decide what the future will become. But what I can decide, is that no one will be able to stop me from changing this world." Isho fell silent. He seemed to be digesting Rin Kurogane's words. He couldn't quite understand how such words could come from someone so young. In his eyes, Rin Kurogane was still immature in both age and strength. Yet the boldness Rin Kurogane displayed was something Isho himself could not match. After a moment, Isho asked, "Mr. Uchiha, do you believe you can become the king of this world?" Rin Kurogane shook his head. "Even the king of this world cannot change it. What I seek is not to be king, but to become the strongest. Only the strongest have the right to change the world." His voice was calm, almost indifferent. To others, it might have sounded like empty boasting. But Isho heard something else: unshakable confidence. The kind of confidence that could crush all obstacles. Isho stepped forward. As he passed by Rin Kurogane, he said deeply, "Mr. Uchiha, I look forward to that day." Then he walked on. He had already received his answer. And unexpectedly that brief conversation had set his blood boiling. If he stayed any longer, he feared he might tremble from excitement. Rin Kurogane's ideals, his dream, were things Isho had pursued his entire life, yet never had the power to achieve. That was why he had often chosen to escape reality. To numb himself through gambling. But Rin Kurogane was like a blazing light, illuminating the path ahead. In him, Isho saw a form of absolute justice. He knew he himself lacked the ability to change the world. But Rin Kurogane's ideals went even beyond his own. He didn't know what Rin Kurogane's future would hold. But he looked forward to it, to the day Rin Kurogane would grow, and perhaps change the world. After Isho left, Rin Kurogane fell into thought. He had already immersed himself in Uchiha Madara's mindset. He understood Madara's ideology well. The infinite Tsukuyomi was not the end goal, true peace was. However, he also knew whether he continued role-playing Madara, or truly followed his path, infinite Tsukuyomi alone could never achieve real peace. The reason he spoke as he did was simply to deepen his role. The more convincing his portrayal, the stronger he would become. As for actually carrying out infinite Tsukuyomi, that was something he would never truly do. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 15-15. A Grand Spectacle 15, A Grand Spectacle 15, A Grand Spectacle. Time passed bit by bit, and soon it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The applicants gathered on the competition field. The arena was enormous, about the size of 4 or 5 football fields combined. It had been divided into 8 separate arenas. Surrounding them were spectator stands. At this moment, the stands were already packed. Unlike the first assessment, aside from the chief examiners Garp and Sengoku, Fleet Admiral Sakazuki and Admiral Kizaru were also present, along with Marine Chief Staff Officer, Vice Admiral Tsuru. The 5 of them sat together in a row. Below them were numerous Vice Admirals and Rear Admirals stationed at Marine Headquarters. Figures such as Inigamo, Momanga, and Yamakaji, well-known Vice Admirals. Yet among these officers, 2 stood out the most. One was Jun, with her striking figure and a beauty mark on her flawless face. The other was Rear Admiral Tina, her long pink hair and cold, expressionless beauty making her equally eye-catching. Among high-ranking officers, women were already rare. And these 2 were not only stunning, but also exceptionally powerful, naturally drawing attention. Especially Jun. Though only a Vice Admiral, she was a candidate for Admiral. To be considered for such a position meant her strength was among the very best. Kizaru looked half asleep as he spoke lazily to Garp, "Old man, you know I hate fighting. With this time, I could have had a nice nap instead." He hadn't changed much since the Paramount War, neither in appearance nor personality. Before Garp could respond, Sakazuki spoke up. The old man's intention is likely to find potential admiral candidates. After the Paramount War, the Marines are severely lacking in top-tier officers. Reinforcements are necessary. I've heard that among the applicants, there's someone who can use fire-based abilities without a devil fruit. I'm quite interested in him. Compared to a year ago, Sakazuki now carried even greater authority. A beard had grown beneath his chin, and his gaze was steady and resolute. Kizaru chuckled. "Sakazuki, the moment you hear about someone strong, you get excited. Someone might think your hands are itching for a fight." Garp interrupted their banter. "Kizaru, I didn't call you here for nothing. Your speed is the fastest. Keep a close watch on the matches. Make sure no one dies." "Got it." Although Garp had told the applicants to fight with killing intent, he had no intention of letting anyone actually die. Each of them could become the backbone of the Marines in the future. How could he allow them to perish here? He had already made thorough arrangements. He had summoned available officers from Marine Headquarters first, to observe the applicants' strength. Second, to intervene if any life-threatening situation arose. Despite his carefree demeanor, Garp was far from careless. As chief examiner, he bore responsibility for every candidate. Kizaru sighed. "Ah, I knew it. Whenever the old man calls me, it's never anything easy. Fine, I'll do it. But I've also heard there's someone here with the potential to become an admiral." Sakazuki showed interest as well. The stronger the Marines became, the more capable they would be of eradicating all evil in the world. Below, Tina spoke with slight confusion. "Why has a simple match drawn so many high-ranking officers?" Tina doesn't understand. She furrowed her brows slightly. There had always been Marine recruitments, but never one on such a grand scale. Behind her stood her subordinates Django, the thin man with heart-shaped glasses, and full body, the well-built officer. Seeing their superior deep in thought, their hearts began to race. "Boss looks so beautiful when she's thinking. I'm completely captivated. If only she'd look at me once, I'd die satisfied." A similar scene was happening near Jun. Though compared to Tina, Jun's personality was far more fiery. "Honestly, Garp. Looking for admirals among recruits? What kind of joke is this?" Beside her stood Shaitan, a short man in a yellow suit with a sly expression, grinning as he spoke. "Miss Jun, I think you already have the strength of an admiral. You're just missing one small thing." Jun glanced at him. As fellow admiral candidates, his strength was not to be underestimated. "Oh? And what would that be?" Shaitan said seriously, "You lack the courage that every admiral must have. Please marry me. Once we're married, you'll definitely..." Before he could finish, bang! Jun punched him squarely on the head. Shaitan collapsed to the ground with a blissful expression, a swelling bump rising on his head. 56th confession, failed, but to be struck by the fist of love. I'm satisfied. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 16-16. The Poison Toad Ability User 16. The Poison Toad Ability User 16. The Poison Toad Ability User Erdl stepped once again into the center of the arena. Facing the applicants below, he announced, "The second assessment is about to begin. There are 8 arenas here. The first round will proceed according to the draw order. The candidates are divided into groups A through H. Each winner becomes the arena holder, and others in the same group may challenge them. Whoever defeats the current holder becomes the new one. A loss means elimination. This continues until all matches are completed, determining the top 8. After that, the top 8 will compete in pairwise matches to decide the strongest. Each victory earns points. The higher your points, the higher your final rank. The strongest participant may be directly promoted to Vice Admiral. Any questions? If not, proceed to your assigned arena. The matches will begin in 10 minutes. Within half an hour, all applicants had received their assigned numbers. At first, they thought it would be simple one-on-one matches. But after hearing Erdl's explanation, a wave of unrest broke out. You're kidding, right? King of the Hill matches? That's totally unfair. Exactly. The later you go, the bigger the advantage. Damn it, I'm A1. Does that mean I have to defeat 30 people in a row to hold the arena? Those assigned early positions were naturally dissatisfied. Rin Kurogane glanced at his own number D2. That meant if he wanted to hold the arena, he would have to defeat at least 28 opponents consecutively after his first match. There were 247 participants in total. Divided into 8 groups, each group had around 30 people. Indeed, the format seemed disadvantageous. But Rin Kurogane didn't mind much. To be honest, aside from Isho, no one else had caught his attention. His physical condition had improved significantly. Combined with chakra, he could now unleash about 40% of Uchiha Madara's taijutsu. 40% of Madara's power was already terrifying. As long as he didn't face someone who overwhelmingly surpassed him in physique and haki, no one here could defeat him. Arriving at his assigned arena, he noticed someone already standing there. A familiar face. It was the Toad Devil Fruit user who had interfered with him during the first assessment. Rin Kurogane stepped onto the arena. The platform was built from solid granite, appearing extremely sturdy. When the Toadman saw that his first opponent was Rin Kurogane, a sinister grin spread across his face. Gwahahaha. I am Kukuyeto. Remember this name because it will become your nightmare. Nearly bald, Kukuyeto stared at Rin Kurogane with deep resentment. Rin Kurogane's wild long hair and his outstanding performance earlier had made him the center of attention. And that filled Kukuyeto with jealousy. He refused to let anyone outshine him in this world conscription. If someone did, he would crush them. He would stand at the top and dominate all. Oh! Rin Kurogane glanced at him indifferently, saying nothing more. But to Kukuyeto, that single word was pure contempt. The disdain of someone standing far above him. He was a poison Toad Devil Fruit user. In the past, countless powerful pirates had died by his hand. Even pirates with bounties over 100 million berries, he had killed several. And yet this nobody dared look down on him? Unforgivable. Gwahahaha. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. I'll make sure you're reduced to nothing. Without waiting for a reply, he opened his mouth and spat out a tongue spear. The attack shot forward at incredible speed, reaching Rin Kurogane in the blink of an eye. Fueled by anger, it was even faster than when he had ambushed him earlier. Whoosh! The tongue spear struck Rin Kurogane squarely in the forehead. In that instant, Kukuyeto's face lit up with joy. So weak? He had thought Rin Kurogane had some ability. But this was disappointing. Yet before he could celebrate for even a second, something felt wrong. Because he sensed that his attack had hit nothing. At that moment, a chill ran down his spine. From behind him, Rin Kurogane's cold voice sounded, "You, want to dance as well?" Cold sweat poured down Kukuyeto's back. When had Rin Kurogane appeared behind him? Looking forward again, there was no Rin Kurogane. Only an after-image. Panic surged within him. He tried to turn and strike, but suddenly, his vision darkened. Rin Kurogane had already appeared in front of him. Without any visible motion, smack! A crushing blow landed on his jaw. His entire body shot upward like a ragdoll. But it didn't end there. As his body lost control midair, Rin Kurogane's voice echoed once more, "Fire release, fireball jutsu." In the next instant his body was engulfed in blazing flames. "Ah!" Kukuyeto's scream resounded throughout the entire arena. In that moment everyone was stunned. From start to finish less than 10 seconds. And a victor had already been decided. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 17-17 Reactions from all sides. 17, reactions from all sides. 17, reactions from all sides. With a thud, Kukuyeto collapsed onto the ground, his entire body charred black as he groaned in pain. He wasn't dead. Rin Kurogane had controlled his strength. Moreover, Kukuyeto himself was not weak. After covering his body with haki, he was able to withstand a little of the damage. It was just that Kukuyeto's haki was too weak. At most, it was roughly at the level of a commodore. His true strength lay in his devil fruit ability. He was not especially skilled in haki. In truth, Rin Kurogane could have defeated Kukuyeto using taijutsu alone. But he found Kukuyeto somewhat disgusting, and there was also the possibility that his body was covered in deadly poison. So he chose to defeat him with fire release. Those in the same group as Rin Kurogane were shocked when they saw how cleanly and decisively he defeated Kukuyato. They had all experienced how troublesome Kukuyato was. Even those who hadn't personally fought him had witnessed it during the first assessment. They asked themselves honestly if they faced Kukuyato, some of them might be able to defeat him. But absolutely not as easily as Rin Kurogane had. In other words, Rin Kurogane's strength far surpassed theirs. There were also many strong candidates in the other groups. Seeing Rin Kurogane display such power, their eyes lit up with excitement. Although Isho could not see, he could still sense Rin Kurogane's presence. In his heart, he had already believed Rin Kurogane to be capable, but Rin Kurogane's performance still exceeded his expectations. He thought silently, it seems I still underestimated Mr. Uchiha. On the spectator stand, Sakazuki finally witnessed Rin Kurogane's fire-based technique. He could clearly sense that it did not belong to a devil fruit ability. Even he could not see through Rin Kurogane's method. Oh my, are rookies these days all this terrifying? Sakazuki, when you first joined the Marines, you were called a monster. This newcomer seems comparable to you back then. Kizuru teased from the side. Coming from him, this was already extremely high praise. He and Sakazuki had joined the Marines around the same time, so he naturally understood Sakazuki's strength very well. Now that Sakazuki had become Fleet Admiral, comparing Rin Kurogane to Sakazuki in his youth clearly showed how highly Kizuru regarded him. Sakazuki nodded. His ability is special. He's a fine seedling. He can be properly cultivated in the future. Sengoku also turned to Garp and said, Garp, what he used just now didn't seem to be Soru. Even the usually carefree Garp revealed a thoughtful expression. Of course it wasn't Soru. It might be an ability he developed himself. Soru was not exclusive to the Marines. It was merely a technique of force application. Some people with extraordinary comprehension could also use similar methods. But the principles were mostly the same. Either the body had to break through its limits, or it came from a devil fruit ability. Yet the ability Rin Kurogane displayed seemed to belong to neither category. Garp didn't dwell on it too much and laughed heartily. Gahahaha. Sengoku, looks like we still underestimated him. He must have been hiding his strength. Sengoku nodded in agreement. The strength he's showing now is definitely at the Rear Admiral level. His Dora key has also reached 4,000. Garp said, that isn't the most terrifying part. The terrifying part is that he has always been able to suppress his level. During the first assessment, he only used Commodore level ability. Now, facing a Commodore level opponent, he has revealed Rear Admiral level strength, perhaps even Vice Admiral level ability. I'm very curious to see where his limit truly lies. Sengoku glared at Garp. You're not thinking of personally stepping in and sparring with him, are you? Garp laughed loudly. Of course not. I'm the chief examiner. Why would I do something that boring? Sengoku was skeptical. He had known Garp for so many years. How could he not understand what this old man was thinking? When Garp was young, he had been a battle maniac. Now, although he was older, encountering someone unusual naturally stirred his fighting spirit. Thinking of this, Sengoku could only shake his head helplessly. Jun's beautiful eyes finally fell upon Rin Kurogane as well. Is he really not a devil fruit user? The power of that fire attack is enough to injure someone at the Vice Admiral level. The information on every candidate had already been handed to these officers. That was why Jun had such doubts. Beside her, Shaitan still wore his usual playful grin, but a sharp light occasionally flashed in his small eyes. Miss Jun, old man Garp shouldn't be lying to us. Jun frowned. Then how did he unleash such a powerful fire attack? Shaitan chuckled. Why dig so deeply? This man may very well become our comrade. Isn't it good if our comrade is strong? Hearing this, Jun gave no clear response. Her gaze remained fixed on Rin Kurogane, as if she wanted to see through him completely. Tina had also been watching Rin Kurogane the entire time. It was hard not to. The other arenas were filled with back-and-forth battles. Only Rin Kurogane had ended his fight instantly. With that much fire power, even Tina might not escape unscathed. Yet he is not a devil fruit user. Tina doesn't understand. When there is time, Tina hopes to ask this Mr. Uchiha Madara for guidance. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 18-18 The battle intensifies 18, the battle intensifies 18, the battle intensifies Django and Full Body couldn't help but burst into tears when they saw Tina's expression. My goddess is actually thinking about a man, my heart is shattered. No. I refuse to accept it. Whoever that man is, I'll defeat him. I won't let him take my Tina. The vice admirals and rear admirals were also slightly shocked by Rin Kurogana's performance. Oh? Are newcomers this strong now? I feel like he could even threaten me. If I were to face him, I'd probably lose. His strength is formidable. He'll at least make it into the top 8. These officers were all battle-hardened veterans. From their perspective, it was clear how powerful Rin Kurogane was. Regardless of whether he was a devil fruit user or not, his strength could not be underestimated. On the viewing platform, Kobe clenched his fists excitedly. Senior Madara is truly incredible. He's probably as strong as Mr. Luffy. For the Marines to have someone like him, it's truly our fortune. In terms of joining the Marines, Kobe had technically come earlier than Rin Kurogane. But in any world, strength determined seniority. Moreover, Rin Kurogane was slightly older than him. So Kobe naturally addressed him as a senior. Although Rin Kurogane was unaware of these reactions, the system faithfully relayed them to him. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have gained recognition from Marine Hero Garb, who believes you possess Vice Admiral level strength. Reputation plus 800. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have gained recognition from Sengoku the Buddha, who believes you possess Vice Admiral level strength. Reputation plus 800. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have gained recognition from Fleet Admiral Sakazuki, who believes you possess Vice Admiral level strength. Reputation plus 700. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have gained recognition from Admiral Kizaru, who believes you possess Vice Admiral level strength. Reputation plus 700. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have gained recognition from Chief Staff Officer Tsuru, who believes you possess Vice Admiral level strength. Reputation plus 500. Ding! Ding! Current reputation, 9658/10,000. Hearing this, Rin Kurogane nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the most direct way to increase role-playing progress was to continuously build his reputation. Especially by gaining recognition from powerful figures. The matches continued. From this point on he was the arena holder. He had half an hour to rest. Although he wasn't actually tired, he still chose to rest. Because he could use this time to observe the other arenas. Aside from devil fruit abilities, which he couldn't replicate, he could learn the 6 powers. He had already mastered Jeppo. Now, as he observed, he saw others using Tekai and Soru. One focused on defense, the other on speed. With his Sharingan, he quickly learned both techniques. These skills required extreme physical training, pushing the body to inhuman levels. Tekai turned the body as hard as iron, capable of blocking blades and even bullets. Its weakness was the inability to move freely while using it. Soru, on the other hand, involved stepping on the ground dozens of times in an instant within 0.36 seconds to generate explosive propulsion, appearing to vanish from the opponent's sight. It had no inherent weakness. However, for Rin Kurogane, it still placed strain on his body. Fortunately, his chakra allowed him to mitigate that damage. Learning these techniques didn't drastically increase his strength, but it still made him stronger. Half an hour passed. Members of Group D began stepping forward to challenge him. One after another, more than 20 opponents came forward. None were able to defeat him. There were a few troublesome ones, their strength approaching that of a vice admiral, forcing Rin Kurogane to exert a bit more effort. Time passed gradually. Soon, night had fallen. Yet the competition showed no signs of stopping. The arena was brightly lit, as if it were still daytime. Even some of the Marines on the viewing platform were visibly exhausted. But the matches continued regardless. At this point, among the 8 arenas aside from Rin Kurogane's Group D, whose arena holder had not changed, only Group H had stabilized after several rounds of changes. The reason was simple. Isho was in Group H. At first, many thought that even if Isho was strong, his strength would be limited. After all, he was blind. They assumed that a battle of attrition would eventually wear him down. But the results shocked them. From afternoon until night, Isho remained completely at ease. There was not the slightest sign of fatigue. He continued to win one match after another effortlessly, earning nods of approval from the officers on the viewing platform. Sakazuki even stated outright that Isho's strength was infinitely close to admiral level. Even Jun did not refute this assessment. After such prolonged combat, Rin Kurogane was beginning to feel some fatigue. Each battle consumed a portion of his chakra. And with each rest period, his chakra recovered slowly. Under this cycle, he was far less relaxed compared to Isho. Moreover, as time went on, each of his battles lasted longer. The reason was simple. To conserve chakra, he increasingly relied on taijutsu alone to fight. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 19-19 Isho vs 19, Isho vs Rin Kurogane. 19, Isho vs Rin Kurogane. Even relying solely on taijutsu, Rin Kurogane still left everyone in awe. No one dared to underestimate him. Because just by watching his taijutsu alone, they felt a strange sense of enjoyment. Those with weaker strength watched with great fascination. Even Vice Admiral level figures kept their eyes fixed on Rin Kurogane. That unparalleled mastery of taijutsu left them deeply impressed. From agile footwork to precise strikes, every movement carried an indescribable rhythm. Jun and Tina, who had initially been merely curious, now felt genuine respect. Tina aside, even admiral candidates like Jun and Chiton found Rin Kurogane's taijutsu astonishing, to the point where they felt inferior. Even top-tier marine forces like Sakazuki and Kizaru clicked their tongues in amazement as they watched Rin Kurogane fight. They couldn't help but think if Rin Kurogane's overall physical attributes matched theirs, they might not necessarily be able to defeat him. Garp, in particular, grew more delighted the longer he watched. Rin Kurogane's taijutsu had captivated him completely. He could hardly believe that such exquisite combat techniques existed in the world. Every shift, every movement perfectly embodied the essence of battle. Combined with those eyes capable of observation haki-like perception in terms of taijutsu alone, he was nearly invincible. The only flaw was that his speed, strength, and defense were still lacking. Moreover, up until now, Rin Kurogane had not used haki even once. This made Garp and Sengoku curious. Did Rin Kurogane not know haki? Or was he deliberately hiding his strength? Despite these questions, everyone recognized Rin Kurogane as a once-in-a-generation talent. In terms of spectacle, his battles were even more captivating than Isho's. Isho's fights, by contrast, were overwhelmingly one-sided. There were a few Vice Admiral level challengers who forced him to take things slightly more seriously, but what he displayed shocked everyone. He actually summoned a meteor from the heavens and brought it crashing down upon his opponent. Even Kizaru and the others were startled, ready to intervene at any moment. Fortunately, Isho had no intention to kill, he merely used it to defeat his opponent. At that moment, all the candidates realized the most terrifying person present was not Rin Kurogane but Isho. As for the other arenas, the battles were fierce. Arena holders changed frequently. Very few could defend their position for more than 3 rounds. Thus, the entire audience's attention gradually focused on Rin Kurogane and Isho. Time passed slowly. As dawn broke and the sky turned pale, the top 8 were finally decided. From Group D and Group H there was no surprise. The arena holders were Rin Kurogane and Isho. Neither of them had suffered any significant injuries. Their stamina remained abundant. In contrast, the other 6 were exhausted, covered in wounds, and visibly worn down. This was the true purpose of Garp's test. Beyond measuring strength, it was a test of willpower and endurance. Sakazuki fully agreed with this. To become a marine officer, one needed not only overwhelming strength but also unwavering will and stamina. After all, he himself had fought Kuzan for 10 days and 10 nights. Compared to that, this 1-day and 1-night battle meant nothing. In fact, the more he watched, the more he looked forward to what came next. He wasn't the only one. Everyone present was eagerly anticipating the clash between Rin Kurogane and Isho. The ordinary marines were already exhausted. But for powerful officers, even fighting for 2 days and nights posed no issue, let alone watching. Even Kobe's face was filled with excitement. He wanted to see just how far Rin Kurogane could go. The battles continued. After the top 8 were decided, they were given only 15 minutes of rest before the next round began. The 8 competitors were split into 4 matches. Whether by design or coincidence, Rin Kurogane's opponent turned out to be Isho. Those who made it into the top 8 were all elites. Even Rin Kurogane had to expend some effort to defeat them. Isho, on the other hand, handled his opponents with ease. Still, after a full day and night of continuous fighting, even he began to show slight signs of fatigue. Soon, the remaining 6 were eliminated. Only 2 figures remained in the arena. Rin Kurogane, Isho. This time, neither chose to rest. They stepped forward directly, ready to fight. By now, Rin Kurogane had already consumed half of his chakra. Yet there was not a trace of hesitation in his eyes. He had long been looking forward to this battle. After so many rounds of combat, he had gained a clear understanding of his own strength. He could defeat most vice admirals, though doing so required considerable effort. Against veteran vice admirals he might not stand a chance. It wasn't a matter of combat experience but of physical strength. Their physiques far surpassed his. That was a gap experience alone could not bridge. Even against ordinary vice admirals, he relied on refined taijutsu, seizing subtle openings to secure victory. The chakra he expended in those fights was nearly equal to the total used in his previous 10 battles combined. So now he wanted to see. Against Isho, how many exchanges could he endure? He would use Isho to measure his own limits. On the arena stage, Rin Kurogane and Isho stood facing each other. At this moment all traces of fatigue vanished from the crowd. The battle they had been waiting for was about to begin. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 20-20 Role-playing progress reaches 30. 20. Role-playing progress reaches 30%. 20. Role-playing progress reaches 30%. For once, a rare glimmer of excitement appeared in Sengoku's eyes. He turned to Garp and asked, "Garp, who do you think is stronger between the two?" Garp narrowed his eyes. "If we were judging purely based on what they've shown so far, then Isho, of course. But we've already discussed this. What if Uchiha Madara has been hiding his strength?" Sengoku thought for a moment before replying, "Whether he has or not, once he faces Isho, he'll be forced to reveal everything." Garp nodded and said no more. In truth, everyone could sense that Isho's strength was far beyond Rin Kurogane's. No one believed Rin Kurogane could defeat him. Only Kobe silently cheered for Rin Kurogane, hoping he could somehow win. The match had already begun, yet neither of them made the first move. Isho spoke calmly, "At last, this moment has arrived. To cross blades with you, Uchiha-sama, is my honor." Rin Kurogane nodded slightly. "Isho-san, to be your opponent is also my honor." Isho continued, "Though I cannot see, I can feel it. You are very strong. Among all those I have fought, you are the strongest. Therefore," he paused. Then suddenly a terrifying aura erupted from his body. "I will fight you with my full strength." Isho intended to personally test Rin Kurogane's resolve to see if he truly possessed the conviction he had spoken of. It had been a long time since Isho had fought at full power. Once he became serious, mountains could collapse and the earth could split. But he could not hold back. This was his greatest respect for Rin Kurogane. Even so, he would still exercise restraint because he believed Rin Kurogane might be the one to realize the justice he sought. He would do everything he could not to take Rin Kurogane's life. Everyone in the arena felt that sharp, overwhelming pressure. But the one who felt it most was Rin Kurogane himself. The pressure was like being trapped in a scorching desert, suffocating beneath waves of heat. Yet Rin Kurogane showed no fear. Instead, his expression was filled with boldness as he declared, "Isho-san, I will also give it my all. Let us have a battle worthy of remembrance." He spread his arms slightly, as if savoring the moment. Isho said nothing more. A surging battle intent filled his chest, leaving him with only one way to release it. He drew his sword. Those blank white eyes suddenly exuded a terrifying presence. Like an immovable guardian deity, his aura shook the entire arena. Without any unnecessary movement, the moment his blade left its sheath, a dense purple energy wrapped around it. Then he swung downward toward Rin Kurogane. In an instant, the force distorted the air itself. Before the attack even reached him, Rin Kurogane felt a crushing pressure like Mount Tai collapsing upon him. He moved. At the very moment the force was about to strike, he vanished. When he reappeared, he was directly above Isho. His hands moved like a flowing dragon, forming seals in an instant. Fire release, majestic destroyer flame. His timing was perfect. He struck at the precise moment when Isho's previous attack had just ended, before new strength could gather. He unleashed the most powerful fire release he could currently use. The blazing inferno surged downward. But though Rin Kurogane's speed was astonishing, everything he did seemed to be within Isho's awareness. As the massive flames descended, Isho simply lifted his blade slightly upward. A tremendous gravitational force collided head-on with the fire. For 3 seconds, the two forces clashed. Then Rin Kurogane's flames were completely dispersed. In midair, Rin Kurogane shifted his position, narrowly avoiding the residual force. His brows furrowed slightly. So this was what true overwhelming power felt like? Before he could think further, Isho suddenly shouted. Raising his cane sword high above his head, in an instant an immense gravitational force descended from above. The range of its influence covered the entire arena. No matter where Rin Kurogane moved, the gravity would follow. A sharp glint flashed in Rin Kurogane's eyes. Facing that overwhelming pressure, he did not retreat. And then a scene that stunned everyone unfolded. The crushing gravity was powerful enough to shatter the ground itself, yet it could not stop Rin Kurogane's movements. His speed showed no signs of being affected. This sudden development shocked everyone present. Even Isho himself was taken aback. He understood the power of his gravity better than anyone. Even a house could be crushed under its weight. Yet Rin Kurogane remained completely unaffected. Is this Uchiha-sama's true strength? Isho thought inwardly. Not only Isho, even Sakazuki and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. They could clearly feel the intensity of the gravity field. Even they would have their speed reduced within it. So why was Rin Kurogane moving as if nothing had happened? Could it be that his strength rivaled that of an admiral? Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining recognition from Marine Hero Garp, who believes you possess admiral-level strength. Reputation plus 1200. Ding! Congratulations! Reputation has reached 10,000. Role-playing progress increased by 10%. Ding! Congratulations! Your synchronization with Uchiha Madara has reached 30%. Reward obtained, Mangekyo Sharinon. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 21-21 Rin Kurogane's Counterattack 21, Rin Kurogane's Counterattack 21, Rin Kurogane's Counterattack. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo Sharinon abilities. Your stamina and chakra have been fully restored to peak condition. Ding! The Mangekyo Sharinon enhances ninjutsu, allowing C-rank techniques to unleash the power of S-rank techniques. The dings rang continuously in Rin Kurogane's ears. He had been prepared to stake everything on one final gamble. But now his confidence surged once again. Why call it a desperate gamble? Because Isho's gravity field was powerful enough to crush even Roronoa Zoro to the point where he could barely lift his head. 2 years after the Paramount War, Zoro's strength should already be at least at the level of a veteran vice-admiral. If placed among the 7 warlords of the sea, he would likely rank in the middle tier. Weaker than Bartholomew Kuma, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and Dracula Mihawk, but comparable to Boa Hancock and Jinbe. Even someone as powerful as Zoro could not withstand Isho's gravity. Yet Rin Kurogane appeared completely unaffected. No wonder Garp and the others had begun to suspect that Rin Kurogane's true strength might already be at the admiral level. But in reality Rin Kurogane was far from that level. In terms of raw physique, he was even inferior to Zoro. The reason his speed appeared unaffected was because he had combined the body flicker technique with Soru. With chakra as his foundation, he quickly found the optimal balance, allowing his speed to burst to more than double its usual level. That was why, to others, it looked as though the gravity had no effect on him. But such extreme output was something his current body could not sustain for long. Which was why he had originally planned to go all in and fight to the very end. Yet now, with the sudden increase in role-playing progress, he once again gained the confidence to face Isho head-on. Even with his newfound power, Rin Kurogane did not halt his advance. This time he did not attempt to attack Isho from behind. Because he knew Isho's observation haki could track him at all times. Instead of meaningless probing, better to clash head-on. In an instant, his hand seals were complete. His voice echoed across the entire arena of fire release, majestic destroyer flame. The voice descended like a decree from the heavens, shaking everyone present. But this time the technique was no longer a mere B-rank fire release. It became a sea of flames that engulfed the entire battlefield. The blazing inferno surged like a natural disaster. Its scale rivaled the flames Uchiha Madara once unleashed against the allied shinobi forces. The moment it appeared, the entire arena was stunned. Fleet Admiral Sakazuki showed rare emotion on his stern face. Not a devil fruit user, yet capable of unleashing such overwhelming fire power, this man's future achievements will not fall below mine. Kizaru raised his brows in surprise. My, newcomers these days are truly terrifying. Perhaps we really are getting old. Sengoku's eyes shone brightly. Garp, you were right. This Uchiha Madara has indeed been hiding his strength. This should be his full power now, shouldn't it? Garp burst into laughter. I told you from the start this kid isn't simple. But saying he's already shown everything? Still too early. Below the stands the vice-admirals and rear-admirals were in an uproar. Jun's eyes gleamed. Such terrifying fire power, this might rival Porgas d'Ace. Shaitan clicked his tongue. Is this really a recruitment exam? Why does everyone look like monsters? Tina murmured softly, he's too strong. Tina cannot defeat him. Seems we underestimated Uchiha Madara. His strength is approaching admiral level. 2 monsters. Garp really planned this well, to recruit talents like this. The stronger they are, the stronger the Marines become. This is our fortune. While everyone else was shocked, Isho himself was equally astonished. He had expected Rin Kurogane to fall quickly once he used his full strength. But instead Rin Kurogane had also been holding back. Uchiha-sama, from this point onward, even I may not be able to control the battle. Please, do not die, Isho thought silently. Yet even in the face of this overwhelming sea of flames his expression remained calm. Without panic he raised his cane sword once more. However, this time, his gravity field seemed to lose its effect. His entire figure was swallowed by the inferno. The flames raged for more than 10 seconds before gradually dissipating. Rin Kurogane exhaled softly. This was the might of an S-rank or even higher ninjutsu. With a single strike, it could annihilate hundreds of marines. But when he looked forward, a figure still stood there. Who else could it be but Isho? Not a single trace of damage could be seen on his body. Even his hair remained untouched. A faint current of energy flowed around him. Others might not perceive it, but with the Mangekyo Sharinon, Rin Kurogane saw it clearly. A terrifying purple aura surrounded Isho. Rin Kurogane's eyes narrowed slightly. So this was Isho's armament haki. He never believed an S-rank ninjutsu would be enough to defeat an admiral-level opponent. The real battle was only just beginning. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 22-22. Evenly matched 22, evenly matched 22, evenly matched between Rin Kurogane and Isho. It felt as though an invisible, terrifying current was constantly colliding in midair. Faint sparks seemed to flicker into existence. This was a pure clash of presence and power. Much like when Orochimaru confronted the third Hokage during the Chunin exams, their auras alone had shaken the battlefield, even shattering the roof tiles above them. With the Mangekyo Sharinon activated, Rin Kurogane's strength was now approaching cage level. However, his chakra reserves still fell short. He could not fully unleash cage-level techniques. But the presence of the Uchiha Madara he embodied was absolutely on par with anyone present. Combining both factors, in this pure contest of aura, Rin Kurogane was not at a disadvantage, for now. But this balance would not last. Even with cage-level strength, Rin Kurogane was still inferior when facing an admiral-level opponent like Isho. If marine strength were measured numerically, from a common soldier to a captain would range from 1 to 100. From captain to rear admiral, 100 to 500. From rear admiral to vice admiral, 500 to 1000. Below rear admiral, one could improve through training and effort. But beyond that point it became a leap in power. Effort alone was no longer enough. Talent and personal limits determined everything. From rear admiral to vice admiral, 1000 to 10,000. From vice admiral to admiral, 10,000 to 100,000. This was why in the early stages, Rin Kurogane, after gaining a portion of Uchiha Madara's power, could easily eliminate rear admirals and vice admirals. Yet later, even after gaining more of Madara's strength, he still could not rival an admiral. Rin Kurogane understood this clearly. This battle with Isho was no longer one that could be bridged through technique alone. It was a true collision of physical strength and raw power. Combat skill alone could no longer determine victory. Even so, Rin Kurogane did not retreat. Perhaps he truly was inferior to Isho. Perhaps if Isho went all out, he might even die here. But no one could make him step back. Just as no one could ever make Uchiha Madara bow his head. Come! Rin Kurogane shouted. Gravity blade, fierce tiger! Isho answered with action. His cane sword, wrapped in purple armament haki, swung forward. A massive gravitational force compressed the air itself, surging toward Rin Kurogane. The sheer pressure caused the hardened ground to crack layer by layer, as if the earth itself were crying out in agony. Perfect! Rin Kurogane's eyes widened, his Mangekyo Sharinon spinning wildly. The moment Isho launched his attack, Rin Kurogane had already seen through it completely. Yet he could only watch as the attack advanced. Isho's technique was no longer something that could be evaded through skill alone. With a single strike, all escape routes were sealed. If he wanted to survive, there was only one option. Head-on collision. Rin Kurogane formed hand seals at incredible speed. In just 1 second, the complex sequence was complete. Fire release, dragon flame release song technique. He inhaled deeply, his chest expanding, then exhaled. 5 dragon-shaped flames burst forth, roaring toward Isho's attack. At first glance, these 5 flames were only the size of basketballs, seemingly insignificant compared to majestic destroyer flame. But each one was highly compressed, its color deeper and more intense. Boom! 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 In an instant the first 4 dragon flames collided with the purple force. Explosions shook the battlefield. Towering flames and violet energy intertwined, blasting upward over 100 meters into the sky. Fragments of energy rained down, carving countless craters into the ground. Some craters landed less than a meter away from the spectator stands. Seeing this, Garp immediately roared, "All personnel below captain rank, evacuate immediately. Everyone else, gather near us." This was no longer an ordinary fight. A battle at the admiral level could easily destroy an entire island. Garp could not guarantee everyone's safety. But protecting captains and rear admirals, that was still within his ability. As for vice admirals and above, they could protect themselves. Hearing the order, the lower-ranked marines fled without hesitation. For them, this battlefield had already become far too dangerous. A single misstep could cost them their lives. Outside the arena nothing mattered to Isho. His entire focus was on Rin Kurogane. After the 4 dragon flames neutralized his attack, he sensed another flame approaching. Fast. Too fast to evade. He reversed his grip on the cane sword and struck downward. Boom. Another deafening explosion erupted. When the smoke cleared, Isho had been forced back several steps. And for the first time he did not look entirely unscathed. His clothes bore slight burn marks. But that was all. Fire-type attacks were undeniably destructive. Even he could not completely avoid them. At that moment Isho understood. Such attacks alone would not be enough to defeat Rin Kurogane. Without a word his cane sword surged once more with overwhelming haki. Then Rin Kurogane saw it. Circles of violet light began rising into the sky above Isho. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 23-23 Heavenly Meteor vs 23, Heavenly Meteor vs Susanoo 23, Heavenly Meteor vs Susanoo. As the violet rings soared into the sky, a rare moment of silence fell over the battlefield. There was no immediate clash, no visible force. Yet those on the viewing platform were visibly shaken. Because they had already seen this technique once before. It was a meteor from the heavens. So far, no one had been able to evade that attack. On the stands, Tina frowned slightly. This blind man's attack is extremely powerful. Tina cannot block it. I wonder how Mr. Uchiha Madara will evade this. Tina is quite curious. Beside her, Django and Full Body immediately declared, if that attack targets our boss, I'll risk my life to protect you. Boss, as long as I'm here, no one will hurt you. Anyone who wants to harm you will have to step over my corpse. The vice admirals also grew serious. That move again. Isho's devil fruit ability is terrifying. I could block it, but it wouldn't be easy. Compared to the average vice admirals, Jun and Shaitan appeared relatively calm. Jun said, so Isho is finally getting serious. Shaitan scratched his head. If I faced that attack, I'd have no choice but to run. I wonder what he'll do. Though they spoke lightly with their status as admiral candidates, the attack alone wouldn't threaten their lives. On the other side, Kizaru continued his teasing tone. My. Isho is quite terrifying. That Uchiha Madara fellow might be in danger. But even his gaze had grown more serious. Sakazuki spoke in a solemn voice, Borsalino, be ready. If Uchiha Madara is in danger, you intervene immediately. As top-tier marine forces, Sakazuki and Kizaru could clearly see the gap between Rin Kurogane and Isho. Moreover, Rin Kurogane had yet to use haki. They could not be certain he could withstand this attack. Kizaru nodded lazily. Don't worry. With me here, nothing will happen to him. His words carried absolute confidence. Sengoku and Garp did not doubt Kizaru's strength. Yet concern still lingered. Sengoku added, Garp, you should prepare as well. If he can't block it, destroy the meteor immediately. Garp grinned. Such a promising kid, I won't let him get hurt. Even though they held Rin Kurogane in high regard, they still did not believe he could defeat Isho. All of them were ready to act at any moment. Then in just a few seconds the sky changed. A massive meteor suddenly appeared overhead. It burned violently as it tore through the atmosphere, crashing down toward Rin Kurogane. Even from 100 meters above the ground, its terrifying pressure had already descended. Everyone's expressions changed. Because this meteor was completely different from before. The earlier one had only been the size of a small boat. But this one was nearly half the size of a football field. This was no longer an attack, it was a natural disaster. Even Jun and Shaitan's expressions shifted. Even for them, facing such a strike would be extremely difficult. But what shocked them the most was the meteor was about to slam directly onto Rin Kurogane, yet he did not move at all. It was as if he didn't even see it. Are you kidding me? This is just an exam. Are you trying to destroy Marine headquarters? What is he doing? Is he trying to die? Move. Do you have a death wish? The crowd erupted in alarm. Garp and the others were equally shocked, haki already surging across their bodies as they prepared to intervene. Even Isho was startled. This attack was meant to challenge admirals. Even an admiral would suffer injuries from such a meteor. Yet Rin Kurogane did not react at all. A trace of urgency flashed through Isho's heart. Though he had summoned the meteor, he could not fully control its trajectory. And with the need to defend himself, he no longer had the capacity to protect Rin Kurogane as well. Uchiha-sama, you must dodge, he thought anxiously. Rin Kurogane, however, remained calm. His cold gaze locked onto the descending meteor. Meteor, too small. His voice was low. With every word he spoke the meteor descended further. By the time he finished the final word it was less than 5 meters above him. The meteor's size exceeded even the arena itself. Just as everyone believed Rin Kurogane was doomed he moved. Facing a meteor many times larger than himself Rin Kurogane raised a single fist. Compared to the massive rock his fist looked insignificant. Almost ridiculous. But at that very moment a colossal blue skeletal figure erupted above him. No one saw how it appeared yet the instant it manifested every eye widened in shock. The skeleton towered like a 3-story giant radiating a terrifying aura. What is that? Why does that skeleton make my heart tremble? I don't know but that's not the point. We need to watch out for ourselves now. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 24-24 The match ends a draw 24, the match ends a draw 24, the match ends a draw with such a massive meteor crashing down, no matter how one tried to block it, it was impossible to completely negate the impact. Once shattered, the fragments would unleash a second wave of destruction across the arena. That meant everyone present could still be caught in the aftermath. Of course, the truly powerful remained relatively composed. Figures like Sengoku and Kizaru were far more focused on the enormous skeletal construct Rin Kurogane had summoned. In contrast to the tense vigilance of the others, Monkey D. Garp wore an excited grin. So this is the power you've been hiding. Though Isho could not see, he could clearly sense the presence of that towering skeleton. At this moment, he felt completely at ease. Uchiha-sama. I can finally witness your true strength. This is my honor. The colossal skeleton mirrored Rin Kurogane, raising its massive fist and striking the falling meteor head-on. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted across the battlefield. With a single punch, the skeleton shattered half of the meteor instantly. But that wasn't enough. Rin Kurogane's eyes widened as he pushed the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan to its limit. After the first strike another followed immediately. Boom! 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 With several successive blows, the meteor was completely pulverized, fragments scattering in every direction. Rumble! The ground trembled violently, splitting apart in layers. Debris and dust surged together, engulfing the entire arena in a storm of destruction. It looked like the end of the world. At that very moment, it was early morning, and most of the nearby residents were still asleep. Then the violent tremors shook them awake. What's happening? Dear, is it an earthquake? I don't know, let's get outside first. Are we under attack by pirates? No way. This is Marine headquarters, who would dare? Don't be so sure. The 4 emperors in the New World fear nothing. Could they be taking advantage of the world conscription to launch an attack? Damn pirates! Absolutely despicable. The town fell into chaos as panicked civilians rushed into the streets, fear spreading rapidly. Meanwhile inside the arena, the dust slowly began to settle. As visibility returned, everyone finally saw what remained of the battlefield. And in that instant they were all stunned. Beneath Rin Kurogane and Isho lay a massive crater, so deep it seemed bottomless. Only a single chunk of rock remained standing beneath their feet. The surrounding terrain had been almost entirely obliterated. Even parts of the viewing stands had been reduced to rubble. This was no longer an arena. It was a wasteland. A hellscape. Only the section where the high-ranking Marines stood remained intact, and that was solely because Sakazuki and the others had released their haki to protect it. Otherwise, even rear admirals and vice admirals might not have survived such an impact. Where are we? My god, is this still the arena? This is insane. Is this what admiral-level combat looks like? Jun stood frozen in shock. She had once believed she was close to the level of an admiral, but witnessing this world-shattering attack sent a chill down her spine. At the same time, her curiosity toward Rin Kurogane deepened. He's so young, how did he reach this level? Even Fleet Admiral Sakazuki wasn't this terrifying when he first joined, was he? Even the usually carefree Kizaru had dropped his teasing demeanor, his gaze turning serious as he observed Rin Kurogane and Isho. Sakazuki, on the other hand, was filled with ambition. If the Marines can recruit someone like him, why should we fear the 4 emperors? Sengoku drew a deep breath and turned to Garp. Now I understand why you valued Uchiha Madara so highly. He truly has the potential of an admiral. Garp burst into laughter. Of course. And more importantly, he's still young. When Kuzan became an admiral, he was already in his 30s. That statement alone shook everyone. A 23-year-old admiral, what kind of concept was that? Everyone knew the answer. From that moment on, the way they looked at Rin Kurogane completely changed. At the center of the battlefield, the massive skeleton still stood, but its arms had been shattered. Rin Kurogane himself was far from unscathed. Blood streaked down from his eyes, and his breathing had grown uneven. Yet his posture remained unbent. So this is the power of an admiral, Rin Kurogane thought. On the surface, he still stood firm, but internally, his body had reached its limit. Using the first form of Susanoo had drained his chakra almost completely. The excessive strain had also pushed his eyes beyond their limit, causing tears of blood to flow. Isho, on the other hand, though somewhat disheveled, still retained considerable fighting strength. Even so, he looked at Rin Kurogane with deep respect. In his heart, he acknowledged that Rin Kurogane's strength was not inferior to his own. Rin Kurogane showed no intention of retreating. As long as one of them remained standing, the battle was not over. He bent his knees slightly, preparing to attack again. And at that very moment, Garp's voice thundered across the battlefield. The match is over. Draw. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 25-25 Admiral Candidates 25, Admiral Candidates 25, Admiral Candidates. Hearing Monkey D. Garp's voice, Rin Kurogane chose to stop. Isho, who had been standing on guard nearby, also let out a quiet breath of relief. He could clearly feel the overwhelming battle intent emanating from Rin Kurogane. Though continuing the fight didn't necessarily mean he would lose, at the very least in terms of sheer presence he knew he had already been outmatched. A man like this, truly might have the potential to change the world. Looking at Rin Kurogane, he smiled faintly. Uchiha-sama, you are truly remarkable. It would be my honor to serve alongside you. Rin Kurogane smiled in return. Just days ago, he had been an ordinary person. Yet now, he could stand on equal footing with someone like Isho. Though he still had a long way to go, this battle had been nothing short of exhilarating. With a soft thud, he sat down and said, Isho-san, you are just as strong. I look forward to working together in the future. The two exchanged smiles, and the tense atmosphere instantly dissipated, as if they had never fought at all. Even Jun and the others let out a sigh of relief. A battle of that level, if it had continued, would have inevitably dragged them into its destruction. Ending in a draw was undoubtedly the best possible outcome. Still, the fight had been spectacular enough to set anyone's blood boiling. Kizaru returned to his usual lazy demeanor. Oh my, it's finally over? Watching all night has made this old man exhausted. Kids these days are terrifying, makes me want to retire early. Sakazuki said firmly, only individuals like them can truly uphold justice. Vice Admiral Garp, we should convene a meeting immediately to determine their ranks. Despite being nearly 50, Sakazuki showed no signs of fatigue after an entire night awake. His entire being was devoted to strengthening the Marines and eradicating all darkness in the world. Watching him, Kizaru could only shake his head helplessly. At this moment, all he wanted was a good, long sleep. After all, he was 3 years older than Sakazuki, yet there was no respect for elders at all. Sengoku nodded. I agree with Fleet Admiral Sakazuki's proposal. Let's begin the meeting immediately. And Garp, I must say your decision was correct. A draw was indeed the best outcome. Garp glanced at Sakazuki. You've got plenty of energy, Sakazuki brat. Fine, we'll do as you suggest. Meeting now. Everyone else dismissed. Tsuru added calmly, agreed. With that, the crowd dispersed under Garp's orders. The logistical staff escorted Rin Kurogane and Isho to the marine dormitories to rest. Although marine headquarters had ample accommodations, the sudden influx of several hundred recruits put a strain on available space. Most were assigned to shared quarters. However, Rin Kurogane and Isho were treated differently. They were given private rooms. That alone spoke volumes about their status. Marine headquarters, conference room. Garp and the other four sat around a circular table, beginning their discussion. Although Garp and Tsuru were only vice admirals, one was the marine hero, and the other the chief of staff. Naturally, both had the authority to participate in rank decisions. As for Sengoku, though no longer fleet admiral, he still held the title of inspector general. While he no longer wielded direct power, his opinions still carried weight with Sakazuki. Garp spoke first. Out of the 247 candidates, 8 have the potential of vice admirals, 32 have the potential of rear admirals, 88 have the potential of commodores, and 117 have the potential of captains. Take a look and see if there are any objections. Everyone reviewed the list. Given Garp's judgment and the fact that they had personally observed the battles, no one raised any objections. Seeing no dissent, he continued. As for the final 2, Uchiha Madara and Isho, they have the potential to become admirals. At this, Sengoku and the others nodded in agreement. Sakazuki suddenly spoke. Vice Admiral Garp, it is still too early for them to become admirals. The position of admiral is not the same as vice admiral. It requires careful selection. Garp shot him a glance. What's the rush, Sakazuki brat? Becoming an admiral naturally requires further evaluation. But making them admiral candidates, that's not excessive, is it? The scene of Ace's death at Sakazuki's hands was something Garp would never forget. More than once, more than 1,000 times he had wanted to kill him. And he had the strength to do it. For most people, strength declines with age. But Garp was an exception. Not only had his strength not diminished, he had grown even stronger with time. Still, he knew he couldn't act on that impulse. Because Sakazuki had not been wrong. Though ruthless, he upheld his own version of justice. Sakazuki was well aware of Garp's hostility. Being targeted by a man like him was enough to make even him uneasy. Yet he had no regrets. Everything he had done was for justice. Thus, when Garp rebuked him, he showed no displeasure and simply replied, "Then Vice Admiral Garp, have you already made arrangements?" Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 26-26 Mission Issued 26, Mission Issued 26, Mission Issued. Garp suddenly narrowed his eyes and said, "Do you even need to ask? Those so-called worst generation supernovas have been running wild in the New World for far too long. Their arrogance needs to be crushed." Sengoku said nothing. He merely gave Garp a calm glance. After all, those so-called supernovas included his grandson, Luffy. Sakazuki looked at Garp and said bluntly, "Then that's what we'll do. Send these conscripts who possess Vice Admiral level talent to capture the supernovas." One day later, inside the Grand Auditorium of Marine Headquarters, Sakazuki, Kizaru, Sengoku, Garp, and the others awarded military rank medals to all qualified applicants. Among them, although Isho and Rin Kurogane were also vice admirals, they were admiral candidates. Their rank was the same as Jun and Chiton's. Of course, where some were happy, others were miserable. There were people who clearly possessed the talent to become commodores or rear admirals, yet because of various reasons, they had been eliminated during the very first assessment. Humph! I refuse to accept this. With my strength, how could I not even qualify as a commodore? No way! That guy is so weak, yet he actually became a captain? I could beat him with one hand. Just wait. One day, I'll take back the glory that should have belonged to me. After receiving their medals, Chiton took the initiative to invite Isho and Rin Kurogane, saying that they had prepared a welcome ceremony for all the new vice admirals. Isho was quite sociable. The moment he heard there would be alcohol, he gladly went along. But Rin Kurogane refused. He had no interest in attending such a pointless gathering. With that kind of time, he would rather train. Because of that, he left others with the impression of being a training maniac who was difficult to approach. However, there were a few people who admired Rin Kurogane quite a bit. Among them were the Admiral candidate Jun and Rear Admiral Tina. Rin Kurogane's brilliance was simply too dazzling, and he behaved in such a cold and distant manner. As a result, most men naturally felt some resentment toward him. They believed he was arrogant because of his talent. This was especially true for the veteran vice admirals, who felt that Rin Kurogane did not respect his seniors. But for beautiful women like Jun and Tina, Rin Kurogane possessed a deadly charm. Not only did he have a handsome appearance, but more importantly, he was always working hard no matter the situation. As women who had reached their current positions, their status naturally could not be separated from their own effort. That was why they understood Rin Kurogane's mindset even more. This was the resolve a strong person should have. And for women who worked hard to become stronger, someone like Rin Kurogane was what a real man should be. It had already been 3 days since he joined Marine Headquarters. The world conscription was still ongoing. For the past few days, Rin Kurogane had been staying at Marine Headquarters. There was no longer any need to return to his original home. His current appearance and status were completely different from before. To avoid unnecessary trouble, his former identity had to be abandoned completely. It was now 8 o'clock at night. Rin Kurogane stood alone in the outdoor training grounds. Several lonely lamps were scattered across the vast training field. A bright, round moon hung high in the sky. At this moment, he was bare-chested, standing in place as he pondered deeply. How exactly should Haki be trained? If my role-playing progress increases, will I be able to obtain Haki directly? And Marine Rokushiki's Tekai seems to be a shallow application of armament Haki. Then how should Haki be properly cultivated? For the past few days, Rin Kurogane had been struggling with this question. Currently, his role-playing progress had already reached 30%, while his reputation stood at 21,580/100,000. There was still quite a long way to go before reaching 100,000 reputation. So he had been researching how to use Haki. Logically speaking, Haki was a latent power possessed by all humans. It was an innate ability, formed from presence, killing intent, fighting spirit. When one controlled those invisible sensations, willpower could be turned into a weapon. That powerful force was Haki. During battle, he could vaguely sense the existence of Haki. But he was still missing something. He could not use it properly yet. Naturally, the Marines had training methods for Haki. However, at this moment, he had fallen into an awkward situation. Because Rin Kurogana's strength was publicly recognized. Everyone believed he already possessed admiral-level power. So whether it was Garp, Sengoku, or the Marine instructors, they all placed Rin Kurogane outside the category of ordinary new recruits. When it came to strength training, they naturally would not call him over. He had considered secretly listening in. But what he had not expected was that his current popularity had already become far too high. Wherever he went, countless people looked at him with worshipful gazes. Even the Marine instructors would look at Rin Kurogane with considerable nervousness. Forget secretly learning from them. Some of them even wanted Rin Kurogane to guide and correct them instead. Left with no choice, Rin Kurogane could only study it slowly on his own. Garp had already issued the mission. Half a month later, the newly appointed vice admirals would head to the New World to capture those supernovas. Although everyone believed Rin Kurogane had already reached admiral level, he knew very well that he was not invincible. Putting aside the 4 emperors of the New World, even their subordinates were all terrifying figures. Therefore, he had to seize every moment to improve his own strength. Just as he was meditating, he suddenly shouted, "Who's there? Get out here!" Creators Thoughts Void_verse 1. Please send power stones and leave a beautiful review. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 27-27. Target Capone Beeg 27, Target, Capone Beeg 27, Target, Capone Beeg. The instant he said that, Kobe, with his short pink hair, walked out from the shadows of the trees. He looked at Rin Kurogane somewhat awkwardly and said weakly, "Senior Uchiha Madara, I'm Kobe. Do you still remember me?" Kobe. Rin Kurogane looked him up and down. Naturally, he knew who Kobe was, but he only said calmly, "I remember. You were one of the people who registered me back then." Seeing that Rin Kurogane still remembered him, an excited expression immediately appeared on Kobe's face. "Senior Uchiha Madara, you actually remember me. I'm so happy. You don't know this, but the first time I saw you, I knew you were extraordinary," and then, Rin Kurogane was slightly stunned. Since when had Kobe started worshipping him this much? He did not think too much about it. Seeing that Kobe seemed like he was about to keep talking endlessly, he directly interrupted him. "You came to find me. Is there something you need?" After being interrupted, Kobe's cheeks turned bright red. He looked at Rin Kurogane with an extremely solemn expression. It was as if white steam was spraying from his nose as he gathered his courage and said, "Senior Uchiha Madara, you are a strong person, I acknowledge. I want to train under you. Please." As he spoke, he bowed deeply. He looked as though he would not get up unless Rin Kurogane agreed. "Train under me." Rin Kurogane murmured to himself. In the original story, Kobe was a naturally timid person, cowardly, afraid of trouble, and clumsy. If he had any merits, it was probably that he was extremely kind. Even when he himself was in danger, he still did not forget to care for and protect others. Seeing Rin Kurogane considering it, Kobe looked at him nervously, terrified that he would reject him. "You are not qualified yet." Rin Kurogane glanced at Kobe and said indifferently. Kindness did not equal strength. He did not need useless people by his side. Kobe instantly froze like stone, standing in place at a complete loss. His heart was filled with disappointment. However, he did not give up immediately. Although he was incredibly disappointed, it also ignited his competitive spirit. What he wanted most right now was to gain Rin Kurogane's recognition. Kobe did not say anything more. He bowed deeply once again, then turned and left. The instant he turned around, snot and tears streamed down his face non-stop. Rin Kurogane did not care what Kobe was thinking, nor was he interested in knowing. At this moment, he focused all his attention on training himself. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Under Garp's arrangement, the newly appointed vice admirals and rear admirals began carrying out their missions. These 15 days had not only been used to gather intelligence on pirates, but also to train these newly appointed vice admirals and rear admirals from every aspect. The goal was to turn them into officers loyal to the Marines and loyal to justice. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Garp stood before rows of massive marine warships and issued orders. Vice Admiral Momanga, take Vice Admiral Ro with you to Papaya Island. There are traces of Uraj's movements there. Vice Admiral Doberman. Vice Admiral Isho, head to Hakra Island. The Hawkins pirates have appeared nearby. Vice Admiral Jun, head to Pineapple Island. There are traces of Eustace Kid there. Rear Admiral Tina, head to Muzu Island and take charge of reconnaissance. Vice Admiral Uchiha Madara, head to Snow Nut Island. There are traces of Capone Beeg there. Everyone, once you have received your orders, set out immediately. Everyone obeyed Garp's arrangements. Each of them led their own squad and advanced toward their target islands. Tina and Jun walked up to Rin Kurogane at the same time. Tina spoke first. Little brother Uchiha, Nut Island isn't far from Muzu Island. Tina wants to travel with you. Jun also said, Uchiha-chan, Pineapple Island isn't far from your target either. Why don't we travel together? I'd like to get to know you properly. Rin Kurogane looked at the two women. He could not help but silently praise them. As expected, the beauties of the One Piece world had truly outstanding figures. Not only were their curves perfect, but their skin was also delicate and fair, without the slightest trace of excess fat. However, Rin Kurogane still refused. No need. Before heading to Nut Island, I'm going to make a trip to Persamon Island and clean up some great pirates along the way. Rin Kurogane had received intelligence that Persamon Island was being harassed by a group of pirates. He could deal with them on the way. Moreover, he was rather eager to capture Beeg. Beeg's current bounty was 300 million berries. If Rin Kurogane captured Beeg, his reputation would definitely increase. Seeing Rin Kurogane refuse, the two beautiful women were slightly disappointed. During the past half-month, they had also tried to find opportunities to talk with Rin Kurogane, but Rin Kurogane had spent almost all his time training. They had originally thought they could use this chance to get to know Rin Kurogane better, but they were still rejected. However, they were not too discouraged. There would be plenty of time in the future. The various officers boarded their ships and set out, while Kobe followed Rin Kurogane's unit and departed with them. He could hardly wait to encounter pirates and test the results of the training he had undergone while following Rin Kurogane during this period. When everyone had set out, Sakazuki also boarded a marine warship, his purpose unknown. Garp asked excitedly, Sakazuki, are you also going to capture pirates? Sakazuki was stunned. He was already used to Garp's cold attitude toward him, so when Garp suddenly asked him a question, he was slightly taken aback. Then he replied, no, I have something else to do. Garp picked his nose and said, what a pity. I was planning to secretly follow you and kill you. Creators Thoughts Void_verse 1. Please send power stones and leave a beautiful review. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 28-28. Jun in danger. 28, Jun in danger. 28, Jun in danger. Sakazuki widened his eyes. Sengoku directly gave Garp a hard knock on the head. Old man Garp, what nonsense are you spouting? Garp seemed to have only just remembered something and scratched his head in embarrassment. Oh, right, I forgot. Something like that really shouldn't be said out loud. Everyone's faces darkened with speechlessness. Sakazuki said nothing and left with a gloomy expression. Out at sea, Kobe asked Rin Kurogane excitedly, Senior, is Capone Beeg very strong? How does he compare to you? Although Rin Kurogane's strength had already been acknowledged by everyone, his difficult-to-approach nature had also become deeply ingrained in people's minds. So when personnel were being assigned, no one wanted to be placed under Rin Kurogane's command. Only Kobe was an exception. He had taken the initiative to apply, wanting to enter Rin Kurogane's unit. Rin Kurogane fell into thought. Beeg was the user of the castle fruit. His ability allowed him alone to equip an entire pirate crew. He could even transform into a massive castle, one capable of withstanding an attack from Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors. His strength could not be underestimated. Based on the strength he displayed in the original story, he naturally was not Rin Kurogane's opponent. The only uncertainty was whether Rin Kurogane could still defeat him if he entered Beeg's castle. Rin Kurogane said calmly, whether he is strong or not, we'll know once we meet him. Since you chose to follow me of your own accord, you must be prepared to die at any moment. I do not have any duty to protect my subordinates, so I hope you don't die too quickly. Kobe shouted loudly, yes. Understood. Though he said that, Rin Kurogane did not actually want his subordinates to die too quickly either. Therefore, training them was naturally necessary. Persamon Island was some distance away from Marine headquarters. After sailing for around 3 days, they finally arrived. There were indeed pirates causing trouble on the island. However, the highest bounty among them was only 30 million berries. Rin Kurogane had absolutely no interest in them. His subordinates, on the other hand, were rather excited. Each of them was fired up as if adrenaline had been pumped into their veins, sweeping up all the pirates in one go. During the process, Rin Kurogane only attacked casually once. The rest he left to his subordinates. Clearing out the pirates here earned Rin Kurogane several thousand reputation points, which could be considered an unexpected gain. His next stop was Nut Island. He was preparing to deal with Beeg. Another 2 days passed before they arrived at Nut Island. However, to Rin Kurogane's disappointment, there were no traces of pirates here. The entire island was peaceful and tranquil. Rin Kurogane could not help but wonder. Had they received news in advance that the marines were coming, then fled after catching wind of it? Not finding Beeg left him slightly disappointed. The intelligence stated that there were no pirates nearby. However, Kid seemed to have appeared around Muzu Island and Pineapple Island. Should he go there and try his luck? Although Garp's order was for Jun to take action with Jun's strength as an admiral candidate, dealing with Kid should not be a problem. However, since they were pirates, then as a marine, Rin Kurogane naturally had the duty to eliminate them. In that case, it would depend on who found Kid first. Rin Kurogane did not head to Pineapple Island. Instead, he went directly toward Muzu Island. He guessed that if Kid appeared, there was a high chance he would head to Muzu Island. After all, Pineapple Island was only a tourist island. It was famous for producing pineapples, which was why it was called Pineapple Island. Muzu Island, however, was different. It was said that one of the 12 supreme grade blades had originated from that island. As the user of the magnet fruit, it was perfectly normal for Kid to be interested in famous blades like that. So Rin Kurogane's first choice was Muzu Island. While they were sailing, the Den Den Mushi suddenly rang. It was Garp. The Den Den Mushi here was truly mysterious. On the outside, it actually looked somewhat like Garp. Vice Admiral Uchiha Madara, are you near Muzu Island? Rin Kurogane was slightly stunned. He thought that his intention to cross into someone else's territory and capture Kid had been discovered. However, he did not think much of it and said, "Yes, Vice Admiral Garp." He was just about to continue explaining when Garp interrupted him. "Vice Admiral Uchiha Madara, head to Muzu Island immediately. I've already sent the nearest Vice Admiral level officers to provide support. If you discover that the enemy is too powerful, retreat at once." Rin Kurogane frowned and asked, "What exactly happened on Muzu Island?" Garp replied, "We're not clear on the details. At the time, Rear Admiral Tina was responsible for scouting Muzu Island. She discovered that a large number of powerful pirates had entered the island, so she immediately called for reinforcements. Jun was the closest at the time, so she went to provide support. After that, a major battle broke out on the island. The battle happened only half an hour ago. However, it seems they were all defeated. The communications soldier only had time to say that an admiral was needed before the call was cut off. So we don't know what exactly happened either. If you're nearby, head over immediately and investigate. Remember, prioritize your own safety." Admiral level? Rin Kurogane fell into deep thought. If the enemy was Kid, even with his companions helping him, they should not be a match for Jun and the marine forces. Moreover, dealing with Kid would not require an admiral to step in. In other words, an unknown great pirate had appeared on Muzu Island. No matter who it was, Rin Kurogane had to investigate. Understood. I'll head there now. Creators Thoughts Void_verse 1 Please send power stones and leave a beautiful review. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 29-29 Kaido One of the Four Emperors. 29, Kaido, one of the four emperors. 29, Kaido, one of the four emperors. The call ended, and the marine warship advanced at full speed. When the people on the ship heard that there was an admiral-level pirate, their spirits instantly tensed. Although they were somewhat afraid, looking at Rin Kurogane before them made them feel extremely reassured. Rin Kurogane had already been planning to head to Muzu Island. Now, under full-speed travel, it took only 15 minutes to arrive at Muzu Island. Muzu Island was covered in snow all year round, yet at the center of the island, there was a stream of magma flowing straight into the sea. When Rin Kurogane arrived, he saw 1 to 200 marines lying beside the magma, their lives unknown. Meanwhile, fires had broken out among the buildings in the city, and faint sounds of battle could still be heard. Rin Kurogane did not wait for the marine soldiers. He directly used the body flicker technique and rushed toward the city. At the same time, he ordered, "I'll go ahead first. Follow after me and stay alert." "Yes," his subordinates shouted in unison. Rin Kurogane quickly arrived in the city. Everywhere he looked, there were shattered walls and ruined buildings. Blood flowed in rivers, creating a horrifying sight. The pungent smell of blood made Rin Kurogane recognize the cruelty of a battlefield. This was not like an anime, where people were merely knocked down and barely any blood was seen. This was a real scene. Although this was Rin Kurogana's first time seeing true corpses with his current strength and bearing, he could naturally ignore all of it completely. Bang! Suddenly, the sound of battle came from not far away. A familiar figure was sent flying high into the air. Ah! A scream followed. Rin Kurogana focused his gaze and saw that it was Jun. Her fair and delicate body was covered in dust, and 3 bloody wounds ran down her long, snow-white legs. With a heavy thud, she crashed hard onto the ground. Even so, she forced herself to sit up against a nearby wall. Bang, bang, bang. Footsteps sounded immediately after. Every step seemed as though the heavens were collapsing and the earth was cracking. The figure who approached was tall and burly. Even Jun's slender and elegant body only reached his waist. His black hair draped over his shoulders, and a pair of long horns grew from his head like dragon horns. He had an extremely long beard around his mouth that resembled dragon whiskers, and his left arm was covered in dragon scale tattoos. His upper body was bare. There was an X-shaped scar on the right side of his abdomen, a purple shirt hung at his waist, and in his hand, he held a gigantic kanabo. He was like a demon walking the earth. This was actually one of the 4 emperors, the mighty pirate known as the strongest creature Kaido of the beasts. Why was he here? Rin Kurogana frowned, and his feet immediately moved even faster. At this moment, Jun's face was filled with despair. She had originally thought that Tina had encountered Kid. But she never expected it to be Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Not far away, Tina lay motionless on the ground, her fate unknown. When Jun arrived, she happened to see Kaido's subordinates massacring the marines. So she joined the battle. But what she never expected was that Kaido would suddenly appear. At first, she had assumed that these powerful pirates belonged to Kid's pirate crew. But the instant Kaido appeared everyone fell into despair. He was an existence only an admiral could stop. And why had he appeared here? Kaido did not waste any words after appearing. He directly began exterminating the marines. Jun had no choice but to grit her teeth and face him. With her strength, she naturally was not Kaido's opponent. But Kaido seemed to be in the mood to toy with her. At first, he allowed Jun to attack freely. Then, like a cat chasing a mouse, he chased her back and forth among the buildings. Now, she was already completely exhausted. She could only watch helplessly as Kaido walked toward her step by step. Kaido looked at Jun with a gloomy expression and said, "So this is the Marines? How pitifully weak. Now let me send you on your way." As he spoke, he raised that savage kanabo and brought it down toward Jun's head. A clear tear fell from Jun's beautiful face. "Am I going to die? What a shame. Uchiha-chan, I still haven't properly gotten to know you." Jun closed her eyes in despair. Bang! A tremendous impact suddenly echoed through the battlefield. The pain she should have suffered did not arrive. Jun could not help but open her eyes. The moment she looked, she was filled with surprise and joy. Before her stood a tall figure dressed in red armor. And above that figure was a gigantic skeleton emitting a terrifying pressure. The skeleton was even taller than Kaido, and one of its arms had easily caught that enormous kanabo. Who else could it be but Rin Kurogane? Rin Kurogane was not wearing that coat with justice written on it. The reason was simple. He thought it was ugly. His red armor was still far more pleasing to the eye. Rin Kurogane's sudden appearance, along with his outfit, made Kaido narrow his eyes. Because he looked extremely similar to a samurai from Wano country. "Who are you?" Kaido asked coldly. "Uchiha Madara." Rin Kurogane said calmly. Kaido rapidly searched through his memories. He had never heard this name before. Especially in Wano country, there was no such surname at all. If he ruled out the possibility that Rin Kurogane was using a false name, then he definitely was not a samurai from Wano country. Rin Kurogane could easily block his attack, so his strength naturally could not be underestimated. And Kaido still felt lingering fear toward the powerful samurai of Wano country. Because the scar on his body had been left by Kojiki Oden. Creators Thoughts Void _verse 1 Please send power stones and leave a beautiful review. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 30-30 Drought Jack 30, Drought Jack 30, Drought Jack Vice Admiral Uchiha Madara, this is Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Hurry and leave this place, then request support from headquarters. Jun said excitedly. Although Rin Kurogane's appearance had filled her with pleasant surprise, she did not believe that Rin Kurogane was Kaido's opponent. Only after fighting Kaido did one truly understand how terrifying he was. Even when he allowed her to attack freely, she had been unable to cause him any damage at all. In truth, she was already very powerful. Although Kaido had been toying with her, the fact that she could last so many rounds against him proved that her strength was not weak. However, the gap was still extremely obvious. Oh? Vice Admiral? So you're a damn Marine, Kaido laughed, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent. Since he was a Marine, then he definitely was not a samurai from Wano country. But even if he were a remnant of Wano country, so what? Kaido? State your purpose for coming to Muzu Island, Rin Kurogane said calmly, without the slightest fear in his expression. Instead, his tone sounded like a command. Vice Admiral Uchiha, you, Jun said nervously. Wasn't the best course of action right now to leave immediately and seek reinforcements? Anyone below Admiral level who faced Kaido was undoubtedly courting death. Step, step, step. Just then, Kobe and the others also rushed over after hearing the commotion. When everyone saw that the opponent was Kaido, they immediately froze on the spot. What? It's actually Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Heavens! This is a terrifying existence with a bounty of 4,611,100,000 berries. This is bad. Hurry and request support. Everyone at Commodore level and above, come with me to assist Vice Admiral Uchiha. Everyone else, retreat immediately and seek reinforcements. The Rear Admiral under Rin Kurogane immediately made arrangements. Against an existence like Kaido, no matter how many ordinary Marines came, they would be useless. Even Rear Admirals would have no real effect on the battlefield. They might not even be able to play a restraining role. However, the duty of the Marines told them that when facing an enemy, they could not retreat lightly. Yes. The ordinary Marines immediately obeyed the order and prepared to leave. Only Kobe did not want to retreat. He had already been cowardly too many times. Now was the perfect opportunity to prove himself in front of Rin Kurogane. All of you, leave. Do not disturb me. At that moment, Rin Kurogane's voice rang out. But the Rear Admiral wanted to argue. Take Vice Admiral Jun and Rear Admiral Tina away. Do not make me repeat myself. Rin Kurogane directly interrupted the Rear Admiral. At this moment, battle intent surged in his heart. He wanted to see exactly how large the gap was between himself and a 4 emperor. And whether a 4 emperor could truly suppress an admiral. Vice Admiral Uchiha, you, Jun opened her mouth, wanting to say something. But in the end, she gave up. No matter what, Rin Kurogane's appearance had still made her feel much more at ease. You people seem to have forgotten that I exist. Are you ignoring me? Kaido sneered. The instant he said that, a group of pirates appeared behind Kaido. The leader was tall and powerfully built, with a ponytail and 2 braided pigtails. He wore a metal jaw over his mouth, and 2 ivory-like ornaments on both his head and shoulders. He wore spiked rivets, draped a feathered coat over his body, and wielded 2 sickle-like weapons. It was none other than Drought Jack, one of the 3 calamities under Kaido. The moment he appeared, the Marine side was immediately shocked. It's not just Kaido, one of the 4 emperors here. Drought Jack is here too. That guy's bounty is 1 billion berries. Even if Lord Uchiha can hold off Kaido, how could we possibly defeat that guy? Everyone, don't panic. Retreat immediately and seek reinforcements. We have to believe in Lord Uchiha. Although the Marines were panicked, they were still well trained. At first, they had still entertained the thought of risking everything in battle. But once Jack appeared, they could only do as Rin Kurogane had said. The Rear Admirals and Commodores immediately rescued Jun and Tina and prepared to leave. Jack shouted in dissatisfaction, seriously? He's just a mere Vice Admiral. Leaving him to me would be enough. Unfortunately, I can't let these Marines escape. Boss, I'll leave this Vice Admiral to you. Jack was a ruthless figure who even dared to challenge Sengoku and Garp. Forget a Vice Admiral. Even if an Admiral were here, he would not care at all. He merely wondered when a Vice Admiral had gained the courage to stand before Kaido. Did I allow you to move? Rin Kurogane said coldly. The moment his voice fell, Jack suddenly felt his heart jump. It was as if someone had tightly clenched his heart. When he looked at Rin Kurogane again, he saw that Rin Kurogane's eyes were scarlet like blood. And Jack himself could no longer move. What is this? Jack widened his eyes. He saw that 4 or 5 enormous golden stakes had appeared on his body. It was precisely those stakes that seemed to seal away all his strength, making him unable to move. Demonic illusion, shackling stakes technique. After obtaining the Mangekyo Sharinon, Rin Kurogane had awakened Genjutsu. There was no need to explain how powerful the Uchiha clan's Genjutsu was. When he had fought Isho before, Isho was blind, so Genjutsu naturally had no effect on him. However, Jack and the others were different. Their eyes worked perfectly well. And they had even dared to meet Rin Kurogane's gaze. It would have been difficult for them not to fall under it. Please send power stones and leave a beautiful review. Creators thoughts void _verse 1. Please send power stones and leave a beautiful review. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 31-31. Rin Kurogane vs 31, Rin Kurogane vs Kaido. 31, Rin Kurogane vs Kaido. At first, Rin Kurogane was not sure whether genjutsu would still be useful in the world of One Piece. But the system had already given a clear explanation. Genjutsu was still feasible in the world of One Piece. As for how powerful it would be, that was something Rin Kurogane could only test for himself. Judging from the effect, it seemed rather good. Rin Kurogane nodded slightly, showing his satisfaction. What are you doing? Kaido looked at Jack in confusion. In his eyes, Jack had merely glanced at Rin Kurogane, then stood there motionless. Naturally, he could not see the gigantic stakes on Jack's body, because they did not actually exist. Boss, I don't know either. For some reason, I can't move. Jack said with difficulty. What? Kaido's heart filled with suspicion. What kind of ability was this? It could actually control Jack's body in an instant? One had to know that as one of the 3 calamities under his command, Jack's strength was fully comparable to that of a Marine Vice Admiral. Yet he had been controlled in a single exchange. What exactly was this ability? Where are you looking? At that moment, Rin Kurogane's cold voice rang out. Kaido turned his head, only to see a vast sea of flames surging toward them head-on. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. This was a B-rank ninjutsu, but with the system's enhancement, its power instantly increased dramatically. It even faintly showed momentum that surpassed S-rank ninjutsu. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful flames swallowed Kaido, Jack, and the pirates behind them completely. A wave of intense screams suddenly rose across the battlefield. The Marines were shocked when they saw this scene. Lord Uchiha is too powerful. He actually blocked all those pirates by himself. Lord Uchiha is amazing. Hurry, let's go. Lord Uchiha bought us time. We have to request reinforcements quickly. The Marines were extremely inspired. Of course, they were not foolish enough to think that a single attack could kill Kaido. He was one of the 4 emperors, a monster whom the Marines had tried to execute more than 40 times and still failed to kill. As Jun retreated rapidly, she watched Rin Kurogane's figure fighting 100 enemies alone and gently bit her lip. This scene shook her deeply. In her heart, something unknown began to linger. She thought silently, Uchiha-chan, you absolutely must not let anything happen to you. When the flames passed, many figures could still be seen standing upright. The tallest among them was naturally Kaido. There was not the slightest trace of damage on his body, as if the enormous flames capable of burning everything had merely been a passing breeze. Compared to Kaido, his subordinates were much more miserable. Out of 1 to 200 people, more than half had been eliminated directly. Even Jack looked rather battered. At some point, he had already broken free from the genjutsu. With a furious expression, he roared, that hurt like hell. Boss, move aside. I'm going to tear this brat into pieces. His entire body emitted a tyrannical aura as he prepared to charge at Rin Kurogane. However, Kaido suddenly stretched out his hand and blocked Jack. Jack, this man is not someone you can handle. Go. Kill every marine on this island. Don't let the information leak out. Kaido was filled with interest toward Rin Kurogane. That enormous fire had not been able to injure him. Even so, he had still felt some heat from it. Moreover, anyone who dared to challenge him alone might truly have some ability. Although Jack was extremely unwilling, he did not dare disobey Kaido. Compared to his own anger, protecting the secret of this island was far more important. Boss, don't kill him yet. Leave him with one breath. After I slaughter the Marines, hand him over to me to kill. After saying that, Jack led a group of pirates and prepared to chase after Jun and the others. But the moment he took a step, boom. His entire body was suddenly smashed violently into the ground by a hand. A foot pressed firmly down on Jack's head. It was none other than Rin Kurogane. Do you have memory problems? Rin Kurogane said calmly. Seeing this scene, Kaido's expression changed. That speed was so fast that even he had failed to react in time. Even his observation haki had failed to capture Rin Kurogane's figure. Kaido suddenly burst into laughter. Interesting. Your speed is probably comparable to Kizaru's, isn't it? No wonder you dare act so arrogantly in front of me. Good. Then let me see exactly what you're capable of. Laughing loudly, he raised his kanabo and attacked Rin Kurogane. Thunder Bagua. His voice shook the heavens. The kanabo carried terrifying force as it came crashing down toward Rin Kurogane's head. Jack, who was beneath Rin Kurogane's foot, had originally been burning with humiliation and rage. Although he looked somewhat battered on the surface, in truth, he had not suffered much damage. After all, his title as Little Kaido was not for nothing. However, when he saw Kaido's attack, his expression immediately changed. He even forgot about causing trouble for Rin Kurogane. He shouted, "Boss! I'm still down here." Jack understood very well how terrifying Thunder Bagua was. Even with his thick skin and tough body, taking this blow would definitely be unpleasant. But Kaido seemed not to hear him at all. His attack did not weaken. Instead, it grew even stronger. Left with no choice, Jack could only grit his teeth and prepare to endure the blow. At the same time, he tightly grabbed Rin Kurogane's foot, preventing him from escaping even if he wanted to. Big update for all readers. Before I upload the next 100+ chapters, I'm opening a short pre-buy offer for my Patreon collection. For the next 24 hours only, there will be a 30% discount available for readers who want early access. After the 24-hour discount period ends, the full batch of 100+ chapters will start going up. Thank you for supporting the novel and helping me continue translating more chapters. Patreon.com/voidverse1 Content Source, webnovel.com Chapter 32-32 Kaido is injured 32, Kaido is injured 32, Kaido is injured bang. A thunderous explosion rang out through the air. Jack was extremely surprised. The impact he had expected never came. Once Thunder Bagua was unleashed, even if someone in front of him blocked it, he should still have felt tremendous pressure. And yet, his body had not felt the slightest tremor. He raised his eyes and looked over. At some point, Kaido had actually been sent flying. What exactly had happened? Could it be that the Vice Admiral before him had sent Kaido flying in a direct clash? How was that possible? A mere Vice Admiral had actually blocked Kaido's Thunder Bagua? Jack was horrified and could not help but look up. There, he saw a gigantic blue skeleton emitting a terrifying pressure, staring down at him coldly. "Do you want to dance?" The moment those words fell, an icy killing intent suddenly surged into Jack's heart. Before he could even speak, the skeleton suddenly moved. Its massive arm smashed toward Jack's head. Bang, bang, bang. Every punch struck Jack's vital points. Even with Jack's thick skin and tough body, he was beaten until he screamed repeatedly. Rin Kurogane raised his foot and kicked. Jack flew out like a human cannonball. This scene was recorded by a marine who did not fear death. His eyes widened, and he could hardly believe it was real. Vice Admiral Uchiha. Vice Admiral Uchiha actually fought 1 against 2 and forced back both Kaido and Jack at the same time. How is this possible? He panted heavily. Then he continued hiding in the distance, secretly recording. He had seen it clearly just now. The instant Kaido's kanabo was about to strike Rin Kurogane, Kaido had suddenly stopped moving. It was as if he had been possessed. His eyes had widened, but that strike could not be swung no matter what. After that, the gigantic skeleton had appeared out of thin air and punched Kaido away with a single blow. What exactly was going on? Genjutsu, Shiranui. Rin Kurogane looked calmly at Kaido, who had been sent flying. As for Jack, he did not pay him much attention. The moment Kaido approached Rin Kurogane used Genjutsu. In the Naruto world, Uchiha Madara's strongest ability was not Genjutsu, but those powerful ninjutsu capable of destroying heaven and earth. However, there was no denying that Uchiha Madara's Genjutsu was also extremely powerful. Otherwise, he would not have been able to control the Nine Tails with a single glance and forcefully form a contract with it. It was merely that Uchiha Madara's other overwhelming abilities covered up the fact that his Genjutsu was also terrifyingly strong. And in the world of One Piece, no one knew the horror of the Uchiha Sharingan. That was why Kaido had been caught off guard and fallen into it. However, Rin Kurogane also knew that defeating Kaido would be extremely difficult. At the very least, with his current methods, he did not seem capable of truly injuring Kaido. But that did not mean he could not capture Kaido. As the dust and smoke dispersed, a massive figure appeared before Rin Kurogane. Meanwhile, the marine secretly filming their battle was shocked to discover something. Kaido, who possessed an undying body, actually had a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. That scene happened to be recorded by him. Kaido wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed loudly. "Uchiha Madara, is it? Interesting. Your eyes are strange. From here on, I'm getting serious." Even someone as powerful as Kaido had begun to take Rin Kurogane seriously. He finally understood why Jack had suddenly been unable to move. He had just experienced it himself. The instant he was about to hit Rin Kurogane, he saw Rin Kurogane's eyes. Those eyes were blood-red and hooked like blades. With just one glance, Kaido suddenly found himself inside a special space. The scenery there seemed to be made of blood. Inside that world, he was actually unable to move. After that, he discovered that his body had begun to catch fire. In that instant, he understood that he had likely been hypnotized and pulled into a false world. Then, the flames started from his feet, and he actually felt the pain of being burned. At once, he realized how terrifying that ability was. He desperately tried to connect with the real world, hoping to regain control of his body. But he discovered that it seemed useless. Then, in that flash of lightning, he suddenly remembered the scene of Jack managing to move again. So he opened his mouth and bit down hard on the tip of his tongue. The intense pain instantly cleared his mind. Then the scene before his eyes shifted, and he found that he had finally escaped that false world and returned to reality. However, he had also bitten through the tip of his tongue, causing a trace of blood to flow. And what shocked Kaido the most was that his observation haki could not prevent Rin Kurogana's attack. Even if he could foresee Rin Kurogana's attack trajectory, that strange attack from those eyes was completely impossible to guard against. This made even Kaido feel wary, and a realization rose in his heart. He absolutely could not meet Rin Kurogana's gaze. Rumble. Just as Kaido was preparing to continue attacking, a violent tremor suddenly erupted from the volcano. After that, 2 more groups of pirates rushed toward Kaido. One group said, "This is bad, Lord Kaido. The volcano is about to erupt. This island will probably be swallowed. Please evacuate immediately." The other group said, "Lord Kaido, we have detected a large number of marine ships approaching. What should we do next?" Big update for all readers. Before I upload the next 100+ chapters, I'm opening a short pre-buy offer for my Patreon collection. For the next 24 hours only, there will be a 30% discount available for readers who want early access. After the 24-hour discount period ends, the full batch of 100+ chapters will start going up. Thank you for supporting the novel and helping me continue translating more chapters. My Patreon, patreon.com/voidverse1 content source, webnovel.com chapter 33-33 Kaido Retreats 33, Kaido Retreats 33, Kaido Retreats. Kaido narrowed his eyes and glanced at the force of the erupting volcano. Thick black smoke was blasting out from the crater. The scorching magma was like the tentacles of a monster, gradually devouring the land of Muzu Island. Jack crawled out from beneath the rubble in a wretched state. Covered in wounds, he came before Kaido and shouted, "Boss, are we going to start a war with the Marines now?" Kaido said, "One day, I'll slaughter every last Marine. But now isn't the time. Since Muzu Island has been exposed, there's no need to stay here anymore. Everyone, retreat." Jack argued, "They're just Marines. They aren't unbeatable. Boss, I'm willing to be the vanguard and strike them head-on." At this moment, Jack had been beaten black and blue by Rin Kurogane, and the violent hostility in his heart had erupted. Naturally, he was unwilling to leave just like this. Kaido showed no anger at Jack's defiance. Instead, he laughed loudly and said, "Jack, wait a little longer. There will be a time for you to fight. For now, leave immediately." Hearing this, no matter how unwilling Jack was, he could only leave. He glared hatefully at Rin Kurogane, wanting to leave behind a threat. But Rin Kurogane's voice suddenly rang out. "Leave? Did I give you permission?" Rin Kurogane's eyes were scarlet, and he was just about to cast Genjutsu. Suddenly, Kaido let out a furious roar. His entire skin turned blue, and he transformed into a majestic eastern dragon. Around his dragon claws, 2 wheels of flame burned. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color. Terrifying black clouds gathered above Muzu Island. Purple-red lightning constantly flashed within the clouds. The Marine who had been secretly recording was utterly shocked when he saw this scene. Is this Kaido's true strength? This is practically the end of the world. A trace of seriousness also flashed through Rin Kurogane's eyes. Azure Dragon Form. Rin Kurogane murmured to himself. He had some understanding of Kaido's abilities. In his Azure Dragon Form, Kaido's destructive power was astonishing. At this moment, Rin Kurogane no longer had any interest in paying attention to Jack. Susanoo. Rin Kurogane fully stimulated the power of his Sharingan, pushing Susanoo to its limit. Blood tears flowed from his eyes. At this moment, the half-bodied skeleton could be seen wearing a layer of armor. And just then, Kaido, who had transformed into an azure dragon, opened his enormous mouth. A terrifying stream of fire blasted out from his mouth. Rumble. The earth trembled, and the town was plunged into a sea of flames. However, Kaido's attack did not stop there. Kaido raised his head and roared, "Dragon Twister Demolition Breath." Dark clouds hung upside down, and massive tornadoes appeared in the sky, sweeping across the entire town. Countless houses collapsed with thunderous crashes. With the help of the wind, the flames burned even more fiercely. The earth was also torn apart by countless wind blades, leaving the terrain severely destroyed. Dust and smoke rose everywhere, making it seem as though the end of the world had arrived. No one knew how much time had passed before the wind gradually died down. Within the flames, a gigantic blue figure appeared unharmed at the center of the battlefield. That person was none other than Rin Kurogane. As for Kaido and his subordinates, they had already disappeared. They got away. Rin Kurogane said with some dissatisfaction. Then he waved his hand casually, and the surrounding flames were extinguished in response. When the marine who had been secretly recording saw this scene, he was extremely excited. Vice Admiral Uchiha. Vice Admiral Uchiha is really too powerful. He actually forced back Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Most importantly, he had recorded the battle between Rin Kurogane and Kaido. Being able to witness such a great battle filled him with excitement. Go! Notify the marines to clean up the battlefield. Just as he was getting excited, Rin Kurogane's voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. Turning his head, he realized that Rin Kurogane had appeared beside him at some point. The marine immediately straightened his body and shouted, "Yes!" Then he rushed away excitedly. Rin Kurogane began recalling the battle just now. Kaido had seemed to be at a disadvantage. However, if it had truly been a battle to the death, the one who died would definitely have been Rin Kurogane. Because with Rin Kurogane's current strength, he still could not threaten Kaido's life. Forget Kaido. Even killing Jack would be somewhat difficult. This was all because he was seriously lacking in offensive power. Of course, if he learned armament haki, then the result would be completely different. On the warship of the Beast's pirates, Kaido said to his subordinates, "From now on, if you encounter Uchiha Madara outside, retreat immediately. Don't get caught up in battle. If fighting becomes unavoidable, then remember one thing, don't look into his eyes." Beside him, Jack, who was wrapped in bandages, said indignantly, "Boss, he's just a vice admiral. Aren't you overestimating him too much?" Kaido picked up his gourd of wine and took a fierce gulp, then said, "Vice Admiral? Jack, you're underestimating him. His strength has already reached admiral level. Remember, don't provoke him lightly." Jack's face was filled with shock. "Admiral? That brat is so young. How could he possibly have reached admiral level?" Even so, he did not doubt Kaido's judgment at all. And precisely because of that, Jack felt even more horrified. Suddenly, he also realized something. Aside from that strange ability, Rin Kurogane had not used haki from beginning to end. Without using haki, he had already beaten Jack to the point where he could not fight back. Then what if haki was added on top of that? Thinking of this, even someone as cruel and violent by nature as Jack could not help but feel a chill down his spine. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 34-34 The World is Shocked. 34, The World is Shocked. 34, The World is Shocked. Jun and the other wounded had already been sent onto the ships for treatment. The vice admirals who had rushed over after receiving the news began asking after Jun with concern. Shitan, in particular, was extremely worried about Jun's condition. When they heard that she had encountered Kaido, cold sweat instantly broke out across their bodies. But when they heard that Rin Kurogane had forced back Kaido and Drought Jack, one of the 3 calamities, all by himself, everyone was shocked. They immediately cried out that it could not possibly be true. They had some understanding of Rin Kurogane's strength. Even if they disliked him, they all acknowledged his power. However, even so, they did not believe that Rin Kurogane could be Kaido's opponent. That was one of the world-famous 4 emperors. And Kaido was known as the strongest creature. He was publicly recognized as invincible in one-on-one combat. Even if Sakazuki personally took action, he might only be able to fight Kaido to a draw. Could someone as young as Rin Kurogane really force Kaido back? Everyone had the same thought. That was impossible. But when the marine who had secretly taken pictures showed the photos to everyone, they all fell silent. Because they saw that Kaido had not only been sent flying. There was even blood at the corner of his mouth. How many years had it been? Ever since Kaido became one of the 4 emperors, he had rarely been injured. And now, he had actually been beaten by Rin Kurogane until he bled. What kind of concept was that? Although none of them had seen the actual battle with their own eyes, when they looked at Rin Kurogane again, their gazes were filled with awe. After all, he was someone who could force back Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. 3 days later, major cities began receiving newspapers about Rin Kurogane's great battle against Kaido. The headline news was the picture of blood flowing from the corner of Kaido's mouth. The world was shocked. Wow! An incredible figure has appeared in the Marines. I heard Vice Admiral Uchiha Madara was a recruit from the world conscription. A Vice Admiral can already resist a 4 Emperor. He's an Admiral candidate. He'll definitely become an Admiral in the future. The stronger the Marines become, the more those pirates will fear them. It was not only the cities of the Allied Kingdoms that received this news. Pirates, and even the 4 Emperors, also received the newspapers delivered by the news coups. Tado Land. A gigantic middle-aged woman was enjoying delicious tea and pastries. At that moment, a slender man with a very long nose and tongue, holding a candy cane in his hand, walked over with a newspaper. Mama, this is huge news. Kaido was actually injured. The gigantic woman eating pastries was none other than one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. And the man delivering the news was the eldest son of the Charlotte family, the candy minister among Tado Land's 34 ministers, Charlotte Perros Perro. Big Mom took the newspaper and looked at it. Sure enough, just as Charlotte Perros Perro had said, there was blood at the corner of Kaido's mouth. Mama! Big Mom laughed loudly. So there are times when that guy Kaido gets injured too? Looks like this marine newcomer is somewhat interesting. What was his name again? Uchiha Madara? Very good. I hope he doesn't provoke me. I'm not an idiot like Kaido. Charlotte Perros Perro flattered her with a smile. Mama is naturally peerless. What could a mere marine possibly do to you, Mama? Hearing this, Big Mom became even happier, as if the pastries tasted even sweeter. However, the name Uchiha Madara was now engraved into her mind. On a certain island, red-haired Shanks was drinking with his companions. Suddenly, one of his subordinates brought news regarding the Marines. And for the first time, Shanks learned of Rin Kurogane. Uchiha Madara? If he can force Kaido back, then his strength is probably already at Admiral level. Looks like the Marines will soon have a new Admiral. On a certain dark and withered land, Marshal D. Teach also received the news about Rin Kurogane's deeds. Zay. Has Kaido grown old too? He was actually forced back by some brat who still reeks of milk. Looks like the end of your era has arrived, and the true era that belongs to me is about to begin. Dress Rosa. Don Quixote da Flamingo sat before the council table, reading the newspaper. Phew. Uchiha Madara, hi? What a terrifying guy. A monster like Kaido was actually injured? It's better not to provoke someone like this. He grinned, letting out waves of strange laughter. Beneath his flashy red sunglasses, no one could see what he was thinking at this moment. Alabasta Kingdom. Princess Nefertari Vivi, dressed in a white long dress, looked at the newspaper, and a trace of worry appeared in her heart. Another incredible figure has appeared in the Marines. Luffy, all of you must be careful. The same scene continued to play out across the entire world. The name Uchiha Madara gradually became known throughout the world. Meanwhile, Rin Kurogane, who had returned to Marine headquarters, could see his reputation continuously increasing every day. 2 days later, while Rin Kurogane was training alone in the wilderness, he suddenly heard a series of system notifications. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your reputation has reached 100,000. Role-playing progress increased by 10%. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your role-playing progress with Uchiha Madara has reached 40%. Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon awakened. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your chakra has increased. To read more advanced chapters, head over to my Patreon, patreon.com/voidverse1note. Get 30% discount on all of my collections for next 24 hours. Grab the offer now on my Patreon content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 35-35 Training Haki 35, Training Haki 35, Training Haki Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon. Rin Kurogane said calmly. The system's reward allowed him to clearly feel that his own strength had risen to another level once again. Only now did he truly possess Admiral-level strength. In the past, although he could exchange a few moves with an Admiral and could even retreat safely, he had lacked the means to truly injure an Admiral. That was the insurmountable gap between him and an Admiral. It was a qualitative difference. Even if he could trap an Admiral-level powerhouse inside Genjutsu, there were still drawbacks. In the Naruto world, there were 2 ways to break Genjutsu. First, for non-dojutsu Genjutsu, one could disrupt the flow of their own chakra to break free. Second, for dojutsu Genjutsu, it could only be broken by having someone else disrupt the flow of chakra. But this world did not have chakra. So the methods for breaking Genjutsu were also completely different. For example, Kaido and Jack had used pain to break free from his dojutsu Genjutsu. Aside from that, the strong individuals of this world generally possessed powerful mental strength. Even if they fell into Genjutsu, they could find a way to break free in an extremely short time. Rin Kurogane guessed that it might have something to do with the haki cultivated in this world. And in the past, during that extremely short amount of time, Rin Kurogane had not been able to unleash any highly destructive methods against his enemies. But now, things were different. He already possessed the power to injure, or even kill, an admiral. Only with that had he truly stepped into the ranks of admirals. However, that did not mean he could definitely kill an admiral-level powerhouse. Rin Kurogane still had a very clear understanding of himself. Although he possessed chakra, a power that did not exist in this world in terms of chakra alone, its destructive power was not as strong as this world's haki. Only by transforming chakra into various miraculous ninjutsu could he possess the strength to contend against this world's haki system. However, unless he could learn forbidden techniques like the 8 gates, it would still be somewhat difficult to rely on ninjutsu alone to injure the top powerhouses of this world. Therefore, he had no choice but to begin cultivating haki as well. From the day Rin Kurogane returned to Marine headquarters, Garp had already come to find him. He told him all the methods for training haki. With Rin Kurogane's ability, he naturally did not need Garp to guide him personally. Relying on his own understanding, he could learn it by himself. Now, he had already grasped the basics. He could already use armament haki, covering his fist with haki. He had also tested its power. It was indeed somewhat stronger in terms of damage than the same amount of chakra. However, haki was the same as chakra. It needed to be cultivated day after day before gradually becoming stronger. At this moment, Rin Kurogane's haki was still inferior to Luffy's during the Paramount War. However, Rin Kurogane did not think much of it. Training was like forging steel. Only after being refined 100 times could steel truly be formed. Rin Kurogane had never believed that simply obtaining the system would make him invincible under the heavens. From beginning to end, he had constantly warned himself and continuously improved himself. For 10 days, he continuously tempered his haki. Now, he had already made considerable progress. Aside from training armament haki, he had also gradually begun to understand observation haki. Although the Sharingan's effect in combat was not much different from observation haki, the battlefield was not something he could decide. What if someone blocked his line of sight? Therefore, he did not stop training observation haki either. However, compared to armament haki, observation haki was far more difficult. It took him a full half-month before he finally touched the threshold of observation haki. His method of training observation haki was also very simple. He closed his eyes and arranged countless arrows around himself, making them attack him. At first, his entire body was covered in wounds. But gradually, he was able to dodge some of them. He could even clearly see the trajectory of the arrows while his 5 senses were sealed. Was this the legendary ability to briefly see the future? However, this ability did not appear regularly. Out of 1,000 attacks, it might only appear once. Even so, he was already very satisfied. Time passed bit by bit through his daily training. Another 3 months went by. Rin Kurogane's armament haki had already reached the level of a commodore. However, when he wrapped chakra together with armament haki, whether in attack power or defensive ability, both increased by another small margin on top of their original foundation. And even without activating the Sharingan, he could already predict changes in the trajectories of arrows. Although he had not reached the point where he could briefly see the future, he could already be considered to have truly entered the threshold of observation haki. At the same time, he also discovered that when he activated the Sharingan and combined it with observation haki, a special change actually occurred. Observation haki could enhance the user's 5 senses. It was an innate ability, only some people were unable to use it. And Rin Kurogane's Sharingan also had a similar effect. After the two were combined, not only did his 5 senses become extremely sharp, he could even rapidly form countermeasures in his mind. One had to know that even if observation haki could allow someone to see the brief future, some attacks were simply too fast. Even if one could see them, there might not be enough time to react. But the Sharingan combined with observation haki avoided that very problem. To read more advanced chapters, head over to my Patreon, patreon.com/voidverse1. Note: get 30% discount on all of my collections for next 24 hours. Grab the offer now on my Patreon content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 36 to 36. Competing for Admiral 36. Competing for Admiral 36. Competing for Admiral. Rin Kurogane guessed that the reason he had awakened this ability might be related to Uchiha Madara's battle experience, combined with his own understanding of the power system in the world of One Piece. Everyone's awakened observation haki had its own unique characteristics. For example, Isho's observation haki had the special trait of allowing him to sense malice and goodwill, as well as perceive the movement of drifting clouds in the sky. He could even accurately locate meteorites in outer space and use that in combination with his devil fruit ability to pull them down. The reason for that was likely because he had been blind for many years, allowing him to develop a powerful form of observation haki capable of seeing the shape and movement of objects. Therefore, observation haki was also related to one's own abilities and spirit. And one of the Sharingan's characteristics was the ability to see through an enemy's techniques. Only by combining these factors had he obtained such an ability. But no matter what, this ability was undoubtedly extremely powerful. Not only could it allow him to anticipate the enemy's moves, it could also accurately calculate their weaknesses. In battle, it could almost be said to place him in an undefeatable position. However, that did not mean he was invincible. This world was filled with many unknown powerhouses. Until he actually crossed hands with them, he would never know just how strong he truly was. At the very least, the current him did not believe he could completely defeat Isho. At most, within 300 rounds, he could maintain the upper hand. Over the past 4 months, aside from training, Rin Kurogane had also received missions to sweep away pirates. Gradually, his fame grew greater and greater. His reputation had even climbed close to more than 800,000. Aside from that, the world conscription had also more or less come to an end. During this period, there had been 7 waves of recruitment. Only one person could compare to Rin Kurogane and Isho. No one knew his real name. He called himself Ryo Kyujiu. When Rin Kurogane saw that name, he immediately knew that this person was the Marine Admiral from the original story. He simply did not know whether, because of his own arrival, this Ryo Kyujiu would still be able to successfully become a Marine Admiral. As for Ryo Kyujiu's ability, it had not been revealed in the original story. So Rin Kurogane did not know either. Among these applicants, aside from Ryo Kyujiu, there were no especially outstanding figures. However, for the Marines, this was still a timely reinforcement. Their overall strength had clearly improved. In fact, the conditions for this world conscription had already been relaxed considerably. In past Marine recruitments, a person's background would definitely be investigated. Only those with clean backgrounds would be qualified to become Marines. But now, the Marines urgently needed to expand, so they did not care too much about background anymore. As long as one had not committed any crimes, it was enough. For example, people like Rin Kurogane, Isho, and Ryo Kyujiu. No one knew their backgrounds, yet they were still granted the rank of Vice Admiral and even made Admiral candidates. This was already an extremely high level of treatment. Rin Kurogane had once made a guess. The reason Sakazuki was not afraid that they might be spies sent by the Revolutionary Army or pirates was probably because he had immense confidence in the strength of the Marines. Hadn't Bartholomew Kuma, one of the former 7 warlords of the sea known as the Tyrant, become a slave of the Celestial Dragons? Perhaps even if a spy appeared among them, Sakazuki was confident he could capture that person. And now, Rin Kurogane and the others had performed quite well. Whether dealing with revolutionaries or pirates, they had spared no effort. Because of that, the Marine Higher UPS evaluation of the 3 of them continued to rise. Now that the world conscription had ended, in order to stabilize military morale and demonstrate the strength of the Marines, the Marine Higher UPS decided to choose an admiral from the 5 admiral candidates. The standard for promotion was also very simple. Among the 5, the strongest would be chosen as admiral. Because they needed to determine the strongest, the method of battle had undergone a major change. It would no longer be one-on-one battles. Instead, it would be a 3-way melee. The first match would be Rin Kurogane vs Jun vs Shitan. Everyone was a competitor. Only the strongest among them would be able to proceed to the next round. In the second match, the 2 defeated candidates would battle Isho. The third match would be arranged in the same way. This would continue until the strongest 3 were selected. And those 3 would still fight in a melee. Only the strongest among them would have the qualifications to be promoted to Marine Admiral. There was also logic behind this arrangement. First, becoming Admiral through absolute strength would silence all criticism. Second, a Marine Admiral did not only need strength. They also needed popularity and the support of others. If someone relied on their strength and became arrogant because of their talent, only to be defeated when others joined forces against them, then that would be their own bitter consequence. Therefore, this assessment was not only a test of strength. It was also a test of comprehensive ability. The assessment time was set for 9 o'clock the next morning. Rin Kurogane was very much looking forward to its arrival. It would also be a chance to test the results of his training over these past 4 months. That evening, Jun and Shitan were chatting in a small tavern. Shitan narrowed his small eyes and said with a cheerful smile, "Miss, are you sure you want to participate in tomorrow's assessment?" Jun did not speak. Instead, she picked up the exquisite wine glass before her and took a sip. Her brows furrowed slightly, as if she did not like the taste. Only then did she say, "Why wouldn't I participate? During this period, I've also been training desperately. I just want to prove to that person that I'm very strong too." The way she clenched her fist carried a hint of cuteness within her elegance. Shaitan stared at her in a slight daze. He smiled bitterly and said, "Miss, isn't this a little unfair? I haven't even confessed yet, so why do I already feel strangely heartbroken?" To read more advanced chapters head over to my Patreon patreon.com/voidverse1 note. Get 30% discount on all of my collections for next 24 hours. Grab the offer now on my Patreon content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 37 to 37. The first match begins. 37. The first match begins. 37. The first match begins. Shaitan suddenly withdrew his usual frivolous manner and said seriously, "Miss, to be honest, I don't recommend that you participate in tomorrow's assessment. You're already very strong, but tomorrow will be a true admiral-level battle. It isn't suitable for you." Jun stared at Shaitan with narrowed eyes and said, "Even you're looking down on me." Ever since she had been easily defeated by Kaido, she had trained desperately. Her goal was to one day fight side by side with Rin Kurogane. She knew that there was still a considerable gap between her strength and that of Rin Kurogane and the others. Even the Shaitan before her, who was always grinning cheerfully, was someone she was inferior to in many ways. But her naturally stubborn personality would not allow her to give up easily. Besides, becoming an admiral was also the dream she had always longed for. Until the very last moment, she would never back down. Shaitan shook his head and said, "When have I ever looked down on you? It's just that meeting Isho or Ryokugaya would still be fine. I've interacted with those two before, and they're both relatively gentle people." After a pause, he looked at Jun seriously and said, "But little brother Uchiha is different. He's someone who can't tolerate even a grain of sand in his eyes. When dealing with pirates, he's ruthless and always goes all out. I can't guarantee that he'll show mercy to you." Jun lifted her chin like a proud peacock and said, "Humph. What I want is for him to go all out. Tomorrow, I'll definitely give him a great shock. Just wait and see." After saying that, she stood and left. She left behind a faint fragrance that made Shaitan savor the moment endlessly. Looking at Jun's departing back, Shaitan secretly swore that even if he had to use all his strength, he absolutely would not let Jun get hurt. The night passed without incident, and time quickly reached 9 o'clock the next morning. Marine headquarters itself was not particularly lively. The lively place was Fruljord Island, not far from Marine headquarters. The island had a vast terrain, with a wide forest and a massive canyon. Moreover, fierce beasts roamed everywhere, making it unsuitable for habitation. Instead, it had become a training ground for Marine headquarters. Because this was an admiral-level assessment, the location had been specially set here. The first mixed battle would be between Rin Kurogane, Jun, and Shaitan. The three of them stood within the canyon, forming a three-way standoff. The Marine higher UPS, along with a group of Marine officers, watched from the cliff above. Garp shouted loudly, "You should all be very clear on the contents of the assessment. In that case, fight with everything you have. Whether you can become a Marine Admiral or not will be decided by strength." His voice echoed throughout the entire canyon. The surging momentum filled Jun and Shaitan's chests. Garp's voice also represented the imminent beginning of the battle. Tsuru said to Kizaru, "Admiral Borsellino, please keep an eye on the battlefield at all times. If Momuzagi encounters danger, please step in and save her." Kizaru looked at Tsuru with a bitter smile and said, oh my, as expected, the hardest and most tiring job has been handed to me. But please rest assured. This little sister of yours is very strong too. After all, the sword in her hand is Kanpura, one of the 21 great grade blades." Tsuru nodded slightly. In truth, Jun's strength was already very impressive. The fact that she had been able to stand out among many Marine vice-admirals and become an admiral candidate already proved her strength. However, the person she was about to face was Rin Kurogane. As for Rin Kurogane, even Tsuru could not completely see through him. Among the Marines, most elderly officers would choose to retire. Those who could remain in the military either possessed extraordinary strength or had abilities that others could not replace. Tsuru's own strength was only at the peak vice-admiral level. Moreover, as her age increased, her strength had also declined somewhat. Yet the reason she could stand on equal footing with people like Garp and Sengoku was not because of seniority, but because of her strategy. One only had to think about it. A person who could make Don Quixote Doflamingo flee at the mere sight of her was not relying purely on combat power. From this alone, one could imagine how terrifying her schemes were. And the reason she could plan with such precision was because she was extremely skilled at reading people. For example, Isho. With one glance, she could see through his ideals, which was why she also supported him greatly. But when she looked at Rin Kurogane, she felt a chilling sensation. It was a very strange feeling. She could clearly sense Rin Kurogane's lofty ideals. Yet for some unknown reason, every time she saw him, she felt her heart tremble with unease. It was as if she had seen some terrifying existence. And yet, she could also sense that Rin Kurogane's strength had not yet reached Sakazuki's level. In front of Sakazuki, she could still remain calm and composed. Therefore, she had never been able to understand why she felt this way. She could not see through Rin Kurogane. However, judging from the force he used when suppressing pirates, he was someone who hated evil with a passion. She could not guarantee that when Rin Kurogane faced Jun, he would definitely hold back. That was why she had entrusted Kizuru with watching over Jun. Jun did not know about Tsuru's arrangements. At this moment, she was filled with boundless fighting spirit, determined to make Rin Kurogane greatly surprised. Rin Kurogane looked at the two of them calmly, his arms crossed before his chest as he stood there casually. A faint breeze blew past, carrying a wisp of dust into the distance. The surrounding trees rustled softly, casting smooth silhouettes beneath the bright sunlight. But as Shaitan looked at Rin Kurogane standing like that, a chill ran through his entire body. He was clearly only standing there casually, yet he gave Shaitan the sensation of an undefeatable existence. To read more advanced chapters head over to my Patreon patreon.com/voidverse1 note get 30% discount on all of my collections for next 24 hours. Grab the offer now on my Patreon content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 38-38 Tacit Cooperation 38, Tacit Cooperation 38, Tacit Cooperation. Rin Kurogane said calmly, "Come at me together." Jun's small hand tightened, and with a clear metallic ring, she drew the longsword in her hand. The blade flashed with a cold gleam beneath the sunlight. She gave a soft snort and said, "Little brother Uchiha, I'm not the same as I was before. You'd better be careful." Rin Kurogane looked at that peerlessly beautiful face. On those alluring lips, there even seemed to be a hint of coquettishness. He smiled faintly and said, "Attack as you please." Shaitan shouted nervously, "Miss, support from the side. I'll assist with the main attack." Jun did not even glance at Shaitan. Her entire body charged straight forward. "No need. I'll take the lead." Her figure moved with extreme speed. With one swing of her sword, the blade tip released a powerful shockwave. With a bang, that shockwave directly sliced apart the rocks behind Rin Kurogane. Unfortunately, although the attack was powerful, it did not cause Rin Kurogane any harm. Rin Kurogane merely tilted his head and easily dodged the strike. He said calmly, "Is this all you can do?" Jun suddenly smiled sweetly, a smile beautiful enough to topple a city. "I've only just begun." All at once, Jun's body vanished from where she stood. A captivating fragrance drifted over slowly. After Rin Kurogane smelled it, he only felt it seep pleasantly into his heart and lungs. Then he looked at Jun again. In an instant, she had become 7 or 8 figures. Rin Kurogane activated his Sharingan and discovered that these 7 or 8 figures were actually all real. "Oh? Interesting," Rin Kurogane said with interest. This ability was somewhat similar to Genjutsu. This was the first time Rin Kurogane had encountered something like it. Paramecia type, Phantom Star Fruit. Jun cried out coquettishly, and the figures she had created rushed toward Rin Kurogane from every direction. Jun was already a master swordswoman to begin with. Combined with this dazzling barrage of attacks, ordinary people would not be able to last long at all. Unfortunately, back then, she had encountered Kaido, who possessed an immortal-like body. Kaido had not paid attention to Jun's attacks at all. As long as he seized one mistake from her, Jun could no longer withstand him. Rin Kurogane was not Kaido. His vision might even surpass Kaido's. Facing this fierce offensive, Rin Kurogane was able to deal with it easily. Without any obvious movement from him, he shifted and dodged through the attacks, avoiding every one of Jun's strikes. At the same time, he counterattacked with fire release. Yet Jun's illusory figures were actually able to ignore the damage from fire release and charge straight at Rin Kurogane. With observation haki activated, combined with the special coordination of the Sharingan, Rin Kurogane discovered that Jun's ability was somewhat similar to Uchiha Shisui. Each figure seemed to be a clone. Yet every clone possessed real killing power. As expected, none of those who could become admiral candidates were simple. "In that case, dance for me," Rin Kurogane said softly. Whoosh! Rin Kurogane suddenly disappeared from where he stood. His speed doubled in an instant. In the blink of an eye, every Jun came under attack. Bang, bang, bang. 4 or 5 figures were sent flying, while the remaining figures struggled bitterly to hold on. Jun was incomparably shocked. This was absolute suppression through strength. Only after truly facing Rin Kurogane did she realize how terrifying this man was. Humph. Don't underestimate me too much. Even so, Jun had no intention of admitting defeat. Kanpura unleashed a fierce offensive and was able to resist Rin Kurogane to some extent. But she also knew clearly that she would not be able to hold out for long. Get out of the way, Momuzagi! At that moment, Shaitan shouted loudly. Hollow hollow fruit, air pressure. Buzz. Rin Kurogane looked toward Shaitan. The invisible air pressure surged toward him head-on. Susanoo. Rin Kurogane immediately released the power of the Sharingan. A massive skeletal frame covered his body. Only then did he barely block the attack. The instant he saw it, Rin Kurogane sensed the power of this move. With his current armament Haki and Chakra, resisting it directly would inevitably be somewhat difficult. And Shaitan's timing had also been perfect. He had attacked the moment Rin Kurogane's old strength was spent and his new strength had yet to be born, leaving him almost no room to dodge. When the invisible air pressure struck Rin Kurogane's Susanoo, Rin Kurogane felt as though the surrounding air had frozen solid. And cracks actually appeared across the bones of the initial form of Susanoo, despite its powerful defense. An attack similar to 8 Gate Sky. Rin Kurogane nodded slightly. This Shaitan was not as simple as he appeared. In terms of individual strength alone, he was above Jun. It's not over yet. Jun and Shaitan had a tacit understanding forged over many years. The instant Rin Kurogane was temporarily restrained, Jun attacked immediately. 7 or 8 figures stood in different positions, as if drawing a spell formation. Then she cried out loudly, Starfall! All at once, clouds gathered. Above Rin Kurogane's head, a massive cluster of lightning appeared. Rin Kurogane narrowed his eyes slightly. He could sense that this starfall attack was enough to shatter the initial form of his Susanoo. He moved, just about to leave. Shaitan shouted solemnly, it's not over yet. Although he had a short and small build, at this moment, his body moved like an illusion, weaving back and forth. At the same time, waves of air pressure burst from his hands. Hollow hollow fruit, spatial shackles. When countless bursts of air pressure struck over, the air around Rin Kurogane seemed to be completely drained away. It truly became like shackles, leaving him unable to move. To read more advanced chapters head over to my Patreon patreon.com/voidverse1 note get 30% discount on all of my collections for next 24 hours. Grab the offer now on my Patreon creators thoughts void_verse1 extra 5 chapters on 150 power stones content source webnovel.com chapter 39 to 39 Perfect Susanoo 39 Perfect Susanoo 39 Perfect Susanoo the enormous lightning, like a falling star, smashed down toward Rin Kurogane. Boom! A violent tremor erupted throughout the canyon. Dust filled the air, and the earth cracked layer by layer. Jun knew very well how powerful Rin Kurogane's defense was. Even the meteorite from the sky had been unable to do anything to him. Let alone this small starfall. It's not over yet. Jun cried out. In an instant, more than a dozen starfalls smashed toward Rin Kurogane. This was her strongest attack. When all the starfalls overlapped at a single point, their power was even more terrifying than Isho's meteorite. A bottomless pit was blasted into the ground. The surrounding canyon cliffs were also covered in spiderweb-like cracks. From this alone, one could see how terrifying this move was. Jun even felt a little regretful. Was this move too powerful? With this starfall, Jun's strength could be considered to have touched the threshold of Admiral level. Unfortunately, this technique required the target to remain in place in order to unleash its full power. That was also why she could partner with Shaitan. Shaitan's hollow fruit happened to be able to seal an opponent's movements. Shaitan was also rather confident in Jun's attack. Looking at the dust filling the air, he murmured, did we win? If they had won, then he would admit defeat and let Jun successfully advance. This was something he was willing to do from the bottom of his heart. Jun was also panting softly, slightly exhausted. She had great confidence in her own strength as well. She guessed that no matter how powerful Rin Kurogane was, he should have been beaten unconscious by now, right? However, at that moment, Rin Kurogane's cold voice rang out. Are you trying to scratch my itch? As soon as his voice fell, the dust also dispersed. Then everyone clearly saw Rin Kurogane's current state. Rin Kurogane was wrapped within a gigantic purple humanoid figure. The purple figure was twice as tall as a giant. Its entire body was covered in purple armor. It wore a Tengu mask on its head, and a pair of massive wings grew from its back. In its hands, it held two gleaming purple long swords. From head to toe, it emitted a terrifying pressure that seemed to make heaven and earth change color and all things kneel in submission. What is that thing? The instant Jun saw Rin Kurogane, her eyes widened, and she could hardly believe what she was seeing. Her legs went slightly weak, and she actually could not summon the will to fight. Shaitan was also covered in cold sweat. There was only one thought in his mind. This guy was absolutely not someone they could defeat. On the cliff, the officers who saw Rin Kurogane's current state were utterly shocked. Could this be Vice Admiral Uchiha's true strength? I don't know how powerful it is, but if I had to face him, my legs would probably already be weak. He actually blocked Vice Admiral Jun's starfall without taking any damage. His defensive power is probably comparable to Kaido's. Everyone discussed among themselves. Sengoku and the others were also incomparably shocked. What kind of technique is this? Garp, have you heard of it before? Garp also said solemnly, this is my first time seeing it. It isn't a devil fruit ability, but with the strength it's showing now, even I would find him somewhat troublesome if I faced him. Tsuru stared nervously at the battlefield, occasionally casting a glance at Kizaru. Kizaru smiled bitterly. If possible, he did not want to face such a monster either. As for Sakazuki, his face was full of excitement as he looked at Rin Kurogane. The stronger Rin Kurogane was, the happier he became. Isho, who was also watching, sensed Rin Kurogane's terrifying pressure as well. He murmured, Your Excellency Uchiha, you have always been carrying out your own path. Perhaps the current you already possesses the power to change the world. Perfect Susanoo. Naturally, Rin Kurogane did not know what everyone was thinking. He looked down at Jun and Shaitan from above and said calmly, this is also my first time activating Susanoo's power to this extent. I don't know how powerful it is yet, so allow me to test it first. After saying that, he did not wait for the two to respond. He drove Susanoo to raise its hand, then swung toward a mountain not far away. A massive blade light tore through the sky, roaring forward. Boom! That towering, majestic mountain was actually cut in half by this single slash. Then the mountain slowly collapsed, turning into ruins. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked beyond words. This isn't human strength anymore. It's practically a natural disaster. Was that just an ordinary attack? Cutting a mountain in half with one slash, what kind of power is that? Facing such a powerful Rin Kurogane, Jun collapsed directly onto the ground. Her face was full of fear. This was no longer an existence she could deal with. Shaitan's expression also changed drastically. Although he had not used his full strength, after perfect Susanoo appeared, his full strength was nothing more than a joke in front of Rin Kurogane. Even so, he still stood firmly in front of Jun, preparing to block any attack for her. Oh? The power is acceptable, Rin Kurogane said as if nothing had happened. It was as though he was not participating in a match, but testing a technique. His gaze lowered as he looked at the two people on the ground and said calmly, my warm-up has just ended. Are you ready to dance? Just then, golden light flickered. Kizaru's figure suddenly appeared before Rin Kurogane, and he said solemnly, I announce that the victor is Uchiha Madara. The battle is over. To read more advanced chapters head over to my Patreon patreon.com/voidverse1 note get 30% discount on all of my collections for next 24 hours. Grab the offer now on my Patreon content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 40 to 43 Way Decisive Battle. 40, 3-way decisive battle. 40, 3-way decisive battle. The battle had already ended. Yet Kizaru was still looking at Rin Kurogane with a wary expression. With this kind of pressure, even he could not treat him casually. Hearing that the match was over, Jun and Shaitan both let out a breath of relief. Jun lowered her head, feeling extremely unwilling. She had originally thought that after all her desperate training during this period, the gap between her and Rin Kurogane had narrowed. But after truly fighting him, she realized that the gap between them was still so vast. She had always imagined that one day, the two of them would be able to fight side by side. Now, it seemed that was nothing more than an extravagant hope. Her heart was filled with unwillingness. What she wanted was actually very simple. She only wanted to have a little more contact with Rin Kurogane. Could it be that even such a small wish was impossible? Susanoo turned into specks of starlight and gradually scattered. Rin Kurogane descended from midair like a deity. Shaitan did not have the same thoughts as Jun. Instead, he said sincerely, Little brother Uchiha, you're truly too powerful. In front of you, I almost had no room to resist. Rin Kurogane looked at him. Shaitan's image resembled that of a small-time figure from the streets. But after fighting him, Rin Kurogane realized that Shaitan was not simple. If Shaitan unleashed his full strength, he could absolutely injure Rin Kurogane. However, that was all. He could only injure him. Rin Kurogane nodded toward Shaitan. You're quite good. Hearing this, Shaitan scratched his head in surprise and embarrassment. Come on, little brother Uchiha, don't flatter me like that. Compared to you, I'm still far behind. Although he said that, deep down, he was extremely delighted. After all, receiving Rin Kurogane's approval was still a very honorable thing to him. Jun, standing to the side, looked dejected. Seeing Shaitan receive Rin Kurogane's praise made her want to crawl into a crack in the ground. Since when had she ever felt so humble? In the past, all the vice-admirals had treated her with great care. Quite a few people had even developed affection for her. But Rin Kurogane's heart seemed to be made of stone. He had actually ignored her all this time. She could not help but feel disheartened. You were quite good too. Just then, Rin Kurogane's voice drifted over softly. After saying that, he did not wait for Jun's response and turned to leave. Hearing those words, Jun felt as though something had struck her heart, leaving her frozen where she stood. She thought she had misheard and hurriedly raised her head to look at Rin Kurogane's back. Only, no matter how she looked, Rin Kurogane's back seemed so blurry. The reason it was blurry was because her beautiful eyes had already filled with tears. Suddenly, she lowered her head and began to cry. These were tears of happiness. Even when she had become a vice-admiral back then, she had not been this happy. All at once, she felt that all her hard work had been worth it. In her heart, Rin Kurogane's figure was firmly engraved. Only after seeing Rin Kurogane leave did Kizuru truly let out a breath of relief. Those with overwhelming strength usually had some kind of temper. He could not be certain whether Rin Kurogane would stop just because of his words. He vaguely felt that Rin Kurogane was not the obedient type. Fortunately, the final result was still good. Oh my, oh my! How can this young man be so terrifying? In a few more years, even I might not be his opponent, Kizuru thought to himself. In the first match, Rin Kurogane won easily. However, Rin Kurogane was not actually as relaxed as he appeared. The amount of chakra consumed by perfect Susanoo was enormous. Even the current Rin Kurogane could not maintain it for too long. The reason he had used this move was to intimidate everyone present. With his current strength, using genjutsu and combat techniques alone would have been enough to defeat the two of them. It was just that doing so would likely have taken a very long time. It also would not have achieved the same effect as now. And now, his reputation had increased by quite a bit again, almost reaching 850,000. This was exactly the result he wanted. After resting for 1 hour, Jun and Shaitan once again stepped onto the battlefield. When they fought Rin Kurogane, the two of them had not actually suffered any serious injuries. They had only exhausted a great deal of stamina. After resting for an hour, combined with special medicines from the Marines, they quickly returned to normal condition. Perhaps because of Rin Kurogane's encouragement, Jun regained her courage. Her swordsmanship grew even sharper. The coordination between the two of them left even Isho somewhat flustered when he faced them. They repeatedly unleashed killing moves. After an hour of battle, Isho finally defeated the two of them. Isho himself also suffered some injuries. From this alone, one could see that Shaitan and Jun's strength could not be underestimated. Of course, this was also because Isho himself was relatively gentle. He tried his best to avoid fighting too fiercely. Otherwise, the two of them would have lost even faster. Even so, from the battle between the three of them, everyone could still see the gap between Isho and Rin Kurogane. Shaitan and Jun rested for another 2 hours before continuing to the next battle. Rin Kurogane also finally witnessed Ryokujiu's strength. He was a user of the woods fruit, and his body could transform into a massive tree. All the plants around him could become Ryokujiu's weapons. His combat style was extremely strange. Once they were entangled by the plants, Jun and Shaitan would fall into danger. Ryokujiu easily won this battle. With that, the top 3 had already been decided. They were Rin Kurogane, Isho, and Ryokujiu. And the battle between the three of them was about to begin. To read more advanced chapters head over to my Patreon patreon.com/voidverse1 note get 30% discount on all of my collections for next 24 hours. Grab the offer now on my Patreon content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 41-41 The Unfinished Battle 41, The Unfinished Battle 41, The Unfinished Battle. The three of them were all true Admiral level fighters. If each of them did not fight with their lives on the line, it would be impossible to determine a winner. However, in a three-way melee, that might not necessarily be the case. At this moment, Rin Kurogane, Isho, and Ryokujiu stood within a forest. The dense trees served as excellent cover. They made the battle full of unknown variables. Ryokujiu had long black hair and a rather rugged appearance, giving him the look of a fierce, masculine man. Looking at Rin Kurogane, he smiled and said, Vice Admiral Uchiha, I've finally gotten the chance to talk to you. You really are just like the rumors say. You don't like making friends. Rin Kurogane said calmly, drinking and socializing are nothing but a waste of time. This world is still filled with endless darkness and evil. If you have that time, why not train yourself so you can better replace evil? Ryokujiu chuckled and said, You're so young, yet you're this rigid. That's pretty rare. But your strength really is powerful. So, Vice Admiral Isho, should we join forces and defeat Vice Admiral Uchiha first? Everyone knew how strong Rin Kurogane was. Especially that perfect Susanoo, which had made even Kizaru feel pressure. Although Ryokujiu had already reached admiral level, he also knew that he did not have absolute confidence against a veteran admiral. Since even Kizaru found Rin Kurogane terrifying, Ryokujiu naturally felt that he would be very troublesome to deal with. That was why he wanted to join forces with Isho. They would eliminate the strongest one first. Then the remaining two would fight for the chance to be promoted to admiral. To them, that would be the safest approach. Isho slowly drew the longsword in his hand and took the initiative to step in front of Rin Kurogane. In a solemn tone, he said, This old man may be unworthy, but I still disdain joining forces against your Excellency Uchiha. After a pause, he continued, However, Vice Admiral Ryokujiu, this old man and your Excellency Uchiha still have an unfinished duel. I hope you can give us this opportunity and allow us to continue that battle. Ryokujiu was delighted. They were all admiral-level fighters. Even if there was a gap in strength, it would not be too large. Since Isho wanted to fight Rin Kurogane first, no matter who won in the end, it would be advantageous for him. He nodded. That's exactly what I'd like. This is a good thing for me. Maybe I'll end up stealing the admiral position for myself. Ha 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 ha. Ryokujiu was quite straightforward. Isho said to Rin Kurogane, Your Excellency Uchiha, your strength has improved greatly again. This old man is probably no longer your opponent. However, being able to cross hands with you is my honor. So, please use your full strength and fight me. His spirit moved everyone present. On a hill not far away, a group of marine officers were watching. Sengoku said, It seems the situation is very unfavorable for Vice Admiral Uchiha. If Vice Admiral Isho and Vice Admiral Ryokujiu join forces, Vice Admiral Uchiha will probably be eliminated first. Garp ate donuts in large mouthfuls as if he were watching a movie, then raised his head and laughed loudly. Sengoku, until the final moment, you never know what's going to happen. For example, right now, Uchiha Madara is the strongest. But can you guarantee that in the end, Uchiha Madara won't join forces with Isho to deal with Ryokujiu? Sengoku was slightly stunned. That possibility did indeed exist. Under immense pressure, the weak joining forces against the strong was an unchanging rule. Right now, Rin Kurogane might be the strongest. But once he and Isho exhausted each other greatly, the strongest person at that point would become Ryokujiu. Indeed, the battle situation could change in an instant. However, just like Garp, he was very much looking forward to the battle that would follow. Jun lightly bit her lip, extremely dissatisfied with Isho's challenge. What are they doing? Two old men over 50 are actually treating little brother Uchiha like this. If they have the ability, they should fight him one-on-one. Shaitan smiled bitterly and shook his head from the side. It seemed Jun had truly fallen deep for Rin Kurogane. Didn't that mean he had lost in love? No, that was not right. It seemed the two of them had never been in love to begin with. So, was it a failed secret crush? Thinking of this, Shaitan felt his heart ache terribly. Rin Kurogane did not waste any words. If he wanted to defeat both of them consecutively, then he could only end the battles quickly. His hands rapidly formed seals. Fire release, dragon flame release song technique. 5 dragon-shaped fireballs rushed toward Isho. Isho shouted loudly and swung his blade. Gravity blade, fierce tiger. The purple haki collided fiercely with the crimson fireballs. A thunderous boom rang out, and flames scattered in every direction. A massive blaze immediately ignited. After Rin Kurogane's first attack, he did not stop. With a flash, he immediately vanished from where he stood. His speed was more than twice as fast as ordinary Soru. Isho knew he could not keep up with Rin Kurogane's speed. So the instant Rin Kurogane disappeared, he directly slashed downward with his cane sword. A powerful gravitational field centered on him and smashed down fiercely. Boom! The earth shattered. However, Rin Kurogane had already seen through Isho's weakness. Under the immense gravity, his speed still did not decrease as he kicked toward Isho's chest. After a slight moment of surprise, Isho held his blade horizontally before his chest. Bang! Isho was directly sent flying by the kick. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Rin Kurogane's offensive did not weaken. Once again, he released a powerful flame. The flames directly swallowed Isho completely. To read more advanced chapters, head over to my Patreon patreon.com/voidverse. One note: get 30% discount on all of my collections for next 24 hours. Grab the offer now on my Patreon content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 42 to 42. Ryokujiu's movements. 42. Ryokujiu's movements. 42. Ryokujiu's movements. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Circles of purple light blew away the flames surrounding Isho. Then a massive meteorite appeared in the sky. Rin Kurogane directly activated his Mangekyo Sharinan and released the first form of Susanoo. A gigantic purple skeleton covered Rin Kurogane's body. The skeleton suddenly swung its fist, smashing the meteorite into pieces. Shattered rocks scattered down, blasting countless craters of all sizes into the ground. Ryokujiu easily dodged the falling stones. For those he could not avoid, he casually swatted them away. He said in dissatisfaction, "Hey, hey, hey, you two can fight all you want, but don't drag innocent bystanders into it. Besides, what did the flowers and plants do wrong? Look at how badly you're ruining them." Naturally, Rin Kurogane and Isho ignored Ryokujiu. Of course, Ryokujiu knew that too. "Ah, fine, fine. Then I'll trouble myself a little. To prevent the fire from spreading, I'll do a good deed and put out these flames. No need to thank me too much." As he spoke, he began wandering around the area. Wherever flames were burning, he walked over. He placed both hands on the trees, and a surge of green energy flowed into them. Then the areas covered in flames were suddenly swallowed in one bite by a huge mouth formed from plants. However, Ryokujiu was not simply extinguishing the fire. Every time he went to a location, he quietly scattered a handful of seeds. Once those seeds landed on the ground, they actually grew tiny legs on their own and burrowed into the softer soil. The moment the seeds entered the earth, they seemed to absorb nutrients and began growing wildly, directly breaking through the soil and sprouting their heads. Rin Kurogane and Isho were fighting so intensely that they had forgotten everything around them. Before anyone noticed, the beans Ryokujiu had scattered had already surrounded the two of them. He did everything extremely carefully. Besides, no one was paying attention to him. After finishing all this, he looked at the battlefield casually, a confident smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. In the battle between Rin Kurogane and Isho, Rin Kurogane was basically suppressing Isho the entire time. Now, Rin Kurogane's physical qualities had improved significantly, and he had also learned Haki. Even in a head-on clash, Isho was at a disadvantage. Not to mention pure taijutsu attacks. In terms of taijutsu alone, there were very few people in this world who could rival Rin Kurogane. Isho's defeat was already showing. If there were no major changes, the final winner would definitely be Rin Kurogane. Isho, who had never truly gone all out before, could not help but feel his blood boil. He did not know how long it had been since he last fought this freely. And the person fighting him was someone he greatly acknowledged. Because of that, he no longer hesitated and decided to fight with everything he had. While acknowledging Rin Kurogane, he also wanted Rin Kurogane to acknowledge him. He hoped to become Rin Kurogane's companion in realizing that perfect world. Isho shouted loudly, and Haki surged around his entire body, releasing a terrifying pressure like flashes of lightning. For the moment, he forced back Rin Kurogane's offensive. Then circles of purple light flew straight into the clouds. Rin Kurogane looked solemnly at the sky. This time, those rings of light were far too dense. He believed it would not be just one meteorite. Sure enough, several seconds later, he discovered that 7 or 8 enormous meteorites were falling from the sky. That overwhelming pressure shocked the officers watching the battle. So this is Vice Admiral Isho's true strength. My god, how is this even a battle? This is practically a natural disaster. A meteor shower? Is this really power a human can wield? Vice Admiral Isho is being way too reckless. Isn't it because Vice Admiral Uchiha is too powerful, forcing Vice Admiral Isho to do this? When Jun saw the meteor shower, she was also filled with astonishment. So this is true Admiral level power? My starfall is nothing but a joke in front of Vice Admiral Isho's attack. Humph, but little brother Uchiha will only be even stronger. Shaitan smiled bitterly as he looked at the disaster-like battlefield. Although he appeared cynical and carefree on the surface, he was actually rather proud deep down. He had believed that he was not far from admiral level. But after seeing this meteor shower, he finally understood where the true gap lay. Garp and the other marine higher UPS watched the battle with great interest. However, they had all noticed Ryokugayu's movements. Although Ryokugayu acted extremely covertly, he still could not escape the eyes of these powerful figures. At this moment, they were all looking forward to what would happen next. Would Ryokugayu's setup succeed, allowing him to take down Isho and Rin Kurogane in one move while they were fighting? Or would Isho and Rin Kurogane notice something was wrong and join forces to attack Ryokugayu? The power of Rin Kurogane's Sharinan revolved wildly. Perfect Susanoo! The gigantic purple Susanoo covered Rin Kurogane's body. Susanoo swung upward. A massive blade light roared through the air. It directly split the nearest meteorite in half. Its remaining force did not fade as it slashed toward the second meteorite. With a thunderous boom, although it failed to cut the meteorite completely in half, it still sliced off a portion of it. The wings behind Susanoo spread and shook, and that enormous figure actually rose from the ground, flying into the sky. The sword lights in its hands continued to slash wildly, and meteorites were cut down one after another. Before long, the entire meteor shower had been completely chopped apart by Susanoo. Countless stones rained down from above, covering the entire sky. Rumble! The earth tore apart, trees collapsed, and the scene became like hell itself. To read more advanced chapters, head over to my Patreon patreon.com/voidverse. One note: get 30% discount on all of my collections for next 24 hours. Grab the offer now on my Patreon content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 43 to 43. Ambushing Ryokugayu 43. Ambushing Ryokugayu 43. Ambushing Ryokugayu. Looking at the falling rain of shattered stones and meteors, Ryokugayu also grew solemn. Vice Admiral Isho, I seriously suspect that you said you wanted a one-on-one fight with Vice Admiral Uchiha, but you were actually planning to deal with me along the way too. Although he said that, facing countless pieces of broken rock, Ryokugayu still moved to defend himself. His arms suddenly stretched out, transforming into two long vines. When they encountered the hard stones, they actually pierced straight through them. Then he casually tossed them aside. He even exaggeratedly added, "Good thing I reacted quickly, or I would have been hit." Compared to Ryokugayu's cynical attitude, the battle between Rin Kurogane and Isho had already reached a white-hot stage. Susanoo had sliced apart the meteorites, and the shattered stones could not harm Rin Kurogane in the slightest. However, his chakra was being consumed at an abnormal speed. If he could not end the battle quickly, he would not even have enough chakra left to maintain Susanoo. Because of that, after Rin Kurogane knocked down the broken stones, he immediately charged toward Isho. Although Isho had summoned the meteorites, the stones filling the sky also smashed down toward him without distinction. Therefore, he had no choice but to spend energy blocking the attacks from the debris. Rin Kurogane, however, did not need to. Susanoo's powerful defense allowed him to ignore most attacks. Rin Kurogane arrived in an instant. He raised the enormous purple longsword and swiftly slashed toward Isho's chest. Although Isho could not see, he could still sense that terrifying pressure. He did not doubt for even a moment that the giant sword capable of tearing through mountains and stone could also cut open his body. Thus, Haki surged out from his entire body. One part protected his body, while another wrapped around his cane sword. Facing that gigantic purple blade, he showed no weakness and clashed against it head-on. With a tremendous bang, two purple lights intertwined and collided, unleashing intense sparks that split the clouds apart. As a result, everyone saw a strange and magnificent sight. Above the forest, the dense clouds had actually been divided into two halves by a blank space. Ah! Isho suddenly let out a muffled groan. Then his entire body flew backward. The cane sword in his hand immediately began to crack and shatter. Looking at his chest, a bloody wound had spread across it. However, Rin Kurogane did not feel good either. That powerful clash directly sent his entire body flying backward. If not for Susanoo's protection, he would definitely have been injured as well. With a thunderous boom, he crashed heavily onto the ground. The place where he landed was not far from Ryokugayu. Rin Kurogane withdrew Susanoo. While Susanoo was active, his chakra was being rapidly consumed every second. To the side, Ryokugayu looked at Rin Kurogane as he stood up from the ground. Seeing him breathing slightly, Ryokugayu's thoughts could not help but stir. At this moment, he had already merged with the surrounding trees. Let alone ordinary people, even admiral-level fighters would find it very difficult to detect Ryokugayu's traces. Judging from the situation on the battlefield, Rin Kurogane should have defeated Isho. In that case, wasn't this an opportunity for Ryokugayu? Everyone who saw this world-destroying scene was deeply shaken. Vice Admiral Uchiha and Vice Admiral Isho are truly powerful. Yes, but it looks like Vice Admiral Uchiha is still a step above him. It seems Vice Admiral Isho may no longer have the ability to fight. Next, Vice Admiral Uchiha will have to face Vice Admiral Ryokugyu. Everyone says Vice Admiral Ryokugyu has Admiral-level strength. If that's true, Vice Admiral Uchiha is in danger. Although everyone was shocked by Rin Kurogene's strength, they also began to worry for him. Jun jumped up happily, because she felt Rin Kurogane had already won. She firmly believed that Ryokugyu was no match for Rin Kurogane either. Kizaru carefully observed the battlefield. This Vice Admiral Ryokugyu isn't simple. While we were observing Vice Admiral Uchiha and Vice Admiral Isho, he disappeared without a sound. Sakazuki did not care much. Since he is a strong person, he should possess the spirit of a strong person. No matter the result, Vice Admiral Uchiha cannot avoid a battle with Ryokugyu. In his view, no matter what method they used to win, that was their own ability. And since Rin Kurogane had stepped onto the path of the strong, no matter what schemes or tricks he faced, he needed to bear them alone. Otherwise, how could he be qualified to become an admiral? Sengoku and Garp, standing nearby, were also slightly worried for Rin Kurogane. After all, being targeted by a powerhouse like Ryokugyu was not a pleasant thing. Within the forest, Ryokugyu had quietly arrived behind a tree beside Rin Kurogane. However, he did not choose to act, because he could sense that Isho had not completely lost yet. Although this opportunity was excellent, since he had promised Isho, he would not go back on his word. He did not move, but that did not mean Rin Kurogane would let him go. Although Ryokugyu could completely conceal his aura, that did not mean he could avoid Rin Kurogane's Sharinon. His Sharinon could see through all concealment. And Rin Kurogane had deliberately landed near Ryokugyu, preparing to lure him into attacking. In truth, Rin Kurogane had already seen Ryokugyu's little movements long ago. Therefore, he had no intention of letting Ryokugyu off. He had deliberately withdrawn Susanoo in order to make Ryokugyu lower his guard. At this moment, he suddenly disappeared from where he stood and arrived in front of Ryokugyu in the blink of an eye. Just as Ryokugyu's face filled with astonishment, Rin Kurogane's voice, like that of a god of death, drifted over faintly. Genjutsu, Shiranui. To read more advanced chapters head over to my Patreon patreon.com/voidverse1 note get 30% discount on all of my collections for next 24 hours. Grab the offer now on my Patreon content source, webnovel.com chapter 44-44 The match ends 44, the match ends 44, the match ends. Ryokugyu absolutely had not expected Rin Kurogane to suddenly find him. His heart immediately sensed that something was wrong. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. His eyes had already met Rin Kurogane's. His consciousness was instantly pulled into an illusory world made of blood-red light. A ball of flame began burning his body, yet he could not move at all. Even though he knew all of it was fake, he still felt an intense burning sensation. Seeing that his ambush had worked, Rin Kurogane immediately released the initial form of Susanoo. Only this time, he summoned Susanoo's weapon. Then he used that giant sword to slash toward Ryokugyu's head. With a puff, Ryokugyu's head was directly cut off. However, there was not the slightest trace of joy on Rin Kurogane's face. Because when Ryokugyu's head was severed, no blood sprayed out. Looking at Ryokugyu's body again, it was not a body of flesh and blood at all. It was clearly a piece of wood. Rin Kurogane frowned slightly. This was an ability similar to a wood clone. Just then, the earth suddenly trembled violently. It was as if something enormous was about to burst out from beneath the ground. Wahahaha! Vice Admiral Uchiha, you broke the rules. Since you took the initiative to attack me, I don't have to keep my promise with Isho anymore. In that case, I officially declare war on you. Ryokugyu's voice came from beneath the ground. Then, a gigantic man-eating flower appeared before Rin Kurogane. The man-eating flower was enormous. Even a single tendril was as thick as the surrounding trees. As for that huge, bloody mouth, it was practically like a fissure in the canyon. Its presence was overwhelming. At this moment, Ryokugyu was standing on the head of the man-eating flower. A cluster of petals blocked in front of him. Since this was a competition, how could he not collect information on Rin Kurogane? Aside from being able to use powerful fire-type attacks and a gigantic skeletal defensive ability, the strangest thing about Rin Kurogane was undoubtedly those eyes. Ryokugyu naturally knew that any enemy who met Rin Kurogane's gaze would inexplicably fall into a genjutsu and become unable to move. So he had already prepared against this move in advance. Seeing that the ambush had failed, Rin Kurogane did not waste words. He directly brought out perfect Susanoo and fought him head-on. During the battle, he unleashed several fire release attacks. However, that gigantic man-eating flower was actually able to swallow all the flames. Its ability was extremely bizarre. And although it was clearly plant-based, its surface was unusually tough. Even when Susanoo hacked at it with its long sword, it still took several strikes to cut through. But this gigantic man-eating flower seemed endless. The moment it was cut apart, another section of plant would immediately rise from underground, instantly restoring it to normal. At this moment, Rin Kurogane discovered that Ryokujiu was even harder to deal with than Isho. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, a furious shout resounded through heaven and earth. Gravity Fist, Heavenly Light White Tiger. The moment the words fell, a transparent wave of light suddenly shot out. With a bang, a large hole was directly blasted through the incredibly tough surface of the man-eating flower. The light wave did not lose momentum and directly struck Susanoo. With just one hit, a chunk was taken out of Susanoo's thigh. Rin Kurogane and Ryokujiu stopped at the same time and looked toward the source of the voice. Isho's upper body was bare as he walked toward them step by step. A savage wound cut across half of his body, yet Isho seemed unable to feel pain at all. His entire body emitted a terrifying pressure. Even the earth seemed to tremble. Isho opened his white, pupil-less eyes, and his entire figure was like an immovable wrathful deity. Your Excellency Uchiha, for the sake of realizing my dream, even if it is you, I will not retreat. And if I wish to realize my dream, I must first become an admiral. Therefore, I will no longer hold back. After saying that, he slowly raised both hands. A terrifying purple aura lingered around his fists. Then he attacked Rin Kurogane and Ryokujiu at the same time. The two of them immediately blocked. However, under Isho's full power, both of them were knocked flying. Ryokujiu did not let Rin Kurogane go either. He also chose to attack Rin Kurogane first. Rin Kurogane's Susanoo barely blocked the attacks from both of them. However, cracks also appeared across Susanoo. He knew that with his current strength, facing the attacks of two admirals at the same time was still rather strenuous. If this continued for too long, the one eliminated first would definitely be him. Even so, he did not retreat in the slightest. So what if he had to face two admirals at the same time? Oh? Then let me see where your limits lie. Rin Kurogane shouted loudly. Holding nothing back, he drove Susanoo with all his strength. Susanoo gripped its giant sword and attacked the two of them. Rumble! The three of them truly fell into a chaotic battle. In an instant, the earth cracked apart, and every tree and blade of grass was broken. It was as if this island itself was about to be shattered. At that moment, Garp and Sengoku exchanged a glance. Kizaru also exchanged a glance with Sakazuki. Their long-standing tacit understanding meant there was no need for words. They disappeared from where they stood. The four of them appeared almost simultaneously at the center of the battlefield. Haki surged around all four of them, forming an indestructible invisible wall. Sengoku even awakened his Buddha form, instantly separating Rin Kurogane and the other two. Sakazuki shouted loudly, I declare that the match is over. The moment those words were spoken, the watching officers immediately let out a breath of relief, terrified that Rin Kurogane and the others might actually shatter the entire island. To read more advanced chapters, head over to my Patreon patreon.com/voidverse1 content source, webnovel.com chapter 45-45 Vegapunk 45, Vegapunk 45, Vegapunk. Seeing Sakazuki and the others intervene, Rin Kurogane and the other two finally stopped attacking each other. Among the three of them, aside from Rin Kurogane, the other two looked rather battered. Needless to say, Isho's savage wound was still bleeding. As for Ryokujiu, under Susanoo's attacks, he had also been shaken until his entire body was covered in blood. In contrast, Rin Kurogane, who had fought 1 against 2, showed no visible injuries on the surface. That was because he had Susanoo's protection. Otherwise, with Rin Kurogane's current level of armament haki, he would have already lost his life. However, among the three of them, Rin Kurogane had consumed the most energy. Moreover, even Susanoo could not completely block the attacks of the other two. Isho's final technique had nearly crippled Susanoo. Ryokujiu's plant attacks were not only incredibly tough, but could even pierce through Susanoo's armor. Several times, they had nearly injured Rin Kurogane himself. Not only that, but those plant tendrils seemed capable of absorbing his chakra. His methods were quite bizarre. None of those who possessed admiral-level strength were simple. It was also through fighting the two of them that Rin Kurogane gained a rough assessment of his own strength. He was probably somewhat stronger than a newly promoted admiral, but still some distance away from a veteran admiral. Sakazuki said, "That's enough. We've already seen your strength. Each of you is a pillar of the Marines. There's no need to fight to the death." After a pause, he continued, "As for your evaluations, we will notify you after we have discussed them." Naturally, Rin Kurogane and the other two had no objections. Garp laughed loudly and said, "Uchiha brat, your strength really is frighteningly powerful. Can you tell me the secret behind your training?" "Of course, I won't ask for it for free. I can teach you everything I've learned in my life." Before Rin Kurogane could speak, Sengoku, who had returned to his normal state, struck Garp on the head with a loud smack and scolded, "Garp, what nonsense are you saying? Shut your mouth." The strength possessed by every special powerhouse was an absolute secret. No one would tell another person all of their hidden cards. That had already touched a taboo. That was why Sengoku warned Garp. If they offended Rin Kurogane because of this, the loss would not be worth it. Garp scratched his head. "Oh, so I can't ask about that? I forgot. Then pretend I didn't say anything." Sengoku covered his face, looking as if he wanted to say, "I don't know this guy." Sakazuki and Kizuru had long since grown used to Garp's antics, so naturally, they did not care. They also knew very well that everyone had their taboos. Especially between powerful individuals, even a simple secret could endanger one's life. Therefore, although they were also extremely curious about where Rin Kurogane's strength came from, they absolutely would not ask too much. They also did not believe Rin Kurogane would reveal his secret. However, Rin Kurogane said calmly, "This is related to my bloodline. Without our Uchiha bloodline, it is impossible to possess my abilities." The moment those words were spoken, Sakazuki and Kizuru looked at Rin Kurogane somewhat strangely. Sengoku frowned slightly. "Enough. This matter ends here. Let's return to headquarters first." He did not want Rin Kurogane to continue speaking. The reason was very simple. Naturally, it was to protect Rin Kurogane. Within the world government, there was a scientist known as a man whose intelligence surpassed humanity by 500 years, Dr. Vegapunk. He had already discovered the so-called lineage factor. If the higher UPS wanted to study Rin Kurogane's power and treat him like a test subject, it would undoubtedly cause Rin Kurogane serious harm. That was also why Sakazuki had to read more advanced chapters. Head over to my Patreon, patreon.com/voidverse1. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 46-46. Admiral Candidates 46, Admiral Candidates 46, Admiral Candidates. Rin Kurogane nodded toward Ryokujiu. He also acknowledged Ryokujiu's strength. An ability similar to Senju Hashirama's, paired with the Uchiha Madara he was role-playing, gave off a faint sense of ill-fated connection. Ryokujiu seemed to have already grown used to Rin Kurogane's way of doing things. Seeing that Rin Kurogane did not say much, he smiled bitterly, shook his head, and turned to leave. Oh my, I moved around too much and got all sweaty. I need to hurry up and wash myself, otherwise the ladies won't like me anymore." With both hands behind his head, he walked away leisurely, looking rather carefree. Isho did not leave. Only after everyone else had gone did he slowly ask, "Your Excellency Uchiha, if Ryokujiu had not been there, would you really have killed me?" Isho's words surprised Rin Kurogane slightly. However, his expression did not change in the slightest. "Yes." Just one word made Isho's heart tremble. Although Rin Kurogane did not say much, Isho seemed to understand what Rin Kurogane was thinking. It was not that he would use any means necessary to achieve his goal, but if someone blocked their path, then no matter who that person was, gods would be killed if gods stood in the way, and Buddhas would be slain if Buddhas blocked the road. Isho nodded, and a warm current immediately flowed through his heart. It was because in this world, someone with the same ideals and the same beliefs had become his companion. He was not alone. Moreover, if that person was Rin Kurogane, he would definitely go farther than he could. Isho said, "Your Excellency Uchiha, if the admiral position goes to you, this old man fully supports it. If you lead the Marines, even the 4 emperors would not dare act arrogantly." Rin Kurogane looked at Isho and said with a serious expression, "They simply would not dare act arrogantly." Isho's entire body shook. "You mean," Rin Kurogane said calmly, "this world can only have one voice, and that is the voice of justice. If evil exists, then it should be eliminated, whether it is the 4 emperors or anyone else." Isho slowly chewed over Rin Kurogane's meaning. His ideal was too absolute, and it was also far too difficult to realize. However, once it was realized, it would truly be the ideal world. After thinking for a moment, he said, "May I ask Your Excellency Uchiha what you think of the 7 warlords of the sea?" Rin Kurogane looked at Isho and said, "What are the 7 warlords?" Isho said, "Naturally, they are great pirates officially recognized by the world government, forces acknowledged by the government." Rin Kurogane shook his head. "Since they are pirates, they are evil. And if they are evil, they should be eliminated. Even if they are recognized by the government, so what?" The moment those words were spoken, Isho was deeply shaken. Rin Kurogane's views coincided perfectly with his own. Under the government's recognition, even if those warlords broke the law, they could still escape punishment. Isho had long hated this phenomenon to the bone. And the main reason he wanted to become an admiral was precisely because he wanted to abolish the 7 warlords system. However, after discussing it with Rin Kurogane, he could not help but feel ashamed of himself. Since one already knew what evil was, then even if the world government stood in the way, one should still resolutely seek to eliminate it. His heart was extremely pure, and he did not care about any force or power. What a magnificent spirit this was! Only such a person was qualified to lead the Marines. Isho said loudly, "Your Excellency Uchiha, even if this old man must use all his strength, I will definitely make you become an admiral." After saying that, he directly turned and left. Rin Kurogane did not stay there any longer either. He followed everyone else and returned to Marine headquarters. At this moment, inside the meeting room of Marine headquarters, 5 Marine higher-ups Sakazuki, Kizaru, Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru were discussing the candidates for admiral. Kizaru was the first to speak. Although the battle did not reach a conclusion, there is no denying that the strongest one is Uchiha Madara. Sakazuki thought for a moment and said, "That is indeed true. However, since they did not fight to the very end, who is truly the strongest cannot be determined." Sengoku said, "What can be confirmed is that all 3 of them possess admiral-level strength. In that case, who would be best suited to become admiral?" Garp ate donuts while laughing loudly. "Why make it so complicated? Since all 3 of them have admiral-level strength, why not promote all 3 of them to admiral?" Sengoku frowned slightly. "Selecting 3 admirals in one breath? Wouldn't that be a little too hasty?" Tsuru nodded and said, "I agree with Sengoku. The position of admiral is not child's play. If they want to become admirals with strength alone, they still need to ask whether the vice-admirals will agree." Sengoku and Tsuru were both relatively traditional. They preferred stability when handling matters. Moreover, most importantly, Rin Kurogane and the other 2 had not had their identities fully investigated. Promoting them directly to admiral without knowing their roots seemed somewhat improper in terms of procedure. Sakazuki directly waved his hand and said, "I agree with Vice-Admiral Garp's proposal. Uchiha Madara, Isho, and Ryo Kyujiu will all be selected as admirals at the same time. There is no need to seek the opinions of the vice-admirals. I will report this directly to the Commander-in-Chief of the entire Marine Forces, Kong." There was a reason behind his decision. At present, the World Summit, held once every 4 years, was drawing closer and closer. After the Paramount War, the Marines had lost 2 admirals, which had dealt a severe blow to their prestige. Because of that, more and more pirates had begun to become active. They were also becoming increasingly arrogant. Now that the World Summit would begin before long, the Marines urgently needed to replenish their admirals in order to intimidate these petty villains. Furthermore, Rin Kurogane and the other 2 truly did possess such strength. That was why Sakazuki made this proposal. To read more advanced chapters head over to my Patreon patreon.com/voidverse1 content source, webnovel.com chapter 47-47 Blood-Eyed Admiral. 47, Blood-Eyed Admiral. 47, Blood-Eyed Admiral. Sakazuki's proposal was quickly reported to Kong. Kong had high hopes for Sakazuki. Although he felt that Sakazuki's proposal did not conform to procedure, extraordinary times called for extraordinary measures. So he agreed. 3 days later, Marine headquarters held an admiral conferment ceremony. Rin Kurogane, Isho, and Ryo Kyujiu became admirals at the same time. When Marine headquarters received this news, everyone's spirits were shaken. As expected, it's exactly as I guessed. Those 3 absolutely have the strength to become admirals. Yes. 3 more admirals have appeared in our Marines. This is definitely inspiring. Let's see how those pirates dare act arrogantly now. During this past year, pirates have been acting far too boldly. Especially those 4 emperors. They're practically lawless. Exactly. Our Admiral Uchiha hates evil with a passion. With him around, he's simply a nightmare for pirates. Naturally, Jun was looking at Rin Kurogane on the platform. It was his first time wearing a marine coat. His powerful figure was like that of a deity, filling her with incomparable admiration. This is what a true admiral is. Little brother Uchiha, with the Marines under your leadership, they will definitely be able to wipe out the pirates. Seeing Jun's infatuated expression, Shaitan could only smile bitterly and shake his head from the side. However, among the three newly appointed admirals, Rin Kurogane was indeed the most dazzling. That unsmiling expression and cold gaze made him seem like a god of war, inspiring awe in everyone who saw him. As for the officers who had once criticized Rin Kurogane, they all shut their mouths at this moment. They had all witnessed Rin Kurogane's strength. Those natural disaster-like attacks had filled them with utter despair. Although there were still people who disliked Rin Kurogane, they would absolutely not show it on the surface. Tina looked at Rin Kurogane's appearance and also became somewhat infatuated. Not only was Rin Kurogane extremely powerful, but more importantly, he was also young and handsome. How could such a figure not make her heart turn upside down? It was not only Jun and Tina. Most of the women in the military had already begun to view Rin Kurogane as their idol. In private, they even evaluated him as the man women most wanted to marry, and the man who gave them the greatest sense of security. Rin Kurogane's reputation within the Marines continued to rise. Wherever Rin Kurogane passed, screams and cheers rang out without end. Seeing this, Ryokugyu felt slightly sour in his heart. Tell me, we're all admirals, so why is little brother Uchiha so popular? This was originally just a joke, but Isho said with complete seriousness, it is only natural that your excellency Uchiha is popular. Naturally, Rin Kurogane ignored Ryokugyu. Ryokugyu smiled bitterly and shook his head. In his view, not only were these beauties infatuated with Rin Kurogane, even the dignified Admiral Isho admired Rin Kurogane greatly. The conferment ceremony lasted the entire morning before it finally came to an end. From this moment onward, the three marine admirals were officially set in stone. Every admiral had their own epithet. Ryokugyu's remained unchanged. He was still called Admiral Ryokugyu. Isho's code name was Fujitora, making him Admiral Fujitora. As for Rin Kurogane, because of his blood-red eyes, his code name became Blood-Eye, making him Blood-Eyed Admiral. At the same time, news of the Marines' three newly appointed admirals gradually spread throughout the world. This world conscription had not only produced admirals, but three of them at once. In an instant, the world was shocked. What? 3 admirals? Since when did admirals become so common? You're focusing on the wrong thing. Isn't it a good thing that the Marines now have 3 admirals? Of course it's good. The stronger the Marines are, the less those pirates will dare to act recklessly. Big Mom ate desserts while looking at the newspaper. Mama! Could it be that the Marines were too incompetent, so they casually found 3 people to make up the numbers? Do they think Admiral-level fighters can appear just like that? Charlotte Perros said with a fawning expression, Mama is absolutely right. The Marines always like to bluff. In reality, not a single one of them can fight. Hearing this, Big Mom burst into hearty laughter again. In the Tato Land Kingdom, she was the absolute queen. Moreover, her power was developing faster and faster now, so she naturally had no fear of the Marines. Kaido drank heavily. After seeing that 3 admirals had appeared in the Marines, he grabbed the wine bottle and threw it onto the ground, smashing it into pieces. Blood-Eye Admiral? Uchiha Madara? Humph, they all say I suffered a loss at your hands. That is a humiliation to me. The next time I meet you, you won't be so lucky. On an ice island, a middle-aged man wearing a green coat lay on a rare patch of grass, holding a newspaper in his hand. He had black curly hair, dark skin, and always wore an eye mask, looking as though he had no interest in anything. He was none other than the former Marine Admiral, Aokiji Kyuzan. 3 admirals? That Sakazuki really is acting recklessly. As expected, he isn't suited to be Fleet Admiral. Kyuzan gave a cold snort, clearly still extremely dissatisfied with Sakazuki. However, he still imprinted the 3 admirals' code names into his mind. Rin Kurogane did not know how the world was reacting. But his reputation began rising wildly once again. Originally, it had already reached 850,000. Now, after the global announcement was released, in just one short month, Rin Kurogane's reputation directly broke through the 1 million mark. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your reputation has reached 1 million. Role-playing progress has increased by 10%. To read more advanced chapters head over to my Patreon patreon.com/voidverse1 content source, webnovel.com chapter 48 to 48 role-playing progress reaches 50. 48, role-playing progress reaches 50%. 48, role-playing progress reaches 50%. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your role-playing progress with Uchiha Madara has reached 50%. You have obtained an advanced sage body and would release ninjutsu. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your chakra has increased. Rin Kurogane felt the changes in his body. First of all, his chakra was now extremely abundant. With his current chakra reserves, even controlling Susanoo for a long period of time would be no problem at all. And because he had obtained an advanced sage body, he could now sense the natural energy around him. Although he himself had never used it even once, after reading the memories, it felt as though he had used it thousands of times. Rin Kurogane's current strength was already extremely terrifying. He was no longer merely at the level of a newly promoted admiral. If, at the beginning, he could only suppress Isho by a slight margin, then now, he already felt that Isho was no match for him at all. As for Isho's strength, it should be below that of a veteran admiral. Compared to top-tier admirals like Aokiji, he was still lacking by quite a bit. As for Rin Kurogane himself, his current strength was above a veteran admiral but below a top-tier admiral. In terms of combat skill alone, he could already fight evenly with people like Sakazuki and Aokiji. However, this world should lean more toward haki. With the same amount of energy, chakra was still slightly weaker than the same level of haki. Moreover, in this world, using chakra not only consumed energy quickly, but also recovered more slowly. So in terms of overall strength, he was still somewhat weaker than those top-tier admirals. Becoming a marine admiral did not make Rin Kurogane overly delighted. This was something he had already been confident of achieving. For the next period of time, Rin Kurogane either exterminated pirates or trained madly. Now, capturing ordinary pirates brought him very little reputation. At present, his reputation had only just passed 2 million. He was still very far from the 10 million mark. Therefore, most of his time was spent training. Although his current strength was already above that of a veteran admiral, his haki cultivation was still far from sufficient. Even now, he still had not awakened Conqueror's haki. However, during this period, his armament haki and observation haki had improved significantly. At present, they were roughly at the level Luffy had reached 2 years after the Paramount War. This was already quite good. One had to know that Luffy had trained haki for at least 2 years. Rin Kurogane, on the other hand, had been training haki for a much shorter time. Yet his results were already comparable to Luffy's 2 years of training. From this, one could see that Rin Kurogane's training speed was already extremely fast. Of course, this was also because Rin Kurogane trained desperately. His training method was no longer as simple as using arrows to attack himself. When tempering his haki, he actually had his marine subordinates bombard him with real guns and cannons. As for training beneath a waterfall, that was even more like child's play. He even jumped into the deep sea and specifically sought out sea kings to fight. Every battle, he only used armament haki and observation haki. After each battle, his entire body would be covered in wounds. Fortunately, Rin Kurogane had obtained an advanced sage body. After transforming into a sage body, his recovery ability had improved astonishingly. Even if he suffered severe injuries, he would recover to normal in an extremely short period of time. When the people at Marine headquarters saw Rin Kurogane training like this, they could not help but privately call him a training maniac. Not to mention, because of Rin Kurogane's influence, the overall Marines also began training desperately. This was especially true for Jun. Knowing that Rin Kurogane did not like socializing, she would silently train beside Rin Kurogane every time. No matter how bitter or exhausting it was, the moment she saw Rin Kurogane rest, she would bring him tea and water. She practically became a little caretaker. Sometimes, when she was too exhausted from training, she would actually fall asleep on the ground. She wore very thin clothes, completely revealing her graceful figure. Rin Kurogane did not take advantage of her vulnerability. He silently carried Jun back to her residence. As time passed, Rin Kurogane gradually grew used to having Jun as this little follower. At night, the bright moon hung high in the sky. At Fruljord Canyon, Jun was currently looking nervously at 2 figures on the beach. One was naturally Rin Kurogane. As for the other, it was Iron Fist Garp. Garp had already taken off his marine coat, revealing his firm and muscular chest. If not for his head full of silver hair, judging from his physique alone, he absolutely would not look like an old man. Rin Kurogane was still wearing his red armor. Beneath his wild long hair was a pair of scarlet eyes. At this moment, this appearance was Rin Kurogane's true body. He no longer needed to use the transformation technique to role-play Uchiha Madara. He himself was already handsome, and his long hair also covered half of his face. What people remembered most deeply about him was those blood-red eyes. Because of that, no one noticed that Rin Kurogane's appearance had already become different. Garp laughed loudly and said, "Uchiha brat, let's stop here for today. Your strength is growing at a terrifying pace. If you got serious, even I would probably find it somewhat difficult to face you. Rin Kurogane shook his head. Vice Admiral Garp, the gap between you and me is still very obvious. This was the 13th time Rin Kurogane had challenged Garp. It was only after fighting Garp that he truly understood how terrifying Garp was. The power behind every punch could easily shatter a meteorite. It was also precisely because he had fought Garp that his haki cultivation had developed so rapidly. To read more advanced chapters head over to my Patreon patreon.com/voidverse1 content source, webnovel.com chapter 49-49 The plot begins 49, the plot begins 49, the plot begins Garp was someone Rin Kurogane had taken the initiative to seek out. His purpose was to test his own strength. Isho and Ryokujiya were already no longer his opponents, so there was no meaning in seeking them out. Kizaru was rather lazy, while Sakazuki was very busy. So Rin Kurogane directly set his sights on Garp. Garp was also very interested in Rin Kurogane's abilities. So he gladly agreed. Every time they exchanged blows, the two of them nearly used their full strength. And during their first clash, when Garp saw Rin Kurogane use wood release ninjutsu, he was extremely surprised. He increasingly felt that Rin Kurogane was unfathomable. Although the two of them fought with all their strength, it did not reach the point of a life and death battle. So each time, they stopped when the timing was right. Garp yawned. No good. I'm old now. At this hour, I get sleepy easily. Let's stop here for today. Rin Kurogane nodded and did not refute him. In truth, being able to make a battle maniac like Garp take the initiative to stop was already no easy feat. From this, one could see that Rin Kurogane was not an ordinary troublesome opponent even for Garp. Seeing the two of them stop, Jun let out a breath of relief. In name, it was only a spar. But looking at the pits all over the ground and the water currents that had been forcibly split apart, how was this a spar at all? It was clearly mutual slaughter. Every time Jun watched the two of them fight, her heart pounded with fear. If possible, she did not want them to fight even once. However, watching Rin Kurogane and Garp exchange blows had also invisibly improved Jun's strength quite a bit. That could be considered an unexpected gain. The three of them were just about to leave when Jun's den mushi suddenly rang. Jun answered the call. It was from Shaitan. She could not help feeling somewhat confused. Why was Shaitan calling her at a time like this? Was he asking her to drink? Hello, miss. Are you with Admiral Uchiha and Vice Admiral Garp? Jun was slightly stunned and said, yes. What's wrong, Vice Admiral Cake? Did something happen? Because Rin Kurogane and Garp had arranged to fight, neither of them had brought a den mushi. And everyone had long since grown used to Rin Kurogane frequently challenging Garp. Shaitan had always been paying attention to Jun, so naturally, he knew that Jun often followed Rin Kurogane while training. Therefore, if Shaitan had something urgent and needed to find Rin Kurogane, he could only call Jun's den mushi. As someone who could become an admiral candidate, Jun was naturally very sharp. The moment she heard Shaitan's tone, she knew that an unexpected incident had occurred. Sure enough, she heard Shaitan say, Fleet Admiral Sakazuki urgently summoned us to attend an emergency meeting. Hurry and notify them. Jun immediately relayed Shaitan's words to Rin Kurogane and Garp. Rin Kurogane and the other two did not hesitate and directly returned to Marine Headquarters. Marine Headquarters, meeting room. At this moment, the enormous round table was already full of people. All of them were officers at Vice Admiral rank or above. Naturally, the one seated at the head was Sakazuki. Seeing that Rin Kurogane and the other two had arrived, Sakazuki said solemnly, Don Quixote Doflamingo has withdrawn from the 7 warlords of the sea and given up the throne of Dressrosa. The moment those words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Has Doflamingo gone mad? Withdrawing from the 7 warlords and giving up his throne, isn't that the same as giving up the world government's protection? Who knows? But you're actually right. Doflamingo is a madman. Doflamingo isn't stupid. He knows exactly what giving all this up means. Who cares? This is a good thing for us Marines. That's not necessarily true. The Marines, the 7 warlords, and the 4 emperors have always maintained a balanced relationship. If one side breaks that balance, it will affect everything. Are our Marines supposed to be afraid of those people? Everyone discussed among themselves. Sengoku also sneered. Trash like that on the sea should have been cleaned up long ago. Tsuru nodded deeply. Impel down is his final destination. Hearing Sakazuki's words, Rin Kurogane's heart stirred. If Doflamingo had announced his withdrawal from the 7 warlords, then wasn't this the plot where Luffy and Law headed to Dressrosa? In the original story, Luffy and Law formed an alliance in order to take down Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Law used Caesar as a threat to force Doflamingo to withdraw from the 7 warlords. Law's goal was very simple. He hated Doflamingo deeply and wanted him to receive the punishment he deserved. At the same time, he wanted to use Doflamingo to wear down Kaido's forces, making the 2 of them bite each other like dogs. He just did not know whether the plot would change because of the butterfly effect caused by Rin Kurogane. Sakazuki raised his hand, stopping everyone's discussion, then continued, in addition, there is another piece of news. Trafalgar Law, one of the 7 warlords, has formed an alliance with the Straw Hat Pirates. The moment those words were spoken, the entire room erupted into an uproar. I said long ago that these warlords were unreliable. How are they any different from pirates? The 7 warlords should never have existed. The Straw Hat Pirates? Isn't their captain, Luffy, Vice Admiral Garp's grandson? Garp did not have much of a reaction when he heard this. He stretched lazily and actually fell asleep during the meeting. Seeing Garp like this, no one dared to continue discussing Luffy. Sakazuki also pretended not to see Garp's behavior. He looked toward Rin Kurogane and said, Admiral Uchiha, I ask that you personally make a trip and capture these people who disregard the dignity of the Marines. To read more advanced chapters head over to my Patreon patreon.com/voidverse1 content source, webnovel.com chapter 50 to 50 Issues Worry 50, Issues Worry 50, Issues Worry Investigate Monkey D. Luffy and Trafalgar Law thoroughly. If you need anything, you may ask for it directly. You can prioritize whatever resources you want. Sakazuki said with a resolute expression. The outbreak of these 2 matters could be considered a scandal for the world government. Especially with the World Summit about to convene. Therefore, in order to clear away the impact, someone had to pay the price for this. Rin Kurogane did not refuse and accepted the mission. Although he was somewhat surprised that Sakazuki had handed this task to him, he was quite satisfied. After all, capturing Luffy and the others would greatly increase his reputation. After thinking for a moment, Rin Kurogane said, I need 8 vice admirals and 10 warships. Sakazuki looked at Rin Kurogane with slight confusion. With Rin Kurogane's admiral-level strength, did he need this many people to deal with them? However, he did not say anything more and directly said, go choose the people you need. You will depart tomorrow. All vice admirals will prioritize assisting Admiral Uchiha in completing this mission. Yes. Everyone answered. After the meeting ended, the officers left one after another. Only Garp remained, still snoring away. Rin Kurogane was the last to leave. He could tell that Garp had not truly fallen asleep. When he walked to Garp's side, Garp suddenly opened his eyes. There was no trace of sleepiness in them. Garp said softly, that brat has liked causing trouble since he was little. It's also my fault for not teaching him properly. But his roots aren't bad, and his crimes don't deserve death, Rin Kurogane said calmly, as long as he obediently listens, I will spare his life. The 2 of them tacitly avoided saying his name. But both of them knew who they were talking about. Hearing this, Garp rarely revealed a bitter smile. He already knew that Rin Kurogane had given him a great deal of face. And he understood even more clearly what kind of personality his grandson had. If Luffy could obediently listen, he would never have walked the path of a pirate. Garp was also very familiar with Rin Kurogane's personality, so he did not plead any further. He stood up and left the meeting room. When Rin Kurogane reached the doorway, he discovered that Isho had not left. Your Excellency Uchiha, are you planning to arrest Don Quixote Doflamingo? The reason Isho asked this was because he found Rin Kurogane's arrangements somewhat strange. With Rin Kurogane's strength, bringing 3 vice admirals as assistants would already be enough. Yet he had actually asked for 8 vice admirals. And he had also requested so many warships. Clearly, Rin Kurogane intended to take action against Don Quixote Doflamingo. Rin Kurogane glanced at Isho. In the original story, Isho clearly wanted to arrest Doflamingo very much, but he had not taken action. Even after learning of Doflamingo's crimes, he still did not attack him. The reason was also because Doflamingo was a descendant of the Celestial Dragons. Although he had already been removed from their ranks, the Marines still were not allowed to act against him. That was why Isho had not truly played his role during the battle. Although Isho had the heart to eliminate evil for the people, because of the rules and restrictions of the Marines, he had chosen to stand by and watch. This was caused by Isho's personality. But Rin Kurogane had no such concerns. No matter who it was, as long as they could increase his reputation, he would definitely capture them. Rin Kurogane replied calmly, not only him. Isho's heart stirred, and he said in surprise, could it be that you intend to attack the entire Don Quixote family? Rin Kurogane looked straight at Isho. Why not? Hearing this, Isho fell into deep thought. He was not questioning Rin Kurogane's strength. But Doflamingo was absolutely not some small figure who could be bullied at will. Not only was his force enormous, he also had many powerful subordinates. Wanting to wipe out the entire Dong Quixote family seemed insufficient with the current preparations. In truth, Isho's thoughts were reasonable. Although Luffy had defeated Doflamingo, that did not mean Luffy was truly stronger than Doflamingo. Doflamingo's true strength was absolutely at the half-step admiral level, slightly stronger than Jun and Chiton. The reason he lost to Luffy was also because Doflamingo had not taken Luffy and Law seriously. That was why he was struck by their coordinated attack. Although he possessed the ability to heal himself, an injury was still an injury. Recovery would definitely not be that fast. Moreover, most importantly, using the birdcage had split away nearly half of Doflamingo's strength. That was what caused his strength to drop greatly when he fought Luffy. This was also because Doflamingo was far too arrogant and had underestimated Luffy from the very beginning. One only had to think about it. The Heavenly Yaksha dared to continue attacking Smoker under Aokiji's threat, and he even dared to take the initiative to attack Isho. How weak could his strength possibly be? The reason Doflamingo failed was not because Luffy was truly stronger than him. It was because he had been too careless. Isho said, "Your Excellency Uchiha, let me go with you. That way, we can look after each other." Rin Kurogane said indifferently, "They're just a group of scum. I alone am enough." After saying that, he did not wait for Isho's reply and directly left. Rin Kurogane truly did not take them seriously. The reason he had called so many vice-admirals was only to prevent anyone from escaping.